Gibby, Gibby, Gib, Gib. What up, Gib?
Tested. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, living life.
Living the dream. That's what I'm talking about. Ah,
I started making plans, unfortunately, for next month, like for my weekends and stuff. Because I don't think Mr. Wilson's gonna honor his offer. I think he's gonna back out. I think he's gonna back out. I'm pretty sure.
I
So
was I was just like listening, looking at this, and this is just like outsider perspective. I don't like really give a shit. I'm
yeah, yeah,
I'm down to
yeah.
watch some people throw some hands, right? I did MMA. I love watching people get hit, and I was like, all right, Andrew Wilson, he got the tough guy persona, and I was like, if he's gonna offer Wick 20 grand to get hit, the dude was in the army. I'm assuming he did stupider shit for less money, and probably got hit in the head a
Air
few
Force,
times. Yeah, or Air
first
Force.
of
Yeah,
all.
my bad. Yeah, Air Force. I'm sure he was in the military. I'm sure that he got hit in the head, a few times during that run. I'm sure that he'll take, even
Rick,
if he
you were Air
lost,
Force?
20 grand is
I
not bad.
was.
Yeah.
Oh. My stepdad was Air Force. He's a tech sergeant. Also, hello, Gibbs and Ace, who I do not know, and Tash, who I do not know.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm new. Just oh,
Well, welcome to the
The shit show.
whatever
it
this
sounds
is.
like it'll be fun.
Yeah, it is.
Always good.
Mhm.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. Everyone decides right now is the time to get back to me, right? Like
Oh, of
they know
course.
I'm here, they know I'm ready. They're like, "Oh, he's starting a show. I might as well DM him with the important information he needed right the fuck now." Someone send me a shared chat or whatever. I don't care who.
Sure. Give me 1 second here. And bam, should be knocking.
Accepting. Okay, great, wonderful, beautiful. Make sure you
I'm
turn the
streaming this
share
on
channel on.
Kick, by the way.
Awesome.
Good to know. I don't think they have that on Kick, but
No,
you're here with us in spirit, Charlie, on the Twitch side.
I
Okay.
go pull you up
Oh
and
yes.
go yell at your chat too.
So, for those of you who haven't been on my panel before, here's how this works. I will introduce the topic. I will introduce the subject. I will say hi to my audience, and then we will get started. I will give each of you a small, and I stress this, brief introductions. Tell people who you are, what you do, why they should listen to you, and opening statement on the topic, right? And then we'll just get into it. Any questions before we go live?
Nope.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Beautiful, beautiful. Then let's start this shit show. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, it's not a shit show, but
You never know.
Okay. A bloop. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we've got a show for you today. We are going to be talking about the U.S.'s place on the world stage. Should the U.S. be spending money on other countries? Should we have gutted U.S. aid? What about military intervention when it comes, or funding other countries' militaries for intervention, such as Ukraine? We got it all. We're going to talk about it all. It's a wide variety of stuff. Welcome, and I got some great guests to talk about it. First up is Ace. Ace, tell people who you are, what you do, and give us your opening thoughts on this. Let's get it
yeah,
going.
yeah. So I'm Ace. My real name's Tarek. I'm currently a college student studying political science and international relations. Plan on going to hopefully law school soon. I work in a mortgage brokerage, and I guess I do college speech and debate. I'm not really big on social media or anything like that. It's more just it's summer and I don't have any tournaments to be competing in, so this sounded like a lot of fun.
Okay. Why should we? What's your stance here?
Yeah, I think we should definitely increase aid by a large amount. Later on when we, kind of get into it, I'll talk about some action steps, ways I think we can do that, and not only like the soft power gains we would get from that, but I think also economic returns the U.S. would get from that.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Admiral Gibbs, no stranger to the show.
All right,
What's up?
good to be here. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me over as Admiral Gibbs. Yeah, I mean, I got two minds of this. Two minds. One mind, I like foreign aid when it gets results. If I can see foreign aid that's getting tangible results, I'm a fan of it, right? However, I am not sold that the current style of foreign aid has done that. I think it's been a total waste of time, and it offends me, actually. I'm actually offended by the egregious waste of tax dollars that are going to funding stupid things like learning about butchers' languages in France. And I don't know, I'm sure somebody will mention this for a hot button little topic here. I don't know, operas in New Guinea or wherever. I don't know. Anyway, long story short, I don't want the funding going that. I want it to go in to get results. Otherwise, let's gut that shit.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, also someone who's been on my show quite a bit recently, and we appreciate her for it. Enemy Charlie.
Hello, I'm Enemy Charlie. I stream on Twitch. I specialize in fantasy literature, not politics, but I like to share my opinion anyway, because why not? My stance is that, programs like USAID are integral to not only America, but across the globe. For the American end, of course, to maintain our soft power, which is beneficial for us. We get good trade deals. We get access to sick resources when we need them. And we, remain the most powerful country in the world. And then on a global scale, it is also just good to ensure that people across the globe have access to medical treatment, which is what a lot of U.S. foreign aid is, such as like HIV clinics in the Congo. That's good. We like that. I like it when people live.
Okay, well, thank you for that brave stance. We're gonna get into it as we go.
Thank you.
People living. Well, I
Good.
mean, look, that's a hill to die on if I ever heard one.
Mhm.
Last but certainly not least, he's been around the community. I don't know if you've actually been on my show before, but we appreciate you being here.
Well,
Tash,
thank you.
God of Few Fools. Go ahead, tell people who you are, what you do, and what are your thoughts.
I'm a 2016 Bernie Sanders supporter that kind of got a little bit disillusioned with what happened in that election and kind of just been slowly drifting to the right. And I'm hoping that the left will take this loss and reform to become something worth voting for. But I'm just here to share my opinions on the US aid, and I'm not necessarily against it as a whole. Like I'm for buying wells in Africa, but I'm not for throwing money down holes in wells in Africa. Very much like Admiral Gibbs, it very much is a little bit offensive to me. Just the amount of corruption, bloat, and waste that it seems that our aid is like causing and funding across the globe, and I see it coming back to bite us in countless situations. From I guess it's technically Lend-Lease, so it's not aid, and so maybe it kind of goes against my later point. But the whole funding Russia in World War II, and then countless other countries that then turn against us, from South Vietnam to Afghanistan, and even ISIS was funded by Obama previous to becoming ISIS, because they was trying to topple the Syrian regime. So like sometimes the funding is good, but sometimes it seems like it can turn around and bite us in the butt. So that's my general thoughts on the matter.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and we'll get into it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the first question is, because everyone seems to be okay with some aid, right? Some form of spending. You guys, both Gibbs and Fool, you mentioned abuse, waste, etc. Gibbs, give us some examples, and then maybe we could start there. Oh, you're muted if you're talking. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
They
we can't-
silenced him.
I know. One
Yeah.
second.
Oh.
Oh, we're back. Yeah, we
Yeah,
good.
we're
Yep.
back. We're back.
All right, yeah, I'm sorry. It was the man. They got me. No, I'll give you two examples. I also want to address one thing that you said when you opened this wick that we didn't actually, I don't think any of us really touched on, which was spending, the military spending as well. I want to give an example of a country that's getting results from getting U.S. aid. And it's interesting that Charlie mentioned the Congo because we are backing Rwanda because Rwanda is taking over portions of the Congo right now, and they are selling the rare earth minerals there to Western powers, right? They've also taken over a lot of the policing duties in Africa from France. They're the largest provider of troops of any African nation to the UN, and they are getting the funding, and they are getting drastic results. Ever since the 1991 genocide, the president's coming to power, they've made drastic changes. Quality of life's improved. They've gone and taken over these contracts. That is getting results with foreign aid. Like, I think countries like that should be rewarded. Now, whether or not we agree with the Congo's policy of like eating their larger neighbor for the minerals, that's one thing. Congo's backed by Russia. We could get in the whole geopolitical conversation whether or not that's good for us. That's a whole other thing. But I think Rwanda is a golden example of what getting results looks like. What getting results doesn't look like is, I don't know, anything we've done in the rest of Africa where we've given them money and, we're going to build fisheries in Nigeria and then, spend 2.2 million on them. And all of a sudden, Boko Haram comes in 3 years later and destroys them. That's not getting results. I get it's bad, but I feel like we should be able to look at things, assess them over a period of time, and go, okay, let's get rid of this. But instead, we're like, hey, USAID's got all this funding. We have to spend it on this. Trump doesn't think this is getting this done. Let's gut it. And they're going, oh no, Lordy, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Responses?
Yeah, so there was a lot there. You gave an example of where you thought aid was good, which I think is one thing I want to make clear is that we're talking about whether or not we should increase aid. And the critiques on aid I've heard is more about the style of aid. So you talked about the current style of aid, but I didn't actually hear an argument against increasing aid. If we want to talk about changing how we give out aid, that's a conversation we can definitely have. When you talk about Africa, especially like nothing being really very effective, I don't think that's true, considering when you look at things like PEPFAR, which was the Presidential Emergency Plan for AIDS, what it did is reduce HIV across Africa massively, and in 2015, we saw that those receiving PEPFAR support had a 68% approval rating of the United States versus those that didn't had a 46% approval rating of the United States. And I think that's the big point here. When we talk about these programs that we deem as not needed, as not necessary, in reality what that does is increase US soft power in the region. And I think one of the reasons we see that failing in Africa is because China's doing it better than we are. We can look at the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative and see that I believe it's 53 countries in Africa, support Beijing over Taipei. Africa only votes with the United States 29% of the time in the UN. We can see the port in Greece, for example, push Chinese port in Greece, pushing Greece's opinion in the United Nations towards China's humanitarian record. Ultimately, the reason Africa isn't working is because China's building them better ports, China's giving them more money, China's giving them semi-concessional loan rates, and as such, we see Chinese soft power increasing in the region.
But you're really making my point for me, right? That's my point. China is doing it better. What is China doing? You want to do all the things you listed. Ports. They're building railroads. Yeah. They're building electric lines. Yeah, these are laudable goals.
Yeah, exactly.
However, what we're wasting our money on is, I don't know, tongue-in-cheek programs like the CIA doing ops, hey, we're going to use this to hide our money, and we're going to have some kind of dark op where we do a play in a weird country, or we're going to do, I don't know, we're going to do this bullshit like build the fisheries that get destroyed 2 years later, versus China's like, let's build a port here, let's get people jobs, let's build infrastructure, let's be this on. That's the point I'm making. That's effective. But that's
I haven't heard this. I haven't heard an argument to decrease aid. I've heard you talk about redirecting aid.
Okay, fine. I'll make the argument. If my money's to be wasted, let's fucking cut the funding. I'd rather no money go overseas for, I don't know, AIDS research, and all the money stay here and fix the homelessness problem. How about that? Let's just give them no money and we fix problems here. That would be a better argument than I feel like.
So
Hold on. One at a time. We're all kind of talking over each other. I want to give the finish your point, Ace, and then want to give the mic to Charlie. Then I want to get Tash in here and see what Tash has to say.
When we talk about aid, like, going back towards the United States, currently percentage GDP is 0.24, which according to the Organization on Economic Cooperation and Development, we're goal should be 0.7, which currently Norway, Luxembourg, Sweden, Germany, and Denmark all reach. So ultimately, the United States can do both. This isn't something where aid is bankrupting us so we can't deal with the homeless population. Honestly, it's a false dichotomy. We can do both. We can fix homelessness in the United States and still beat China out in soft power. And you've argued for my point this entire time. We should give out semi-concessional loans. We should give money to African nations. And if you don't want it to go towards certain social programs, that's one thing. But we should be giving them more money to build highways, to build stores, to build power plants. So then they buy American goods, because every dollar invested in US aid gets us $8 back. So ultimately, we should increase more money. If you want that to be on highways, I agree. Sure, we should definitely build highways. Do I think those social programs are absolutely useless? Not at all. I think they're still useful to some degree.
I guess I wanted to inquire. We have cut, funding to USAID. Has that money come back to the American people, the money that we saved? Has that gone to expanding social programs in the US? Because it seems like we are actually cutting social programs, which is awful for the American people. So I guess out of curiosity, like what tangible benefits are the American people receiving from cutting to USAID?
Why haven't we allocated that money? Is there any particular reason why?
I'm asking you.
Well, I mean,
So you're saying that we
there is
haven't
a reason.
allocated that money
Yeah,
to
why
social
is that?
programs?
Yeah, no, it's not, man. Why is that? Do you know?
I don't.
It's because I forget the specific bill or whatever. I'm sure Wick will know it off the top of his head when I mention it. Is we have to spend all the money allocated for these things in that industry. So even if we gutted USAID entirely, and I wanted to take every penny and just give $1 million to every hobo, I couldn't do it because it's not going to be given to the for the cause. It's not going to be going to the USAID things. So we can't do that. And you know who's stopping us from doing that? The Dems. The Dems are crying about doing that. So if you really wanted that change, you would vote out the Dems and vote the Republicans in who want to gut this organization.
Have Republicans proposed bills that would increase spending in social programs? Have we seen bills like that? Because recently it seems like there's actually a lot of bills that are cutting
because y'all
spending in social
are
programs.
stopping. Well, yeah, because we want to stop wasting
no,
dollars there.
Well, there's not. There hasn't. What?
Yeah, we're wasting all our dollars all over the place. So we need to reassess, cut the bloat.
Okay. Real quick, can I say you're talking about wasting money? The only example we were given was an opera, which you're talking about, I believe, the Columbia Opera, which that wasn't USAID. That was $25,000 from the State Department, and then $22,000 from a nonprofit.
I mean,
from the State Department, not USAID.
Is that you agree that the State Department also engages in soft power?
Yeah,
okay,
but cool. I'm saying they should continue to do that because every time we do that, we increase the outlook of the United States across the world.
I want to give that's the outlook you think we want. That's the outlook that you think is good
because
for foreign policy.
That's what they want. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter what we want. What matters is what those countries want that money spend that money on, because that's what they like to spend their money on. And ultimately,
I agree with you.
You mean our money. You mean our money.
Money we're giving them, so they like us.
Hold on. Let's get Tash in here. Tash is trying his best.
Yeah.
Tash, you're the microphone. Go ahead.
I feel like a lot of the money is being spent in other countries on things that they don't want. And I think that's the biggest issue. I think, like, if you were, like, I'm much more in favor of not just giving the money away, although we do that plenty, just through, like, other, like, aid organizations. But, like, I'm much more in favor, like you're saying, of, like, lending and, like, giving to like, entrepreneurs and actual, like, job creators, because, like, with some of the issues I see, like, especially with giving money to Africa, is that we're doing the whole give a man a fish and feed him for a day, teach him to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. We're just giving them aid, and a lot of the times that's like flooding the market with food that then the local farmers are not able to continue to compete with because it's free. So like I don't know. I feel like a lot of the ways that we're giving aid is like not a great impact on some of the places that we're giving the aid to, and it's a lot of the time for like selfish reason. Like we're giving all this money to like the Congo, and we're taking all their cobalt or something, and it's like, yay, they're so happy that we're helping them, while they're taking all the natural resources.
Yeah.
And so,
So we
yeah,
want,
it has the little smiley face on it, but there's much more sinister intentions behind it, and the people that live there on a daily basis see that.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
I-
it's U.S. imperialism,
yeah.
but that is how we've remained the global superpower.
And the fear is, I understand what you're saying. I totally get if we could cut out U.S. aid and all of a sudden all these countries became stable. Sure, that'd be great. But that's not the case. They are dependent on aid, a lot of these countries, and they're going to get that aid from China. They're going to get that aid from Russia. So by us cutting aid to these other countries, what we're doing is opening the floodgate, opening a vacuum for China to come in and then push Chinese values, push Chinese items onto these people to buy, push Chinese traditions, those types of things. Which, if we're pro-America, which I kind of hope we all are, then we want America to be dominant, not only economically, but culturally. And we do that by doing things like operas. We do that by spending money on things that maybe aren't food. And when we talk about whether or not they want it or not, I like to talk. My mom's from Bosnia, so I have a pretty good connection with that one and their kind of outlook on the United States. 80% of Bosniaks have a favorable opinion on the United States, compared to only 36% of Serbians in pretty much the same region. And this was by 1990. Since 1995, we've invested $2 billion. That's it. $2 billion. And we bought like an entire population.
I reject this, like, on its head.
Why?
Like, all right, this is the idea that this is the reason Pax Americana is happening is laughable. The reason why a Pax Americana is happening is because we got 5 fucking super carrier groups walking around all the fucking places. Maybe we even have more going around saying, hey, if you fuck up, we'll put an aircraft carrier on the coast of your place that's got more firepower than your entire country. It's not because we do it all the time. We do it all the time. It literally, we just did it to Yemen. So, like, we literally just had the largest bombing since World War II. This idea that Pax Americana is only going to continue because, we are funding operas is ludicrous. It's going to continue because we are the world dominant superpower. We let these countries exist at our will. That's the reason why they exist, right? So when we're sitting here going, we need to go in there and coddle them and pamper them and waste American taxpayer dollars for no results, whenever we could be spending that money here at home, it's just ludicrous.
So, like, Gibbs, can I propose a scenario to you?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's say the U.S. is not a powerful nation, and maybe Canada is our all-powerful benefactor, and we get tons of situation one, we get tons of food, medical clinics, just basically, funding to the arts from Canada. Generally, as an American, I would be like, well, I love Canada. That's great. I love to have all of these things. Versus if Canada says, hey, I know you're living in a shithole, but if you piss us off a little bit, we are going to blow you up and kill you. Which would you, Admiral Gibbs, which would ensure your loyalty to Canada? The threat of your death, your imminent death, or food? Gibbs.
Probably the threat of fucking getting bombed to high hell. I'm not gonna fucking be like, oh yeah, they sent me canned goods and our Canadian art, and versus, oh shit, if I fucking fuck with Canada, they're going to drone strike my house. I think that, I'm going to be much more loyal to the new AI overlords that come from Canada or whatever.
Do you think your sons and grandsons are going to want to be loyal to Canada, or are they going to, I don't know, form, like, armed guerrilla groups to start killing Canadians? Because, I would probably do that.
I mean, maybe. I mean, that could happen. I that's one argument. However, a lot of people are arguing on the Republican side that we should just get the fuck out there and let these people deal with their own problems. Half the problems is because we're over there in the first place. Like, if these guys want to kill each other, if these people want to kill each other, let them kill each other. Why are we going to go in there and play peacemaker every time? Why are we going to spend millions of dollars rebuilding this place only for 10 years later for them to go, hey, you know what would be cool? Death to America. Like, this happens all the time. All the time it happens. Can you name one successful Arab Spring uprising?
I feel like we're getting really off track here.
No, we're not getting off track. We waste this money. No, it's not off track because this is all where we're spending all this money.
Before we start talking about Arab Spring, let's talk about some of the original ideas that were brought up. Which, first off, you said It's not successful. I'd like to point out that 11 of America's 15 top trading partners are former recipients of U.S. foreign aid. There was a time during the Marshall Plan where 3% of our 3% of our GDP was spent on building back Western Europe that has now become major allies to us. And if this idea that back to the idea that other countries are afraid of us, so they're not going to fuck with us. Africa votes against us 70% of the time. They vote with China way more because of the fact that China is giving them these things. We saw military strength fail in Afghanistan. We saw military strength fail across the Middle East. The United States has been trying to do this big dog, big military thing across the world, and it's failed time and time and time again. And the reason China's winning, even though they only spend 60% of what the US does on their military, is because they do so through the $1 trillion Belt and Road Initiative that has built things across Africa, across the Middle East.
Yeah, but they're building things. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Then let's build things.
No,
let's build things.
How much money wasn't even going towards anything? It was going to NGOs.
Speaking of money and people giving WIC money, $5 from Audacity, right? Because I will take the WIC aid that you guys send. So $5 from Audacity to say capitalist export of American culture does more for soft power than the government could ever do directly. A Domino's opened in Estonia. The line was 4 miles. Thank you for the $5.
That's absolutely correct.
4 miles for Domino's?
According to the super chat, so believe it or not.
Well, have y'all seen the thing with
Starbucks? Do you remember
Starbucks and
when they opened McDonald's in Soviet Russia and the lines were like crazy, even though the price for a McDonald's meal was like an entire week's wage? Like, people love American shit.
Well, or you could look at Starbucks doing the same thing. In Japan, they were told that nobody drinks coffee, so they made a cartoon and they put coffee, like tie-in merch that had coffee flavored whatever. And then after about 10 years, or 20 years, I don't know, they finally just opened up one of the biggest Starbucks in the world. I think capitalism absolutely fulfills this role much, much better than any fucking foreign power, foreign aid, soft power kind of thing does.
But we don't want foreign countries allegiancy to go to Coca-Cola. We want their allegiance to be to the United States. The United States can have that power.
They like America because it brings them Coca-Cola. What the heck? That's literally like the whole point behind bringing them Coca-Cola to begin with.
Yeah, what I'm saying is when we increase aid, Gibbs, I want to ask you something. So right now, percent of GDP, it's 0.24%, right? The OECD, or the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, wants that to be 0.7%. If I agree to get rid of transgender operas, will you agree to help get to that 0.7% so we can build a bunch of power plants and highways across Africa and the Middle East, so maybe we can be culturally and economically dominant in the region?
I mean, I would be open to it. I would be open to that, right? I mean, I'm not going to just say wholesale. Let's say all these countries. I'm going to say maybe this country gets it, that country don't. This country gets it,
okay,
that don't.
So you agree?
But I am open to it. However, whenever you're going to sit here and say that, how often do we see the money just go to NGOs and then it just disappear and never get spent on anything?
Usually where it goes.
That's usually where it goes.
For you.
Okay, wait. I want to point out. So one big piece of misinformation there, which is this idea that 20 or 40% of the money goes away. According to the U4 Anti-Corruption Resource Center, they did a study in 2021, the credibility of corruption statistics. That idea that a majority of this money goes away is a zombie statistic. There's no backing for it. There's no proof for it. You can say that, sure. I could say that.
Sure, but cool. I don't trust the organization at all. That means nothing to me. I could say the Gibbs Caring Foundation put out a study. I don't fucking trust these people. I just like Snopes used to be the fact checker website, and now we find out they've been leftist the whole time.
So if we're just gonna play this like we don't trust those statistics.
No, I mean fine. If you want to go to the source,
then how do we get an understanding of the world if we can't agree on any source?
I'm not going to argue statistics right now.
You just go to the base source.
You go to the base. You go to the base source.
No, we don't. We absolutely do not have to argue.
Hold on. Everyone, no one can hear you when you're all talking over each other. Let Ace finish his point, then I'm going to let Tash respond, and then we're going to give it to Gibbs and then to Enemy.
The claim was made that the money is being taken away and wasted away by corruption. I said that the statistic that backs that up isn't true. So I'm not using that. I'm using that statistic in response. Ultimately, what I'm saying is you can say that. You can say the money is being wasted by NGOs, but you can say anything. Once again, I'm giving you proof that it's not. We've given proof when we look at Bosniaks liking the United States, when we saw the support for PEPFAR, when we saw all the benefits when we spend U.S. aid, the benefits to U.S. soft power, we can map out. We can look at studies and we can see how that works out. You can say, well, it's getting wasted. If it's getting wasted, then why do 80% of Bosniaks like the United States? Why, if China spending money in Africa is making them vote with them like 70% of the time, how is that getting wasted? If the US spending money on PEPFAR makes them more likely to like us, how is that getting wasted? We see the positive effects of it all the time. And you can't just say it's getting wasted when we see the outcome of it being positive.
Would you-
Gibbs, I got to be honest. You're
I'll go, I got
kind of
it.
getting wasted right now.
Oh, that's fine. Let me just
let's
spin.
see what you
That's
got.
fine. I got plenty here. Let's go with. How about let's talk. Here's a good waste one. Would you agree that I don't know? USAID funding hundreds of thousands of dollars going towards meals that went to ISIS terrorists and Al Qaeda terrorists in Afghanistan is wasteful, because I got direct links from that from the Washington Times. We can keep
let's get rid
going.
of it.
I can keep
Hold
going.
on,
Let's
let
get rid of
Gibbs
it.
finish. Hold on, let
cool.
Gibbs finish.
Hold on,
Let Gibbs finish.
Let's get rid of it.
Gibbs, go
Yeah,
ahead.
and this is the other thing. I could go down this list. There's all these times we can argue about what it specifically waste. $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Why the fuck are we funding tourism in Egypt? Like, I don't want to spend tourism in Egypt. We can do the gender opera in Colombia. 2.5 for electric vehicles in Vietnam. We can go down the list. This is just from the government website.
Yeah.
I can go to the Doge website and pull up more shit. I can go to other websites and pull up different stuff. Listen, this is actually a better point that Tosh is making about talking about ideas. You can sit
Can I
here and
address
give
that
yours.
point?
Hold on, you can in a second. You can give me all the stats,
No,
all
it's
these
my turn
things
after.
that you wanted. But this is a big one. It's a big one. What are we going to define as waste? What you're sitting here saying, oh, the NGOs didn't waste our money. I'm saying that's absolutely a waste. So, like, it's all subjective in that regard. Like, if I don't see results coming from it, this is why when I said the homeless thing, I'm sure the chat went wild and said, oh, yeah, Gibbs wants to fund homelessness cures here in America. Well, I do. I just don't think my homelessness cure is going to be the same as what y'all are thinking is a homelessness cure, right? So, like, it's basically like there's different, like, ideas of programs, and y'all will probably say, well, my idea is wasteful. And this is what I'm saying here. All this shit's been wasteful, and Republicans have spoke on that, and that's why Trump got his mandate.
Okay, so can I real quick? I want to say
It's
some
fine.
things. You talked about
I'll
fighting
jump in
terrorism
after.
in Egypt. 73% of U.S. adults in a survey said that fighting terrorism should be the top priority of the United States.
Tourism in Egypt.
Oh, tourism. Sorry, I wrong with that. You talked about this waste, these programs that you feeding terrorists or something. You're talking very fast about it. Let's get rid of it. I'm agreeing. The point of this conversation is, should we increase aid? You're saying we should cut it. We can redirect it. Let's take that money that we were spending to feed terrorists or whatever you're saying. Let's build highways in the Middle East. Let's build highways in Africa. Let's build highways in South America and Central America. Let's do that. You're saying cut it. I'm saying redirect it. You still haven't attacked my actual argument at all.
Yeah, because I said the same thing. I'm
Hold
okay
on.
with redirection.
Oh,
Like,
hold
I
on.
don't. What do you? What do you?
You gotta
like,
let
if
Ace finish. You gotta let Ace
Yeah.
finish.
Well, yeah, I am. I'm just real quick.
And then when
Ace,
we
like,
talk-
what
when
am
we
I
talk-
like?
when we
What
talk-
is different from what I said in my opening? You're saying I didn't attack your
Because
argument.
you're saying cut it. I'm saying we shouldn't cut it. We should redirect it. That's the difference we have. We should redirect it and we should increase it to that 0.7%. Not only that, but when we talk about what is it being effective, how is it being effective? For every dollar invested in conflict prevention, according to the Institute for Economic and Peace, we save $16. For every $1 spent on foreign aid, we make $8 back as aid recipient countries develop and buy more American goods. For every $1, the U.S. Trade Development Agency, USTDA, said every time we co-finance project studies overseas, we generate $85 in U.S. exports for every $1 invested. If you're saying let's stop funding stupid shit, sure, I agree. Let's not fund it, but we should still increase aid. This has not done anything to attack my actual point. You said how U.S. is spending aid right now is bad. Sure, I can agree. There are some stuff that we should get rid of and we shouldn't spend that way. But it doesn't mean we should cut it. We should increase the amount of aid we spend and redirect it towards programs that does help U.S. soft power, like we saw during the Marshall Plan.
Okay, $5 from Audacity. Say redirectionist gang, stay winning. Thank you for the $5. Redirect your money to me. I would love it. Tosh, go ahead. Mike's yours, and then I see you, Charlie. when we
Yeah,
get to
so
Charlie.
the main reason why I'm not really wanting to argue statistics is because we have this limited time. If we had it was a much longer time scale, then I'd be willing to jump into the numbers with you. But there's also just damn lies in statistics, and it's really easy to manipulate statistics to kind of push what you're wanting. And like kind of back on the whole give a man a fish and feed him for a day thing. This was true 13 years ago, and I imagine it's still true, but I don't think there's any country that has achieved economic development and reduced policy through aid. So
South
like,
Korea.
yeah, you're not only through that. They've done that just like Japan has, and Taiwan, through like being entrepreneurial and having their own economies that pop up, like their tech economies.
So
And
Wes,
I feel like
I
that going the route of allowing them to jump into, obviously, like Gibbs was saying, a free trade into where they're able to build themselves up through like loans and that kind of stuff is much more beneficial than just giving handouts to everyone like it seems like we're doing. And Gibbs is right that we would be just reducing a fuck ton of the aid that we're just throwing into wells all over the world, and actually figuring out, nailing down where this money is going, what it's being spent on, and what's coming back from that, which I feel like is what Doge is doing. And if you come to my Twitter page and what Elon has recently said about Trump's big beautiful bill is that it doesn't include and codify a lot of the cuts that Doge has tried to make in the budget that would allow for more like public sector spending on different various things that everyone in this call would benefit from.
Sure, $5 from D's Nuts before Charlie goes. Thank you for the $5, D's Nuts. To say, for the love of God, can the panelists please differentiate between strategic investment and aid? Thank you for the $5, Charlie. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not necessarily playing devil's advocate. I would like to make it clear because it seems like people in my chat have been a little bit freaked out by my talking points. I am firmly against American imperialism, but that is a bit beyond this panel. I can't really argue death to America right now. So
well, hey, if you want to argue that, we can set up a show. Okay,
well, we could.
I'll promise you. Well, another day. Okay, that's another topic.
But my point is, Tosh. Honestly, based on the points that Ace is making, the fact that we benefit economically a shit ton from this foreign aid that we give out, and these strategic investments or whatever people are saying, does it matter if these countries succeed? In fact, it might be to our benefit if they don't. And I think that we actually go to great lengths at times to ensure that countries, have a small amount of very, very rich people and a large amount of very, very poor people. We've done this across Latin America. So again, at the end of the day, if I was the devil from the Bible, I would be saying, does it matter if these countries succeed if Americans benefit? Ultimately, if we are winning, which we seem to be winning.
We are, but at what point does it turn around? At what point do these countries decide that they've had enough being like pushed around and taken advantage of by us, and that they
well, it's not the government,
and decide that they're not necessarily liking how the U.S. government has been treating their country and keeping them in poverty perpetually.
Can I say, you keep saying that they're going to dislike it and that they're going to dislike the United States abusing them. You're talking about my family in Bosnia, and they don't dislike the United States. 80% of Bosniaks support the United States because of the foreign aid we've given them, which, again, was $2 billion over the course of, 30 years. It was, nothing.
Agreed. And what happens when that aid gets cut off for issues that are internal? Like, when there's an emergency and you're on an airplane and the shit pops down from the roof, you have to secure your mask before you secure the mask of others. That's just common sense.
What are we talking about?
If an emergency happens and we have to focus our aid and our money internally because there's a war or something, all that external aid dries up and just goes away. It's vanished.
I think that you assume that we spend more on aid than we actually do.
Yeah.
We don't actually spend all that much
on America for that aid that you have been getting. And yes, it's beneficial and you love it now, but right when it stops, like a lot of the previous countries that I brought up at the beginning, now you become our enemy, and now you're literally probably just completely opposed to us.
Hold on, we'll give it to Ace first and Gibbs after. Go ahead.
Percent of GDP, the United States spends on aid 0.24%, which once again, the goal we should be spending is 0.7%. During the Marshall Plan, it was 3%. The idea that there's going to be some kind of emergency in the United States and that the United States would not survive without that 0.24% of GDP, that's crazy. That's insane. And once again, when we look at Bosnia, we spent $2 billion. That's nothing when you look at the United States and what we spend money on. So ultimately, we can continue to fund Bosnia, we continue to give aid to Bosnia, and as we do, they're going to continue to buy more American goods. As I said, $1 to $8. and they're going to continue to support the United States. They're going to continue to vote with the United States, and they're going to continue to be allies with us. In Africa, a place where China's beating us out right now, they're voting with China. They're voting with China in the United Nations. They're putting Chinese officials in key positions of the United Nations, and we're losing U.S. soft power because of it. So I don't think that there's going to be some emergency where we can't fund the 0.24%.
I'll bring up
or
an
even the
example then.
0.7.
Well,
we have an economic downturn
wait, I
due
think
to
Dibs-
deflation, and we're trying to bring in that money that we're sending externally to increase that deflation and reverse it. Like,
0.24
we would
would do
want
nothing.
to probably cut some of that aid.
well,
Sure, but 0.24 would do nothing. And there's other areas we can
very
cut
small
foreign aid.
amount of money that we spend on foreign aid. Like I need
Yeah.
you,
But you're
I
wanting
need
well,
you to like
that's-
understand.
more that
Yeah, I
that
wanna
depends
increase it-
on what
I
we
wanna
define
increase
as
the
foreign
0.7.
aid.
Okay, Gibbs.
Sorry,
Gibbs,
sorry,
So,
Gibbs.
so yeah, that depends on what we're defining as foreign aid right here, because and this is the reason why I brought up Rwanda in the beginning. Like, I think that Tosh is absolutely correct. You know, you could bring up South Korea, you could bring up Japan, you know, and you could talk about the Marshall Plan. Well, that's very good. You know, that's great. That hasn't been relevant since the Marshall Plan was fucking around, right? We're looking about now. Let's talk about recent shit. How is the Afghan military? How much did we spend on that? Wasn't it almost like $800 billion or some shit like that? No, yeah, I have it here. Yeah,
You're really loving us.
83 billion with a 2 trillion overall for the whole war, right? Now, do you think that now that the Taliban has one of the controls of one of the strongest militaries in the region, they look like they're about to start a war on 3 fronts with 3 of their neighbors over fucking water. Do you think that they like us in Afghanistan? Or they
This
are
is-
friends?
I
Hold
would like
on,
to make a point here. I would like to make a point here that we do make these situations happen on purpose so that we can sell weapons to them.
Well, sure, I agree with that, and I'm actually not opposed to that. But that's a whole different subject. However, however, when we're sitting here talking about foreign aid, it's different when we're sitting here going playing world's arms dealer. And hey, let's go over here and fund a military and it fall apart. Whenever I can point to an example like Rwanda, which is picked up for France and the U.S. pulling out, and they're still backing Western influence, and they're still backing Western powers, and they're getting the job done. I don't give a fuck about the United Nations and their watchdogs and their committees. Wow, you know where things go to die? In a committee. I don't give 2 fucks about the UN. Like, every time the UN says there's a war crime, guess what? Israel bombs another fucking apartment complex. Russia bombs another building in fucking Ukraine. No one gives a fuck about the UN. It's a laughingstock. The world knows it. I know it. You know it. And for you to sit here and honestly bring them up on a panel is laughable. Thirdly, when I'm sitting here going seeing results, I can see the results. It matters. It'd be like, look, the McDonald's index was a thing. No country was fighting each other at 2 McDonald's until, like, I don't know, 5 years ago or some bullshit, right? You know, we can see this with the microloans being wildly successful in Africa. We don't need to be spending this money or whatever. I am down for the infrastructure. I said that in my opening. It's not exclusively your point. I said I'm down to see changes being spent on things that are good, like China, the Belt and Road Initiative, with infrastructure, but on a case-by-case basis. I'd rather it get spent on that. But the Impoundment Act, I had to go freaking look it up, in 1974, that was the thing I was talking about earlier, stops us from doing that shit, and the Dems are dying on that hill. Well, I think what Trump should do is go, okay, we're just going to give all the money to right-leaning NGOs now, and then y'all are going to sit here and suddenly y'all are going to want to reallocate the money. So if you really want change, you need to vote out Dems.
Can you
Ace.
name a right-leaning NGO?
No, but we can make them. Don't worry.
Uh,
The Gibbs Carrying Foundation. I'll open it tomorrow.
Can I say, Gibbs, you're not debating the Dems, you're debating me. And not
Sure.
once have I said that I
So
support
you're gonna vote
all the
Republican
things
tomorrow?
that Democratic.
Well,
Huh?
I think
You're gonna
we're
vote Republican in the
probably in
next election?
agreement that we
No,
just
hold
need
on,
to
hold on,
rework.
I'm not being a secret Trump supporter.
Hey, hell yeah. Come on. Come to the winning side.
But anyways, what I'm saying is we're not talking about the Dems or the right or anything like that. Once again,
I
you
am.
and me agree then that we should increase aid to 0.7% and spend it on a Belt and Road type initiative to increase infrastructure across Africa, South America, Central America, and the Middle East. Do you agree?
But we
I'm
all
not
agree
opposed
that we
to-
also need to cut the current aid that we're currently
We need to
dishing out
reassess,
because
Some of
it's
it.
really,
Some of it.
really
So we
horrible,
so
and we need to doge the whole fucking
Yeah,
thing.
we need to gut it and look
And
at it and then
wait,
reassess.
wait,
Then we can
wait,
spend
wait,
more
I
money.
didn't-
Yes.
I didn't
we
say
need,
that
we
at
need
all,
to
actually.
reassess
yeah,
and
first off-
and then dump the money. Yes.
I've said nothing like that
yeah, I don't think Charlie said
at
it.
all.
Well, we're getting
frankly.
Ace on board. We're dragging him
I'm gonna
on
say,
board.
honestly,
We'll come for you next.
that was a really weird statement where you said, yeah, we gotta reassess and then we gotta doge and bulldoze.
Yeah, we
the
got to
whole
gut
thing.
it and then,
Yeah,
then we can see
have
what's
to
going on.
doge the fuck out of all the aid that we're currently just throwing
Okay,
into the
but
wells
current
all
aid-
across the
current
world,
Aid that you
and
guys are
actually
deeming
send it out to have those
Yeah,
wells
Tash,
being built.
Tash, aid that you guys are currently deeming as useless For every dollar we spend on it, we get $8 back on increase.
Well, maybe
of
we
US
should
According
get
to
more.
who? I mean, what is
According-
inflation at anyway?
I don't have time to dive into this statistics. Maybe I will later, and maybe
Okay, well,
maybe I'll,
you could-
I'll
But
come around
we
to
make
agreeing
money
with you.
off of the aid that we give out, though. That is a
Yes,
fact that we make
because
money
it's
off of the aid that we
corruption
give
and
out.
bloat, and a lot of that is being spent on like think tanks in the U.S. of how to
Yes.
build the
Yes.
best well in Africa, and all that bullshit that probably doesn't need to happen.
Why not?
It's wasteful.
Why does it not need to
Because
happen?
it's fucking Africa. They can figure
Why-
out how to build a decent enough
But
well.
they
We don't have to
won't- but they-
like have a
Tasha,
panel of engineers
China's
would
just
be
gonna
wonderful.
millions of
China's just
dollars
gonna
to
do the
figure out
same
the
shit
best
for
fucking
them.
well
China's
Well,
not
doesn't
gonna,
need
China,
more.
China won't even have
And
a
then
think
they
tank.
will make that
No,
money off of Africa,
so no,
and
what
we will not.
No, what China will do is they won't have a think tank. They'll just use their slave labor to do it. And it's no surprise to me that the Dems are making the same argument as Big Cotton right now. Like, I mean, Dems love slavery, and what we're doing is saying, hey, we're gonna sit here, we're gonna give these countries
You're
money.
accusing me of being a Dem.
I'm not accusing. I'm saying the Dems in general, the metaphorical Dems. They're sitting here making the argument: if these countries are given money, it's somehow going to make them beholden to us. And then same argument they're going with the welfare state. If we just give these people money, they'll just somehow better their lives with no changes, and we can just give them money eternally, and they'll just keep voting for us. Because who doesn't want free shit? I mean, I bet every country wants some free shit from Daddy
Actually,
America.
programs like
Yes.
UBI do
Yeah.
typically end in people having better quality
Oh,
of life
no.
and being able to
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gives-
that's like
I
funding
mean,
money.
In like very
Gives your
rare
fucking bill.
Fund us more,
circumstances
we're
where it
doing a
works
good
in a
job.
special economic circumstance.
we're
like
all
Denmark or something.
we're about to fragment into 4 separate conversations, and I want to
Yeah.
drag us back into one single conversation where we talk about aid. We talk about bloat, fraud, waste. I hear those things a lot. I want to ask Charlie,
What's
can
up?
you think of any current spending program, foreign spending program that we do that you would consider bloat, fraud, waste, what have you?
No.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough. Ace, you got one?
I can. So earlier we were talking about militarizing the Middle East with I never got to really touch on this when we talked about Afghanistan. And that was one of my key points. The idea is that we could hold on to Afghanistan using the military. Failed. We saw that fail in Afghanistan. You said that, Gibbs. You're the one who said that happened, that we failed to hold it militarily by giving them weapons
I
and
didn't
stuff.
say we failed.
I'm saying we
militarily.
shouldn't
Let's
do
just
that.
Make that clear.
The future of warfare, right, isn't military. The future of warfare is economic, and we see that with China. We see that with China gaining soft power
Is that
across
played
the
out in
entire
the
world.
Well, hold on.
Russian-Ukrainian war?
Just to be clear, we did not fail militarily. The KD ratio was like 1 to 800 or some crazy bullshit. Like, I don't want to hear that we failed. We failed diplomatically in Afghanistan.
So your idea of success is killing people?
No, my idea of success is like successful. If we had stayed there 100 years, we could have probably changed the culture. But we didn't have the stomach for it. We gave in. That's what happened there.
Yeah, because it wasn't a fit. Okay, first off, really weird to just be like we could just keep killing people till the culture was better. But
That's
secondly,
insane.
I mean, that's
Also,
not the thing.
maniacal.
Hold
Okay.
on. That is not what I said. That's what you're putting on me.
You said the KD.
Yeah, the
The
KD
KD
ratio with the
ratio.
Taliban, the terrorists, and all the little groups like ISIS and Al Qaeda and all the other ones.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about random bomb that went into whatever village.
Yeah,
That's not what we're
so-
talking about. We're not talking about war crimes. If we had stayed there and had 2 or 3 generations, like we have one generation of women, for example, that grew up and got to go to college. Like if women stay home in that culture, right, and they sit here and teach Western values, maybe the next generation, they're probably going to be more liberal. Isn't this what y'all leftists want? Y'all want to liberalize the world.
why are you
I feel
accusing? You don't know my political views.
Listen, you're not the only one here. There's the chat. There's
That is
Oh,
the
yeah,
issue.
like Charlie's
You're,
whatever. Charlie
you're
is.
saying
you know,
you're not a
we
Democrat,
got-
but
we
you're
got these
arguing on the
things.
side
I might be, I don't know.
I
That-
mean, we're kind of are we not responsible largely? I'm
No.
thinking specifically of Iran, but did we not fund a lot of and play a big part in, creating those circumstances that allowed like Islamic extremists to hold power and thus women's rights
through
were
aid.
degraded?
Before I let you
Aid,
respond
through
to that,
aid, yeah.
before I let you respond to that, $5 from Crash Out or Cash Out. Thank you for the $5, sir. Says we're giving money to influence and control. Nothing is done out of the kindness of our heart. Thank you.
Yes.
$5.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the
But
point.
we're doing it in a poor manner in which we're just throwing a
Sure.
lot of the money down the well. In my
I never
opinion.
said I
think
completely
that it
support what
needs to
USA
be
is doing.
reassessed.
My
And then you agree with us. That's
No,
fantastic.
no,
This is
because my
3v1.
claim, my claim is we should increase aid, and if you
Yeah,
want to do that,
after cutting all
building
the fat.
highways. What?
I agree.
So
Yes,
increase
we
that
need
we
to
should
trim
cut
all
it.
the current fat that is, like you're saying, that is a waste,
Yeah.
and then redirect it towards actually good, better projects
So you want
that
to
you can actually
We
see
don't.
the
We don't need
returns
to
of.
increase it till we
Yeah.
know what we're cutting. There's no reason to be like, all right,
Yeah,
let's write
you
a
have
blank
to
check.
figure
Let's
out
like
what you're getting
gut
rid
some
of before
shit,
you
look,
pump it.
and then
That's
pump
my
into
main point, and
better
I think
shit.
you agree with us.
No. So what I'm saying
You don't.
No, I'm trying to. I got a lot of things here to hit at once. First off, the idea that China is solely spending this, I want to point out that China is solely spending this on building highways isn't true. China spends a small portion of it on art, spends it on that kind of stuff. And then secondly, the idea that currently you're saying it's not efficient. It's not efficient. You keep saying it doesn't work. I keep telling you that we are making money off of it. I've given you the numbers on how much money we're making off of it, and you say, well, it's not working. That's not
How
an
much is
argument,
that
that's a claim.
compared to China? Do you have that
Well, if China's spending less and doing more,
comparison?
doesn't that prove what we're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining. I'm imagining China's putting a lot less
China
in,
has
getting
a
a lot more
trillion
out.
dollar. I thought
The
Belt
$1 trillion Belt and
Initiative
Road
was
Initiative,
like $1 trillion,
yes.
like $1 trillion of aid. We don't do anything
Yeah.
close to that.
We
$5
don't
from
do anything like
Audacity, which
I
isn't
wonder what they're
also
getting
close
from
to $1
that.
trillion, but
They're
it's
getting a
$5
ton.
closer to $1 trillion. To say I've said it once on the show, I'll say it again. USAID played a direct role in the Taliban's economy and the never-ending drug war. Thank you for the $5.
It's also true.
So once
Completely
again,
accurate.
U.S. aid shouldn't go to the Taliban. I don't know. I don't know if you need me to.
Well, $10 million
Be more
of
clear on that.
$10 million of USAID money did go to the Taliban.
Well, it was also not even going
I
to the
posted the
Taliban.
source.
It
I
was
posted the
going
source
to
in
the
the thing.
poppy farmers that were actually
poppy
trying to
farmers.
sell heroin to like finance their farms and whatnot that were opposed to the Taliban.
Yeah, and you know what we have now? Fentanyl and all the drugs.
Yay!
Because of
Yeah.
the Chinese?
Yeah, and they're shipping in like large quantities of precursors into Mexico, where they're mixing it up
Oh.
and then shipping it across the border.
We are getting like I don't even know where we're
Are
going.
you saying that
at
we
this
should
point,
start
talking
giving
about-
like fentanyl to like Vietnam and having them ship it into China? I like Charlie's idea. That's actually a good based idea. We should do that.
What did I
I'm
say?
really-
What?
I'm
Am I
really
what?
lost.
What
Yeah,
did you think
I'm
that I
lost.
said?
What?
We're gonna
I'm
start
still-
funding
we're
fentanyl
just-
factories in Vietnam.
Yeah, it's a
and
great
ship it
idea,
back over to
Charlie.
China, just like they're doing.
Well, no
thought of
one
it
said I
ourselves.
did not say those words.
I
None
like
of
your
those
idea.
words came out of my mouth. I just said that
Yeah.
once we withdrew, there started being fentanyl, the drugs.
Well, there's there's questions.
Instead of the
this is a
poppies?
question
Is
to
that bad?
Charlie.
I
Hold
guess
on,
it's bad.
just real quick, please. This is a question to Charlie and to Ace's side, right?
Yeah.
There have been occasions, right? While overall we might get an economic benefit to aid, there have been instances, pretty famously, of us putting money into different groups that later turn around and use that development against us, the Taliban being perhaps the most famous and relevant one.
Yeah.
And also, right, like Osama bin Laden, well, we funded him. Look what he did with it,
Yeah.
right?
South Vietnam,
what-
Afghanistan,
I guess the
Egypt,
question-
Mexico, Iraq,
Hold on, just real quick.
Pakistan.
Stop. Please let me finish my fucking question. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. The question becomes, is it worth the cost? Is it worth
Yeah.
the cost for the risks that we are facing? Like, how are you going to tell the dead soldiers, right, that were killed by US weapons that, oh, hey, we got a little bit more money at home, so,
Well, I mean, I guess if I was an arms dealer, if I was involved in the military-industrial complex, I'd be like, worth it. I loved this. There was a Democrat. There were Democrats and Republicans that made a pretty penny off of these. Oh, did I disconnect? Hello?
No, you're still here.
You're here.
Hello,
Hello? No,
Hello?
you're here. Hello?
Charlie.
Charlie?
Oh no, you got to kick her. She thinks she's
Hello?
not here.
Oh my God! It was the
Oh.
fentanyl. It was the
We gotta-
fentanyl.
no.
Charlie.
We gotta go back to the poppies, bro. The poppies. We're
Yeah.
Okay,
Puppies.
okay, now we're back.
Again, like, okay. Sorry, I'm so scattered today.
No, it's okay. If you need to
listen.
take a minute, we can give it to Ace.
No. Listen.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that God, it's hard to argue this because I'm so worried about people in my chat thinking that these are things that I actively believe. I don't.
Audience
But again,
capture.
if I worked for the military-industrial complex, or if I was a wealthy politician with ties to, arms dealers and etc., I'd be like, well, this doesn't matter. Who cares? I mean, we've been sending people to die for no reason since, God, Vietnam. So what is it? What does it matter? The rich people make money. And ultimately, at the end of the day, any politician that's voting to reduce or increase USAID is not doing so because they want to do good things across the world. They want to make, lobbyists big money. Those are my thoughts.
So
Okay.
when we talk,
So ultimately, we benefit. We, the richest of us, benefit when our allies turn against us, at the expense of our own and innocents dying en masse. But you know what? Rich people get richer. So
when you talk,
Line go up.
you were talking about the Taliban, how this money goes towards the Taliban, and then all of a sudden it goes crazy. That's the exception, not the rule. All right, we can talk. It is the exception. It's not the rule. Gibbs, you look like wide-eyed. 11 of America's top 15 biggest trading partners are former recipients of U.S. foreign assistance. We talked about, I've given the statistics time and time again, how according to the US TDA, if we co-finance project studies overseas, we generate $85 for every dollar, and then for every dollar we spend on just general foreign aid, US export increases by $8 as aid recipient countries develop and they become more accustomed to American goods. Ultimately, what we're seeing is it is working. You talk about being wasteful. You keep saying that, pointing out specific little cases. I'm saying as a whole, USAID has generated us a ton of money, and we see that with these numbers. We see the return on our investment there.
Wait, hold on.
And you can once again point
Hold
to Colombian gay operas or whatever.
Let me ask you a question.
As a whole.
Let me ask you a clarifying question. All right. Because
Yeah.
you said two interesting things there. You said USAID, but earlier you were talking about the Marshall Plan, right? Now,
Yeah.
are you saying, when you listen to the statistic of all these countries that have received foreign aid from America, are you
Yeah.
only talking about the countries that have received USAID? Or are you talking about countries that received money under the Marshall Plan back in the day? Because there is a substantial difference. Because if I start going through Arab Spring, the Iraq war government afterwards, the Iraqi military, Afghanistan, I think we see quite a bit of difference between, hey, these countries are doing super good and are great trading partners, and I don't know, South Korea, South Korea, all the Western Bloc countries, Japan. I think there's a drastic difference between the results of the Marshall Plan and I don't know what USAID's doing.
So what are you kind of asking? Like, I'm trying to.
Yeah, so you're saying, we're getting 8 of our dollars back or 18 of our dollars back with X amount out spent through whatever. Well, you brought up the Marshall Plan, so I'm asking, when you're bringing up a lot of these stats, are you talking about all the countries that have ever received foreign aid? Are we, going back to like all the Marshall Plan countries, or are we just talking about countries that are receiving foreign aid now? There's a drastic difference.
U.S. aid going towards the Middle East is probably less likely to return on investment because we're bombing the fuck out of the Middle East than we have forever. So once again, what I'm saying is,
are we not bombing the fuck out of Africa?
When are we bombing?
Who are we bombing in Africa?
I mean, we were working with.
When did we start bombing Africa?
We were working with the Nigerians against Boko Haram. We've worked with Chad against Boko Haram. I know Djibouti. They've flown missions in Somalia. I think Somalia is still in Africa, right? I don't know. Unless you're saying these things aren't.
Nothing
with France.
Close to the Middle East.
We've done.
Yeah, that's not even.
I mean, it's still bombing across Africa, is it not?
Sure, in like the simplest sense, but it's nothing It's nothing close to the Middle East. When I say bombing in the Middle East, I'm talking about literally bombing the Middle East. Like,
I mean, they're literally bombing these places. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a giant war in Somalia all the time. Like, I mean, it's one of the most fought over countries in the world.
So, anyways, the difference here.
You can anyways it, but this is happening, and you're just like trying to hand wave it.
Yeah, because it kind of means nothing.
It doesn't mean nothing. It means a lot because it disproves your point. Those countries don't like this
better benefit. China is getting better returns from the Middle East and from Africa because they're not using military strength to try to hold those regions like the United States did, like they did in Afghanistan. And you said earlier, you were the one who made the claim. Other countries. What?
How's China's doing in Nepal?
Nepal's not in the Middle East.
Oh yeah,
Anyways,
but they conquered it with the military, right? I mean, well, hold on. You're saying neither. Okay, if it's not in the Middle East, then we can't talk about any of the good China's done.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
so
is
we can only
talking
talk
about the
about.
Belt and
So we
You're
can only.
missing-
Hold on, we can
Gibbs,
we can
Admiral
only.
Gibbs,
hold
we
on,
are
can-
talking
no, no, no.
specifically about the Middle East
Yes.
right this
No,
moment.
Yeah.
no. Hold on,
Which
Charlie.
is which is frankly
This is the
far
problem.
more relevant in many ways than Nepal.
No,
so
no, it's
so
not.
we are
No,
talking
okay,
about
you're
the
missing-
Middle
you're
East.
missing-
Okay,
you're
you're
missing
all
the
talking
point.
at once. You're all
American
gonna
No,
stop
you're
entire-
missing the
talking
point.
now.
You're
Hold
missing
on.
the
You're
point.
all gonna stop. You're all gonna stop talking about. I'll let you go, Gibbs, in a second. $10 from Crash Out or Cash Out to say just here to discuss Charlie's breath kink. But USAID sends money to NGOs that have little to no supervision of how it's used, ultimately lining pockets with no positive correlation of output. You lie. Is what
Who
he
the
said.
fuck said my breath
Your
kink?
breath kink. I don't
Sus.
know.
Breath? BREATH?
Yes, breath kink.
I guess you
I'll take
like
the bait.
Mr.
Who said that?
Yeah,
They're
don't
just
worry
trying
about
to
it.
trigger you.
Crash Out or Cash Out. can
Yeah,
pay
no,
me
listen,
$10.
Listerine, buy
Yeah.
stock. I
Let's
don't
give it
fucking
to
know.
Gibbs.
Yeah,
My
Yeah,
kink
you
for
can get
breathing.
$10.
Yeah, we got some mints, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, listen. When you're sitting here trying to hand wave Africa, I'm bringing up Africa because you sat here the whole time till you're blue in the face and gone, oh, China's doing so good in Africa. And I go, well, okay. Well, they're also not bombing the fuck out of Africa. We are.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. We are doing this in conjunction with France, all this shit. And then you go, oh, the Middle East, we're bombing the fuck out of them. And I go, yeah, we are bombing in both places, right? And you're going, we should keep sending money to Africa where we're bombing them also. It's just not as in the news as much. And you're going, oh, I'm going, oh, they're going to still hate us there. And you're going, no, totally different. China, get away with it.
Yeah.
And I bring up Nepal because you said, oh, military strength doesn't matter. Well, it does matter because Nepal doesn't even exist as a fucking country anymore because guess what? China fucking owns it. We moved in with the military. They conquered it. Guess what? Does it matter what kind of soft power they're using in Nepal? How about the Dalai Lama? Are they sending him a basket of fruit every year on Christmas and going, hey,
can I
buddy,
respond?
how you doing? No, this is ridiculous that you're sitting here going, oh, it's not equivalent because we did the same thing with
Yeah.
Afghanistan, except we gave it up.
And just
Can I
real
respond?
quick, I just want to say, like, look, there's nothing wrong with a breath kink. I have a breath kink. Unlike
I
Lactard,
don't
will
have a
only-
breath kink.
I
I
will
don't know
only
what
date
that
girls
is.
who breathe.
Yeah,
I
breathe.
will only date girls who
Oh,
breathe.
breath.
I will
Oh,
not
God.
date girls who do not breathe. That's my.
Yeah.
It's a kink, gang.
I love
would-
alive
would you-
women.
What about the Bride
Yes,
of Frankenstein?
they are
Rick?
my
you would,
favorite.
You wouldn't date
Okay.
the Bride of
Yeah.
Frankenstein?
No.
Oh,
Okay.
But
No.
anyway,
So-
Cold. She'd be cold.
yeah, cold.
I do want to give a chance for
No lightning, no spark, I
Charlie
see.
and for Ace to respond to that. So go ahead.
Yeah. So once again, I'm not saying military might doesn't matter at all. What I'm saying is that military might has been remarkably ineffective for the United States to actually hold soft power in many of these regions, such as Afghanistan. So let's stop bombing the Middle East, and instead let's invest in things like the India Middle East European corridor, which was supposed to be an economic corridor in the region that was supposed to cost only between like $8 billion and $20 billion. Ultimately, what we should do is invest in those things and not bomb them, because that's what China's doing, as you said, as we agreed, and we see it leading to economic return for them. We see it leading to not only soft power gains, we see it leading towards better resources for them, we see it towards votes in the UN, which once again, you said, who cares about the UN? Majority of the world cares about the UN, so it's kind of you versus them, Admiral Gibbs. And ultimately, China's getting more of a return because they're not bombing the fuck out of the Middle East. They're not bombing the shit out of Africa, as you say. Let's say I agree with you, and they are bombing the shit out of Africa. Let's stop doing that. Instead, take that money, build highways, build power plants, so we can gain soft power in the region. So I don't agree with China's invasion of Nepal and taking over. I don't agree with any of that. I never said military power was useless. I said it's ineffective compared to economic methods that China is deploying, because the future of warfare is not military. The future of warfare is economic in nature.
Also, out of Gibbs, I thought you were into the bombing. You said you wanted, America to switch to hard power. I guess would be you wanted military might. You wanted us to, threaten people. Instead of wielding our soft power. That's what you want, right? Is for the U.S. to terrorize the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically, basically they should do that. I think the difference is though, China has done that as effectively as well. While we've sat here and not been willing to stomach things, like if we had sat there, like I said, and stayed in Afghanistan for 100 years, I think that most people there in 100 years would be better off than they're going to be under the Taliban. Like I think that American culture is the best culture, and I feel like we can see examples of economic. You made a good point. The economics is the way to win, but it's through things like the microloan programs, through building, having companies built like the Starbucks and the McDonald's. It's not going to be through the way we've been doing it. It's been a waste, I think, overall. I think we can point to tons of those. We can go look at all these NGOs where the money's disappeared in dark matter. You've said it's not. I don't agree with that. I can find my own stats and point to those saying, hey, et cetera, et cetera. Y'all laughed when I brought it up earlier, but with the 10 million going, but that's literally took me all like 2 seconds to find that, right? That's why I said we can sit here and argue about what is waste. But when you're sitting here going, oh, we should just increase spending, it's ludicrous to me because it feels like we've been just growing and growing and growing the spending. And now just the idea of, hey, maybe we should take a look-see at these things, gut that shit that's not working, and then maybe reassess it before we just write more checks is just offensive to you.
It is working, though, because we do not do this so that people succeed. We do not give people foreign aid because we want them to succeed. We provide foreign aid so that they do what we want them to do.
Yeah, well, if we instead, what we should do is provide foreign aid for people to succeed that are our buddies, and then when they succeed at other people's expense, hey, jackpot, just like every other regional power like Russia and China are doing. It's time for us to play the world game instead of playing La Fantasyland, where we think we're sitting on some moral high horse. And
We are playing the world game, and we are losing it. We are losing it by giving.
Yeah. I think
we are very much playing the world game. We have been. And we've been winning, and now we're losing. We're going to lose to China. Russia's
I think what Admiral
irrelevant.
Gibbs is saying is that we've been using a bit too much carrot in throwing out the aid everywhere amongst the world, and a lot of those countries have just become fat and dependent on that carrot, and we haven't been using near enough fucking stick.
We want
And we
them
need to use
dependent.
quite a
We
bit
want them to be
more
dependent on us.
stick and reduce the amount of carrot that we're just carelessly throwing out there. I
So
think
you
that is
just
a good
admitted that they
summation of his
are
point.
dependent on the United States.
And
To
we
a large
want them to
degree, and I
succeed.
think in
Yes.
some cases that is, like you're saying, good because you're bribing some tribal warlord to maybe not brutalize his people that he would do otherwise if you weren't giving him that money. But at the same time, sometimes when you're giving those people that money, they're then able to just finance other things like October, the whole attack on Israel with the hang gliders and whatnot, which apparently was in large part funded from Iran, and it could have been funded because Iran was getting so much money from the U.S. that they then don't have to spend internally and can then divert that externally to terror plots to murder Jews.
Cash, you made like 6 points. I want you to connect them all. Like, I want you to prove to me that Iran getting money from U.S. aid resulted in Iran pushing Hamas towards doing October.
So
Well,
we don't
even
actually
if they
provide.
did
We
that,
do not. We
it
actually. We do
gave
not
and freed up
provide
more
aid
of
to
their
Iran.
aid.
We released all the
so-
We
funds.
do not
Through the-
provide foreign aid to Iran, and
through
I think
the
there's even
nuclear
like
deal?
sanctions.
We don't
Well,
give
we-
them money.
We
for the
did
nuclear
release the
deals
money
and
too.
whatnot?
Yeah, we did release money for the nuclear deal, though.
Well, yeah, Biden did that. What are you talking about?
Sure, but that's not foreign aid.
Yeah,
Well,
that's not
Okay, well,
foreign
it's the
aid.
same fucking thing. We're
It's
releasing
for- hold
money
on, it
to a
is foreign-
hostile
yeah.
country
Giving, okay,
It is
every
somehow.
case of
them
giving money
to
isn't
spend more
foreign
money
aid.
on terror because they no longer have to spend it on food and water for their people.
I mean,
Okay.
I get that
Well,
you
I
don't
guess
every
we're
want
time
it to
also
be
doing
money
that
aid.
for
Change
Israel
isn't
too. I
foreign
don't
aid.
know what the point is here. Like,
Yeah, I'm against that too. We should probably reassess all the aid, especially that's going into Israel and Gaza, because it's
and then
kinda
they get
just
it from,
them
and then
shooting
they get it
rockets
from
at each other,
China,
and
and then they
them
get it from
shooting
China.
other
That's
rockets
the point.
that are blowing up the rockets that are
Cool,
all
let
our
China
tax
waste the
money
money.
blowing up in the sky like a bunch of fireworks.
China's not wasting. Wait, Gibbs, you're not getting the point. You said let China waste the money.
Yeah.
They're not wasting
Well,
the money. They're getting a
hold
fuck
on,
ton of
hold on,
soft power
hold on,
from this.
hold on,
They're getting ports around
Sure,
the world.
sure,
They're
sure.
getting
They're
better
using a
trade.
lot more stick than carrot.
Yeah, they also use a lot more
No, they're
stick than
not.
carrot.
They're
They
not.
do all the time.
They're like
They
Hold on.
absolutely
almost
fucking
solely
are.
on
If you
Are
don't
you
pay
kidding?
it,
military power
Hold
in the
on.
Middle
take
East
it.
and the West.
Okay.
A lot
Wow,
of it is
you're
in
all
the
yelling at
form of
each other
loans
again. So
versus just pure aid
before
like
we
we
go
do.
on, $5 from Crash Out or Cash Out. Thank you for the $5. Says defense budget is not U.S. aid, conflating the two. We are losing because the aid is covering overhead and not actually the random issues that are questionable. Thank you for the $5.
What
Let me ask you, like
what?
the people who are saying that China is wasting this money. Can you give me an example of where China is wasting the money?
Oh, hold on, wait. I don't think anybody here is saying that. Like what we're saying is,
You
You
said
said let China waste the
wastes the money.
You did say that. You said let China waste the money.
Yeah, I did say let China waste the money. I would like to expound upon that. Perfect. Thank you. This is real simple. Yeah, China's being more effective with their spending. They're absolutely, by the way, this is unequivocal fact right here. What I'm about to say is they use way more stick than we do. Like right now, they're fucking have fights with all of the fucking people in the South China Sea. They're building bases. They're encroaching on territory. They're threatening Taiwan. They're threatening the Philippines. They threaten Vietnam all the time. They fought a war recently with Vietnam. They fought like battles with India, like skirmishes. They conquered Nepal, the Ungar Muslims. Like I could just go on and on and on and on. I don't know how we're going to debate that. Are they using the stick as much in China and Africa? No, maybe not. But they are much more willing to use the stick compared to us. The second thing is, if they wanted to go get involved with the quagmire that is Israel, fucking Palestine, that would be a difference, right? I think if they want to go get involved, that would be great for us. You know why? Because they could go throw endless amounts of money trying to solve this war, unless they decide we're going to send Chinese boots on the ground and everybody has to stop and listen to China. Like that would be something they might do that we're not willing to do. They're people, if they protest, they're just going to kill them.
I'm going to
Let me ask Gibbs, because he keeps saying Nepal. And I checked when they conquered Nepal. When did they conquer Nepal?
Or it's Tibet. That's what I meant.
Okay, because I was like,
it's Tibet. Sorry, they're like right next to each other. It's the
Rewrite all
right.
the Nepals and put in
carrot versus stick. Carrot versus stick. I linked a map of American versus Chinese military bases. And as you can see, there are American military bases all over the world. We in fact use more stick than China. However, overall, we use more carrot than we do stick on our own, but we do use a lot more stick than China. China uses far more carrot, very little stick on a global scale.
Availability to use stick at the moment, but they're trying to build that up.
$5 from Testicle Johnson to say the baby-faced warrior has been killing it, and then $2 from Deej Nuts to say China no fight with stick.
Probably you have been killing it.
I do have a baby face too. It sucks now. It'll be really good when I'm 40. But what was I going to say? When we talk about the South China Sea and the 9-dash line through the South China Sea, I'd like to point out that one of the biggest groups that's been supporting China in the South China Sea is Africa. 39 African governments support the Chinese expansion into the South China Sea and the 9-dash line. China gets that support. China stops being persecuted. They get those types of votes in the UN because of the fact that they are supporting Africa without using the stick. They're supporting Africa with semi-concessional loan rates. They're giving Africa more leniency.
They're giving predatory Africa loans.
Yeah, predatory.
Okay, actually, no.
Yes!
Wait,
they're literally giving them loans that they know they won't be able to pay back on.
We do that too. We did that all over South America. We did that to every South American country. We love to do
that. Hold on. Do those countries like us now?
Hold on. Ace really wants to respond to this. Ace has a response to this.
You can't give me an example of that, because the examples that I have in Ethiopia, they extended a $4 billion repayment plan from 10 to 30 years just to ease the debt in the country. Not only that, but China. When we talk about China, we can look at former Senegalese president Bully Wade, who said China's approach to African needs is simpler, better adapted than the slow and sometimes patronizing post-colonial approach of European investors and donors. Oftentimes, it's Western loans that are actually the ones that are bankrupting these countries because China is giving them at a semi-concessional rate. They're giving them better rates than the U.S. is. They don't want them to bankrupt. They want them to build these highways, so they buy Chinese goods. So they buy Chinese values. That's the entire point of the Belt and Road. The Belt and Road isn't some get-rich-quick scheme.
Let me ask you a question. How much naval power do you think that the African nations are fucking providing to China in the South China Sea?
They don't have to support. They don't.
Hold on. Dude, hold on. Does the African?
I never made that claim.
Hold on. Do the African? You did make this claim. You said they
support them in the United Nations.
You said what countries are supporting, and you listed 36, 39. How many? Okay, all right. How are those countries supporting them navally in the region?
Yeah.
They're not
getting alone.
They're doing it alone, right? Yeah, are they going to send? Are they sending Reverend Sharpton out there with a rowboat to go yell at the Philippines? Who are they fighting here? Like, what are the African nations doing? Like,
Charlie, you got muted for a second. Anyways, so once again, what I'm saying is that when the United Nations tries to implement policy to prevent China from doing these things, which once again, if you want to go on a tirade about how the UN isn't effective, you can do that. But once again, when the UN tries to put when the UN tries to put forward policy that tries to stop China, the Africa is voting with China to prevent those policies, which gives China that much more ability to do so without global scrutiny because they're not violating any UN treaties, because those UN treaties aren't being passed because Africa's voting with China.
Wait,
Like 70% of the
China's
time.
China's on the Security Council. Like, I mean,
Okay, I'm not talking about Security Council. I'm talking
well,
about
I mean, that's the only
so,
the one that matters in the UN anyway. They're the ones who make the big
that sounds
decisions.
like a
I mean, it's
sure.
a fact. It's
I'm
a
not.
fact. Like you're arguing,
It's a
30.
fact.
You're saying like 30-something countries support China in the South China Sea. Cool. If all they can
Yeah.
provide is like one destroyer, I mean,
Okay, so Gibbs, that's not the Gibbs. I need you to understand that
good.
if China, okay, listen to me. If China is providing tons of foreign aid everywhere and making a shit ton of money off of it and also gaining support worldwide, this means that they will be able to build up their military more because they will have the money and the resources that we are going to potentially be cut off from. This means this is a long game, but it will benefit them, and we will lose. We will lose power. We will lose money. We will lose influence. China will again gain more access to resources at a cheaper rate, more soft power. Again, they will build their military more. Like this benefits them.
Okay, before you respond, $5 from Crash Out or Cash Out. China is not wasting money. They are actually investing to the countries with their businesses that they ultimately control and not NGOs.
That's
$5
crazy.
from let me finish. $5 from Mori Memento to say I'm not much of a carrot person. I think we should use steak. Steak is
There
yummy.
you go. Steak is good.
Delicious.
Yeah.
And then $5 from
Increase to that
Audacity.
0.7.
Beef.
$5 to Audacity to say, Jamie, pull up that picture of the African cobalt mines. Thank you for the $5. Okay, now you can respond.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the guy just said it best. Is they're not spending it wasteful on NGOs. Like the idea, we've sat here and circled the drain kind of on this idea. Hey, we should just blank check increase spending. You know, and Tosh and I both argued, hey, let's take a look at these things, and then Ace over here is bringing up, oh, well, these 36 countries support China in
39.
the 39 countries in the South China Sea. They don't provide any whatever. Also, I would like to point out that the Belt and Road Initiative is successful by our metrics right now, right? However, there's a lot of concerns that it's a ticking time bomb for China. If these countries are not able to prepay loans, it's going to be a debt trap. And this is part of the reason why I said, hey, if they want to go get involved in the Middle East, maybe we should fucking let them. It's been just a black hole money pit for us. You even admitted that, Ace. If they go in there and get involved, I have the theory that they're probably going to use more stick, and I don't think that that's going to respond very well over there, and I think they're going to end up wasting money, and I think this could be a great way, hey, for us to inject and maybe let them walk into this quagmire that's been existing since the Ottoman Empire fell. I don't see why
To go
that's
into
even crazy.
Afghanistan.
All right. So you said you have a theory that they would use more stick. That's not proved by any metrics. We see China not doing that, as we've talked about. Charlie sent the map showing that China is not doing that. So ultimately, you can have a theory. I can have a theory that they don't. It doesn't mean anything. And then when you talk about people seeing this as like a debt trap, once again, the United States is the one giving the higher rate loans. The United States is the one doing that. China is giving the semi-concessional rate loans, and they're increasing debt repayments from like 10 to 30 years. Because ultimately they don't want it to be a debt trap, because it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. The idea of the Belt and Road is to make the world China-centric once again, just like it was during the Silk Road. That's literally where the name comes from. They want the world to be focused around China, because the US did so after World War II, and guess how they did it? With the Marshall Plan. That's how they did it.
I just want to point out the number of military bases you have shows the capability to use stick, not necessarily the amount of stick you're using.
That's a good point.
Because China's going to invest $1 trillion in the Belt and Road into the Middle East, and then they're going to go over there with a destroyer and
a lot
bomb
of
the
those
things
jobs
they
that
invested
are
in.
building those infrastructures in the contracts are mandated to be Chinese jobs, so they're literally shipping over Chinese workers to do a lot of that jobs, and then it's helping their economy.
Yes, to enrich
Internally.
China.
Yeah. So it's
Which is what we
literally
should be
helping
doing.
them out.
Wait, you don't think that if China
So
invested in
we should be doing something more similar to that than I feel like a lot of the stuff that we are doing.
Yeah, we probably should be,
Well,
but
hold
we're
on.
not. You guys want to cut all the aid.
Well,
You
hold
guys
on,
wanna
hold
cut
on.
the aid?
Hey,
Hold
you
on,
want
hold
to
on,
increase
hold on.
the aid
no
rather
one
than
has ever
increase
said
it.
that. That
No,
is
it's-
completely.
You said we
That's
should
the
cut
original
it
claim.
and then restructure it.
We-
How long
we
is that
need
going to
to-
take, you
Well,
think, if
I
we
don't-
gut
I
it
don't-
Well,
completely?
it definitely will take a
And
minute,
people will
and a lot
die.
of the people that
You need
are
to understand
dependent
that
on
people
it
will die if we
But
cut
guess
aid.
what?
They
If
will
we
die.
just
And do
keep
you think
giving
they
out
would
the
forget
carrots to
that?
everyone, at a certain point, we're going to need the carrots internally, and we're not going to be able to be sending them externally, and then a lot of those people are going to be cut off anyway.
Cash,
I
you
feel
think
like
that
it's
it is-
better
We
to do
have
it in
the
a way
money.
where we're
We have
assessing
so much
it
money.
to do it the
We
best way that
don't-
we can, and actually figure out the way we're spending it versus just splurging every day nonstop
how much-
and getting us
I-
into the
I-
debt that we're in to a degree,
I
because
How much
it's
money do you
not
think we
helping
give
our
foreign
debt.
aid? How much money do you
It
think
doesn't
we give
matter
foreign
because
aid?
every year it increases.
No, but you're saying there's going to be an emergency
Right?
where we need that back to like pay off something.
No, we
How
don't
much money do
necessarily
you think
need
we're
all
giving?
of it back because we've already spent like 13
I'm showing
years
you.
ago,
I am
like
showing you.
$50 trillion on foreign aid.
I'm putting in the Discord a link to
Or
our
2.3
spending
trillion
budget and
dollars
also our
13 years
GDP
ago over
versus
the last
our
couple years.
GDP versus our total spending.
Yeah.
So I need you to understand that we make a shit ton of money.
No, I understand that, and as our
Well-
GDP
And very,
increases,
very,
you're wanting to
very
increase the
little
amount of aid
goes-
that we're sending out.
Yeah, because we're
Yes.
making more money.
Okay, just
making
real
a
quick
fuck ton of
while you do that.
And I'm saying we
500
need to reassess all the aid that we're sending out,
And in the
especially if
time
we're
it
going to
takes us to
increase it.
reassess, China comes in and takes that
Well,
back, and then
that's
we don't
fine
get any of
because
the
then we're
benefits.
not wasting money.
It's not fine because then China
spending
dominates
it
the global.
into throwing it in the
500
well.
bits 500 bits from Darkstar LLC to say Gibbs getting cooked by this random college kid is great content. Keep it up. Thank you for the bits. $5 from Feder Methodist to say, can you tell the difference between the carrot and the stick in the dark? Well, sir, one is more mushy than the others.
That's yeah.
the stick.
Gibbs had his hand up.
Oh yeah. Oh, so I mean, I really I think this is funny because I get Charlie actually makes the maybe most important point about what's going to happen in the meantime about cutting it. But I find it interesting that Ace has not addressed my Rwanda argument about effectiveness of spending. We're getting tangible benefits from Rwanda taking over these contracts. We're getting tangible benefits to rare earth minerals. When we're sitting here going, hey, what does U.S. spending effectively look like? And I point to Rwanda, who's able to take on a country 10 to 100, a way larger country. The DRC is a much bigger country than they are, and they're able to take them on effectively, conquer parts of it, and gain access to rare earth minerals, protect the minorities there, and then, hey, we're going to sit here and we're going to sell this to Western societies. I go, that's effective U.S. spending when it's been spent over there. We should do more. Hold on. We should do more of that. However, when I go and turn around, I see these other things like these NGOs that are wasteful. China's not sending money to NGOs. They're doing shit directly. They're building it with their people. They're building the infrastructure. They get the direct returns. That's not what we're doing. We don't have the U.S. Official, power plant in Nigeria. We don't build the Thomas Jefferson Society for Ants in South Africa. It doesn't matter. We're not doing that. But that's
a lot of our business
NGOs
interests are.
Just one last thing.
You make so many points.
I know because I'm going to wait and let you go for a second. One last thing here is the military thing. I think is important. If say they decided we're going to protect oil in Iraq. Right, for example, and we're going to build Chinese-backed. China's going to build Chinese-backed oil refineries there. They're absolutely, in my mind, their next step is going to be, hey, let's negotiate a military base here. And then, hey, when the base is attacked by whatever terrorist group decides they're going to try to take over Iraq that week, they're going to go, okay, we're going to defend this because we don't want our oil reserves threatened. And all of a sudden, now China's in the same war that the U.S. has been in for the last fucking umpteen million years. I think that this is something that if they want to go and spend it, the death of big empires is to overextend and just keeps wasting money on bullshit. And I think this is exactly how that happens.
I would say that I don't know, and if anyone knows the answer, how much money does China or Chinese businesses make off of selling arms? Because a lot of the wars that we engage in, does have I know that oil and, poppy plays a huge part in that as well. But again, a lot of the wars that we engage in and our proxy wars, it's, the purpose is to sell weapons.
I don't know
is
how
China
much
is
money
China
they're making from it, but they're selling a lot of weapons to Pakistan right now. That I don't know if you saw that, where they have been for decades, and they just got into a little skirmish with India, as well as they're sending artillery shells to North Korea, repackaging them as North Korean artillery shells, and then sending them up to Russia. So that there's a decent amount that they are making off
Okay.
of that kind of stuff too.
So I want to say a couple things. First off, Gibbs made the claim that China doesn't send money to NGOs. That's just blatantly untrue. In fact, they spent money on NGOs to help the April 2015 Nepal earthquake. So they're actually sending money through NGOs to Nepal. We were talking
I
about
think
Nepal a lot.
disasters
Hold on,
are
hold on.
a
It's
good
relatively
exception.
limited. Come on, man. You
Wait,
know,
wait,
you know
Disasters are a
it's
good
you
exception.
know
I'm
it's a
Wait,
for
very
let me-
disaster
minuscule
spending too.
amount.
If
sure.
there's a massive disaster somewhere,
Oh,
I'm okay with
and then-
increasing aid slightly to help
Okay.
with that disaster. But
Okay.
once that disaster
Great.
subsides, which you're funding to do, then like China, they're probably not just leaving those NGOs
But
out there and continuing to
they
fund that
spent
shit.
less than 36 million in on one of their highest years. It looks like it was 2019, and that's they spent less than 36 million
So,
American.
can
That's
I-
like less than like some restaurants have
Yeah.
for the overall budget for the national
Okay.
chain. Come on.
Can I hit the next point? So, but you made the claim that they don't give any money to NGOs. I was clarifying that they do. Do they do it to the same degree that the United States does? No, that's not that wasn't my claim. And then next, when we talk about you said this thing. I have a theory that if China builds oil wells in the Middle East, they're going to put Chinese troops there. I sent a map just now showing the Belt and Road Initiative agreements, and then we can look at Charlie's map and see that that's not happening. That they're not building military bases in those areas. They've been doing this since 2013. And they haven't done that. So you can have this theory that the stick is going to
Well, not
increase,
yet.
but that's not yet. Sure.
That's
How
barely
long
been
is it
10
going to take?
years. I mean, I don't know, 50. How long did it take to
50
get all?
years.
How long did it take to get all our military bases everywhere? I mean, World War
It
II
usually helps
We
to
built
set
it
up
fairly
infrastructure
quickly
before
after
you
we
yeah,
built
World
the
War
bridge.
II
bring in
happened.
It
Right?
was
Yeah.
very
Right.
the
So,
bi- yeah.
so in the entire existence of the U.S. before that, didn't have them. Didn't World War II happen? We're everywhere, right? I mean,
Some people say that the whole point of the Belt and Road Initiative is so that you can set up the infrastructure to then have military bases,
Exactly.
which is a
So who
lot of
says
what they're
that?
doing. They're
a
setting
lot
up
of people, a lot of analysts.
infrastructure,
Who's these people?
$5 from
and then they're
$5 from
slowly going to
Crash
build up their might and their military
Sure.
bases.
Who are
as
these
they
people?
go in their
Yeah, well,
general
I'm about to
region.
Many
You're
one
the
of them.
ghost saying this.
$5 from Crash Out or Cash Out to say Charlie and Bed Hair Guy is for funding billionaire NGOs to line the pockets of corrupt politicians. Got it. Thumbs up emoji.
Sure. Once again, the statistic that corruption takes a bunch of the money sent to NGOs is a dead statistic. There's no proof of that. If you have proof of that, send it to me. I'd love to see it. I'll change my view if there's credible evidence that there is a massive percentage getting wasted. But
Okay.
that statistic is a zombie
Yeah, I
statistic.
do want to I feel like we're circling the drain here, and I do want to
Yeah.
introduce a bit of a different line of discussion, and I'm not sure where everyone stands on this, so maybe it'll be a dead end, and we'll all agree, and we'll all be like, okay, well, we're done, but we'll see. Who here feels that we should be? Well, let me ask you this: should we pump more money into foreign wars such as Ukraine? Is that something that Ace that you would advocate for? What about you, Charlie?
So I'd like to start. I think I'm very case by case on the foreign war.
I'm talking Ukraine specifically. Ukraine.
If we're talking about Ukraine and specifically, I think so mainly because the fact that we signed the Budapest Memorandum along with the United Kingdom, along with Russia, along with Ukraine, giving up Ukraine's nuclear weapons towards Russia. And if we're not one who can honor our word, especially with the Budapest Memorandum, then there's no point in U.S. word. And not only that, but Ukraine is a very important position for the West to hold because the fact that it sits on the Great European Plains, which is where Russia's been invaded, like every time they've been invaded. So if we're talking about from a U.S. perspective, yes, it is very, very beneficial for the U.S. to hold the Great European Plains. If it was Ukraine, whoever it was, yeah. In the case of Ukraine, I would say so.
Are we going to invade Russia?
I never said
No.
invade Russia.
No one said invade Russia at all.
Where they've been invaded through all of history is what he said.
Yeah, I'm saying it's an important position for us to hold in case there was Russian aggression, such as if Russia tried
So
to
that we
invade
could
another
invade
country,
them.
so we could fight back against them. Yes, because I think it's important for the United States to hold that geopolitical position.
Interesting.
I'm agreeing with Ace. I think that strategically it's very beneficial to the United States. I also, I suppose, my goodness, I feel like I don't know enough about this conflict to make this statement, so I'm going to skip that one. It is also largely adult soldiers killing adult soldiers, which bad, awful. I hate all kinds of war, but in scenarios where it is, combatants being killed versus mass civilian death, I'm, well,
Yeah.
it benefits us, and it keeps Ukraine from being colonized and brought back into the USSR.
I'm a big proponent of like just war theory, and I think that there has been, at least the United States should be should be funding wars and these types of things if it fulfills just war theory, if we see it make it so there's proportionality. Not only that, but if it is important to U.S. assets to maintaining world order, so then hopefully we can stop stuff like China, countries from like China, from spreading out across the world.
Oh yeah, fund the shit out of them. Let's fucking fund Ukraine. Let's do it. Russia's not our friend, and we make bombs. Let's sell them.
Yeah.
I guess. Like I don't see Ukraine as some like great
Charlie,
ally. Oh yeah, she knows. She's probably talking.
Yeah,
to
I'm
chat.
muted
Yeah,
out. Sorry, I'm talking to my chat right
Oh,
now.
sorry.
I don't see Ukraine as some great ally. I see them kind of corrupt. I don't like Russia. They're not our friend. So if they want to fight each other, let them fight. And if Trump wants to make the peace deal, let him try. But if not, let's fucking fund them and make some money off it at least. I mean, that sounds like crass, but that's what we do. We sell arms. That's what America is. Like you see a guy out on the 4th of July, he's got like a bunch of fireworks, he's shooting guns, he's lifting weights. That's America. Like I don't know why we're pretending that's not.
I would say that now
was-
listen, I'm fairly pro gun myself, but it's only because America is a nation with a lot of guns, and I think that everyone should be, if everyone's armed, well, you should all have the right to have arms. But I think that arms. I think that generally
No, these are guns. Just FYI.
these are guns.
Yeah, these
All
are
right.
The cannons.
guns.
Uh,
Welcome to the gun show.
Probably that's not, like deaths from guns are pretty significant in the US, which is not good. I don't know how we could see that as a positive. I don't think that more countries should, have their schools shot up. That's my
Per
2
capita
cents.
statistics, I feel like, aren't too bad in America, especially if you compare it to somewhere like South Africa that has like 7 times the murder rate in America.
That sounds like a
But-
different panel, but I don't want to compare the U.S. to South Africa.
Yeah.
But in any case, I feel like I was disagreeing with much of Ace's reasoning, but now that we've actually got Ukraine to sign the mineral deal and we have actually a vested interest in Ukraine finally, I am much more on board with
Agreed.
funding and increasing funding to Ukraine. And so it's
I
good
think-
that Zelensky found that it was in his best interest to do so and decided to obviously fund Ukraine and our vested interest versus just the moral good of the country being invaded. And I think that it's good that Zelensky saw common sense, and even though he got a little heated at the meeting, he finally came around, and I think that's awesome.
Okay. Well, we might be at a wall here for that. Does anyone else have any thoughts? This might be an early day. On U.S. aid funding in general, foreign intervention, anything like that. Any
I mean,
other
what-
topics you think
what
we haven't
happens-
covered?
I guess this would
Go ahead.
perhaps less I don't even know if this would be appropriate, but this is kind of actually what I wanted to talk about. What does it look like when the US loses its soft power? Like, what happens to us, not to be I'm
Good things.
I know.
If I may interject here. This is why I wanted to actually debate you sometime, Charlie, and we'll set up a date for this on American Empire, because I
Okay.
think that when Pax Americana ceases to be a thing, you're going to want Pax Americana back really quick.
I might,
At the
and that's
very
why
least,
I would
you're gonna
love to
not
have
wanna
that
be American.
conversation. I would love to have that conversation with the Wick because, while I have strong feelings of, I hate American imperialism, and I think Pax Americana has been, disastrous across the globe in many ways. I do also have that concerns. Well, what happens to me? What happens to me and my loved ones
Here-
when
here's-
that is
and
no
I'll
longer a
answer your-
thing?
Yeah, I'll answer your
Um,
question. So what? Well, there's a few possibilities. Okay. So first of all, I acknowledge that a lot of the things that America has done in the past have been horrific, not good.
Yeah.
I condemn, right? I disavow.
Yeah.
However, a lot of the things that we have done have been good. Like I think that we saved millions from a fate worse than death in South Korea, right? Our intervention there stopped something very, very dark from covering an entire nation, right? And we weren't entirely successful, but we held them as much as we could. I think that again our our intervention in World War II, again, really stopped
Very
a
vital.
dark
Very
timeline.
vital. Yes.
And here's the thing, like we in Bosnia and Serbia, for example, we stopped some bad shit from going down. We all bring up the greatest hits, the Vietnams, right? The Afghanistans, Iraqs, the second Iraq, because again, the first Iraq was good. We saving Kuwait was a good thing, and we should do that, and I would do that again. But this is the thing, like as bad as America can sometimes be, a multipolar world would be significantly worse. First of all, nuclear proliferation would increase astronomically. Every country that doesn't have nukes will get nukes because they can no longer rely on America's umbrella, defensive umbrella, to protect them. They will need, and I think Ukraine is learning this now, who gave up its nukes, that if you give up your nukes, you're going to get fucked by a bigger power. They're going to come in and they're going to take a bite, right? Or swallow you whole. So suddenly we have many more nations, none of which are as beholden or in an alliance with each other as much as NATO has been and the American hegemony has been. And so you increase the chance astronomically of a nuclear exchange. India and Pakistan, right? Look at them. There's always a knife edge there, and they've
Yeah.
been that's bad.
That's a very long beef as well.
True, but this
Yeah.
this extends like Japan. Japan gets nukes because China's edging in on them, right? Like, I think a lot of other smaller countries get just swallowed. Taiwan gone, right, without an American hegemony. The perhaps worse fate than that is the rise of a new unipolar world under the hand of China.
What would that look like, though? Actually,
Do
if
you know
we
what
want
the
to,
Uyghur? Are you aware of what
yeah,
they're doing?
China-
yes, yes,
Imagine
yes.
that across the globe.
China's
Okay.
very much similar to Nazi Germany in that they are a state-run economy. Like all the companies are basically run by the state, as well as they have a ethno-nationalist tinge to them, where they heavily favor, the Han Chinese among anyone else,
Well,
even internally.
I would probably identify myself as a Marxist, so the first one is not really that bad for me. I think that's actually kind of better.
We talked to someone who was in a Marxist cult yesterday, and we got him out.
I watched
right?
that.
And,
I watched that. I
did you
watched.
like that show? Yeah.
It was interesting. I tuned in for a little bit. However, second part obviously not good. However, I think we could argue that what the U.S. does to its own people is also pretty significantly very bad. However, I think that would maybe be a better one-on-one conversation with Wick.
Yeah, we'll talk. Well,
Um,
I think it's
talk
funny
about
that
I'm sorry.
a lot of people
Well,
forget that National
but-
Socialists were also socialists.
Oh,
They're just
really?
Yeah, we
national
won't-
ones.
This guy's on the
that's-
same.
It's
Hold
not
on,
really a
stop,
wonder
stop,
that
stop.
you agree with half of
Debatable,
what they
but-
thought.
Stop. Me and
Okay.
Charlie, we'll
That's
talk.
what they call
I'll
themselves.
DM you and we'll set up a time. But I want to give it to Ace. He had something to say, and Ace.
Yeah, I want to say when you talk about U.S. interventionism, I have a very complicated take on it. Just because a little bit of background. I agree with Wick. I think me and Wick are very similar in this. My father's from Baghdad, Iraq. Like, he was, yeah, so think about that. And then my mom's from Bosnia. So it's
So we mamas. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit of a weird balance where the U.S. did the second Iraq to Iraq, but they also enforced the no-fly zone over Bosnia and that kind of, you know what I mean? Like,
kind
it's kinda
of, yeah,
zoomed out.
fucked one side, saved the other, so...
and I guess for me, right, in my perspective, is I live in the United States. I'm an American citizen. I was born here, right? And I have like faith that my country has the ability to do the right thing as they did in Bosnia. And as such, I want to increase American power across the globe because of the fact that I myself as an individual think I have more say in that system and more say in hopefully making sure that system does good for other people compared to that of China. So it's not even like an I hate the Chinese because XYZ. It's more I know I have a stake in the American government, and as such, if the American government is, more wide reaching across the world, then hopefully me as an individual and those around me can help make sure that that's good instead of bad.
Okay. No, that is completely fair. I also think you do have a very unique perspective there. And I think like you should interview both your parents sometime. At the
On stream so we can watch?
yeah, on a stream, you should interview them both because that would be extremely interesting. I think.
Yeah.
In a positive way.
I would watch that.
I'll let you go in a second, Tosh. $5 from Audacity, and sorry I disconnected there for a minute. I don't know what happened. $5 from Audacity to say, Jamie, pull out that one documentary about Chinese businesses in Africa. I think it's called Empire of Dust. Thank you for the $5. $5 more from Crash Out or Cash Out to say the whole research and development cut was based on too much money going to overhead and not the research itself. Go teach yourself, bed hair guy. LOL. Crash Out or Cash Out. If you want to debate bed hair guy or Ace, as he calls himself sometime, we can absolutely set that up. $5 more from Old School to say Ukraine didn't give up their nuclear weapons. They gave up paperweights in nuclear weapons form. They didn't have the codes. I hate this myth. Thank you for the $5. There were workarounds. They could find the codes. They were at least a better, there's a reason we had to make promises to them.
It's too expensive for them to maintain it, which is, to my understanding, the largest reason why they got rid of them.
They could have sold them is the question.
Yeah.
Is the thing, right? Is the reason we wanted to get in there.
I think it was
Should have given
really- I think it was a really
a
good
better
faith.
guarantee, I guess.
I guess, man, we.
I want to add something here.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So
please.
first, yes, Nazis are absolutely worst socialists. We can look at Strasser. We can look at Goebbels. We can Dr. Goebbels. We can look at Dr. Strasser. We can look at Hess, and we can look at Hitler. We can see their ideology and their works act all the way through, and it's absolutely socialist. Y'all can debate that, but I'm sorry, that's the most successful socialist country since, except maybe China or Juche under North Korea. Secondly, yeah, I also want Pax Americana to continue, and I'm a big fan of it. However, what's crazy to me here is we've been sitting here circling this, right? And Tosh and I think, have put forth something relatively pretty reasonable, right? We've said we want to look at what's going on, and we want to do this. All right, Ace, how do you justify to me, without sitting here looking at what we have already currently got and going, hey, okay, this is the spreadsheet. This is where the money's going. Let's see if it's been successful. What is our metrics for success? Whether it's instability like Charlie's alleging, or whether it's actually to go to the country. We can sit there. We can find a metric and go, hey, this is successful. This wasn't. How do we not sit here and do that before you go, okay, let's carte blanche increase spending? Or whenever we could just maybe X out some of these areas, keep the same amount of spending, but do it more effectively. Why is your answer, hey, you know what, let's just take more tax dollars and burn it?
Okay, so first off, you said burn it. This has been uncontested. I have talked about how every dollar in foreign aid in the current status quo results in increase of $8.
It has been contested. We've asked how that's come back, and your argument was, oh, maybe possibly
Because if
think
other
tank
countries are
about
doing-
how to
if
build
other
a well.
countries-
Like, that doesn't
If
good
other
money.
countries, if other countries are doing well, and if other countries like the United States, they're more likely to buy American goods. It's that simple.
Yes.
But then that's counter to Charlie's point that it hurts them economically and
Sure,
especially
me and
their
Charlie
economy.
I don't know exactly which point you're talking about, but me and Charlie.
Let me show you. Let me show you what
I
you
know.
are.
We are
Yeah, I'm
different.
just
We look
pointing out
similar, I
that
guess.
you guys disagree. I was
But,
literally
like,
just pointing
you
out a
have
point
them
of
apart,
contention between your
honestly,
sides.
This is
We're like
Ace's
twins,
argument.
basically.
This is Ace's argument in reality. He's going, hey, we should take American dollars and just burn it. That's what he thinks is going to be a better system. Because
If burning means make $8 from one, yeah.
You've said here, you repeatedly said this over and over, and that's great and arguable. I still don't even know if that's true. Like, I don't believe it. And secondly, you haven't established how this money's
You could have
coming
done
back.
research before the debate.
It sounds like it's corruption, is what it sounds like. We're spending money on NGOs. It's coming back in some collusive invest, and some think tank is seeing this money, and nobody else is getting this money. You can argue this, but we're not seeing any tangible benefits. I could have done the research. I didn't do the research, and you all right. Listen, you've argued this thing. You have not argued it once. We want to talk about not being ready. We can talk about how you haven't talked about anything with Rwanda where they replaced the contracts we already had.
I agree, that was good.
Oh, that was good. So then you agree with my point that we should use more hard spending for more hard power and replacing U.S. military power in some cases,
No, we should.
and having countries locally benefit.
Rwanda, we were talking about how aid going towards Rwanda was good.
Oh, so then you
I don't
agree
know
that
what
we
you're
should
saying.
do it effectively, and we should gut the programs that aren't being
Yeah.
used. Oh, good. So
But
you
what
agree with
means-
gutting them.
Wait,
You agree with
What
gutting
means,
them there.
no, I don't agree with gutting it.
Oh.
What means effectively? I told you we get $8 for every dollar. I explained how we get that,
Mm.
and you say it's burning. If
It
that's
is
burning, then
It's burning. If
I
it
don't.
goes right
how is
back
that
in,
burning?
hold on. If it goes back, if we get $8 back, and like $7 of that dollar goes to fucking, I don't know, John Kerry's retirement fund or his investments or think funded by.
Where did that come from?
Well, we know,
You're just assuming
bro,
things.
we've
These are
seen
assumed
this-
arguments with no
We've
evidence.
seen these repeatedly with USA where we have the money come back and we go, wait, why is it going to this NGO? Why is it going there? Why is that NGO spending money over here and coming back into the U.S.? You just yourself admitted the
Once
money
again-
is coming back into the U.S. and we're going, yeah, it's going to some think tank
Yeah,
or some
no. I
privately
told
funded
you the
super
money
PAC
is
group.
coming back
That's
into the
not
United
good for
States.
the
I
American
told
people.
you, Gibbs, you didn't hear like the actual full thing. Every
Ah.
dollar invested in foreign aid results in $8 increase in U.S. exports. Because once
Hmm.
again, when other countries are doing well and they like the U.S., they buy U.S. goods.
This is
Gibbs,
what
you
you're
can
doing.
burn your own money.
Could I
This is what you're
shift
doing.
the
You're
conversation
burning
a little
my
bit?
money. You're burning
I'm
my
not
money.
burning your
by sending
money.
it
I
over
told you how
overseas.
much money we get back on it. That would be an amazing stock. If I could invest
Every
$1
dollar
into a
spent-
stock and get $8 back, that'd be great.
So you agree though with Afghanistan being a complete and utter waste of American taxpayer dollars after we
Afghanistan was a waste of taxpayer dollars because we sent our military to try to hold a region that it did not work in, while China is doing the same thing across Africa and the Middle East and doing so without ever firing a bullet.
Oh, well, that's not totally true because I just
Not
posted
totally-
articles showing that they're building bases in the Equatorial Guinea and have plans to build bases across Africa now. So, like,
What kind of bases?
Military bases, exactly, and logistical. So, exactly the kind of thing that you would put, next to the thing I said earlier, an oil field if you're going to try to protect it from, I don't know, freedom fighters in the Middle East trying to fight
Yeah, but
for a
they
free
haven't
country.
done that.
They haven't done that yet, but they have done it in Equatorial Guinea. So that indicates they're going to keep doing it wherever they have economic ties.
How does that indicate that they're going to keep doing it anywhere they
Because
are?
the DoD has already uncovered plans and released them. I posted
What
links.
plans?
Do
Did
the
you send
art.
them?
I posted them in the fucking chat.
You did it like kind of silently. I didn't see it.
I brought it up.
Eunice.
I brought it up earlier.
That the DoD released articles.
I posted 2 different articles, one from Asian News Network, one's from William and Mary, and they both are sitting there
Yeah.
covering the DoD saying that China's using these bases that they're building in these area regions that have been
Is
funded by
China
Belt and Road.
bombing the fuck out of the Middle East?
Not yet. Do they have military bases there protecting their oil wells?
No, not in the Middle East.
Well,
you're
know,
giving me
I
one
mean-
base. You're giving me one base while the U.S. has like 800 in foreign countries, and the U.S. has continued
Well,
to
that
bomb
goes
the
to
Middle East. Has
Tosh's
continued
point.
to-
This goes to Tosh's point that they're using Belt and Road as a setup to build later the bases.
Okay, so you have one example to 800. I don't get.
Can I shift the conversation a little bit domestically?
Well, let's
Or
give
more
Charlie the
domestically?
chance. She had something
Yeah.
to say just there, and
Oh,
then
definitely, sorry.
and we're going to kind of wrap it up because.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Not gonna lie, I spaced out mildly, but what does China's plan to use soft power to expand their global military influence? How does that mean that we should decrease funding to USAID? Like, what is the impact on that argument? Wouldn't we want to
Well-
increase funding then so that China does not have military bases across the globe?
I'm so glad you asked, Charlie. I and Tasha both argued we should spend money more effectively. And in my argument earlier, this is why I said let them waste the money. If they want
What does effectively mean
hold on.
here?
If they want to spend their money in Iraq protecting oil fields while it's a hot zone, or say build them in Syria, that's going to end up wasting the money, and it's going to become the death by 1,000
Okay,
cuts
so
thing.
what happens when my god, I'm going to sound like a fucking moron. So please forgive me. My brain is soup.
It's okay. All
Is
the
the American dollar not what we trade oil in across the globe? right? Like oil is traded in the American dollar. Okay, so what happens
Under Biden
when
more recently, it's kind of shifted, especially with BRICS trying to set up a competitive
Yeah,
like
it's shifting, but currently
thing
it's the
to the
US dollar.
dollar.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's
what
shifting.
happens when a country like the US that depends upon oil so extremely um what happens when, it is traded in the Chinese yuan? Yuan, I don't know how to say it. Like what
The
would this
yen?
not be bad for us?
The won?
I don't know how to fucking say the Chinese currency. I'm so sorry. I read more than I
It's fine.
hear.
I hear you. It
No,
Um,
happens.
I'm the same on pronunciations, but go ahead.
Yeah, no one's gonna
yeah,
butcher.
yeah.
No one's gonna word grammar you here. I don't think.
So why would we want, again, why would we want China to have those bases in the Middle East versus us having those bases? It benefits us to, be in control of that oil, to have oil traded in our currency.
We agree with you largely. I think we just disagree about the method to go about that.
So I want to say my whole claim is I want to increase to the 0.7 benchmark. Currently we're 0.24, right? That 0.24 that we're currently investing, as I stated, you say it's not efficient or it's not effective. I told you the return we get on it. That's a great exchange in my opinion, right? Any more that we invest, we can invest that in infrastructure across the region. And as Charlie said, if we increase spending and if we increase infrastructure across the region, then China isn't doing that. And if China isn't doing that, if you don't want Chinese military bases, the best way to do that is not let China put the Belt and Road there. But we've been letting China put the Belt and Road there since 2013, while we've been pissing time and money in Afghanistan trying to hold it militarily and failed.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, yeah, we've had a fun one. I think we've kind of circled the drain. We've kind of hit a wall here. And rather than subject you to just useless banter, let's end the show. First of all, if you've enjoyed this show, if you've liked the content, hit that like button. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching this on Twitch or on Kick, hit that follow button. It really does help me out. Second of all, tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, so a little later than normal, me and Ryan Mullally will be going on to PF Young's show. I'll be streaming it here too, so tune in, right? To talk about the woke right and if it is real. And we're going to absolutely have a discussion, and it will be fun and it will be interesting. So tune in then. Next week's going to be a full show. We got a great lineup. Also, a buddy of the show, a friend of the show, is going to be going on Tim Pool on Friday. I helped set that up. I'll let them announce it, right? But just keep in mind that announcement's coming up. So you might want to tune in at least for that. So check it out. Okay. With that, I'm going to give each of these lovely individuals a chance to have a closing statement and shout themselves out, tell you where they can find them, all that. And we're going to start with Tosh, and we're going to let Ace have the last word. So, Tosh, go ahead.
You can find me on Twitter, I guess. I don't really produce much content, but I had a great conversation and I hope to maybe continue the conversation elsewhere or even afterwards. And just thanks for having me on, Wick. You've been a gracious host.
Okay, thanks for being here. Check them out, gang. $5 from Crash Out or Cash Out. Thank you for the $5 at the end. Say the $8 return goes to the NGO companies that are established, not the American government, still funding the rich. It goes to exports. They buy $8 of our goods, so difference. But thank you for the $5. Charlie, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Enemy Charlie everywhere, but I'm most often on Twitch. Today I'm on Kick though, just because of the time I usually stream late. I had fun. Thank you for having me on, Wick. Sorry if I was not much of a debate warrior today. I want to say though, Ace, you did fucking fantastic. You seem very young, so if I call you a smart kid, please don't take that in a condescending way. But you seem very bright. You seem early 20s. I don't know, but it was good job. And thank you, everyone.
No, thanks for being here. Next up, we have, and check her out, gang. She does some great content. Big Naturals Gandalf is coming up, so you won't want to miss that.
No, I already did it.
Oh, you already did it. We missed it. Oh,
Already
no.
happened.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna redo it. Because I have a friend who is a tailor who saw what I did and he said, "No, we're making you a real one. We're making you a full-blown Big Naturals Gandalf cosplay."
Okay, well, let us know because we are very interested in that. Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, so while we've been sitting here, I have decided that I am going to open up an NGO, and I've applied for funding from the State Department to enact what I've titled the Enemy Charlie Plan in Vietnam, and that is going to be sell fentanyl from Vietnam into China. That is going to be it is now
Well-
proposed. It is now proposed. We will be posting a Kickstarter and a some sort of what's it called? Where they do the signing, a petition somewhere, so we can get the government to sign off on it sometime later this week. Look forward to it. Totally kidding.
Oh man.
Yeah, you can find me as Admiral Gibbs here tonight at 7:30. We'll be doing our women's panel. We got a bunch of new women coming on. It's going to be exciting. Always fun stuff. Also, Ace, you did do very good. It was very fun debating with you today. And the rest of y'all, always good times. Thanks for having me, Whit.
Okay, no, thanks. And tune in for Gibbs' Big Naturals Fentanyl show.
Yes.
We're also very excited for that. Check it out.
Sponsored
And
by-
last but certainly not least, first time on my show, hopefully not last. Hopefully he enjoyed it. Ace, go ahead.
I want to thank all of you for making me feel really welcome. And I don't have a lot of social medias. I have a Twitter that I don't use very often. I think it's like linked somewhere. I hope to be back. I found it a lot of fun. Speech and debate is kind of my life. It's what I love and thrive to do. So the only shout out I want to give is my college debate coach, Scott Wells. I love that guy. Scott Debate Wells is the GOAT. And also to the high school students that I help coach. They're going to do great. So I hope they're watching. But yeah, thank you guys for having me. I hope to be back, and I hope to have some great conversations in the future.
Okay, just FYI, my show's not for minors, so if you're a child, don't watch my show. Okay,
They're not.
FYI.
They're in high school. I help coach high schoolers, so I think they're like. How old do you have to be on Twitch? Is it like 13?
18. Well, I don't know about Twitch, but for my show, we like 18 and up. Okay, because sometimes we get.
I think they could watch this one. Maybe this one's
This
fine.
one's fine, but I don't want them
This
tuning
one's
in
fine.
to when we have Big Naturals Wick. Okay, and they
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Big
this is like
Microsoft
this is
hands and
when the
stuff.
parents, when you're growing up, they let you watch the one episode of Seinfeld after the news. You know.
I
The
guess.
shirtless
I guess
twins are a little
anyway,
too much for them.
anyway, we're gonna rate out. Are you gonna stream after this, Admiral Gibbs?
Yes, sir.
We'll rate on to Admiral Gibbs. Let him know this is a hate raid, and I will see you guys tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. Check us out. Wait, bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Adios, muchachos. Thank y'all so much.
Thank-
All right, that was fun. Thank you so much, Wick, for the raid. Shout out to Wick. Let's do that. Yes, I love my haters. Let's go to live scene. All right, all right. Hope y'all enjoyed it. That was fun. Ace did do very well. I enjoyed that. It's always good when people come on and they're good. You always can learn some stuff and debate some stuff. I'm not sold on the exports thing. I know Nonfont has made that point many a time. But not sold on it. I don't think anyone hates to poke fun. Me? Oh well. Ace should do to the DCS. I would love to have him in. Actually, I will go add him right now to as a friend so we can make it happen. I message him. You should join. Also, yeah, some people do hate me. It's okay. I'm a dick. But that's okay. That's okay. Tonight, though, tonight, we're going to be doing Women's Wednesday. We have several new women going to be joining us tonight. It's going to be exciting. I think Miss Cage is going to be back. We have Skyana as usual. Probably Katya and Buckaroo as usual. And then I think we're also going to have Kinetic Kel join us. Chai as usual. And then I'm forgetting somebody. Who am I forgetting? Let me go find the thing. Miss Keijo. That's what it is. Or so. Perfect. All right. Yeah, it should be a good one. I'm excited. It'll be fun. Cal came in and wrote a whole bunch of topics in the interim. Let's fucking watch one of these million videos that I fucking wanted to catch up on the news. Oh, I don't know if y'all saw yesterday the Twitch Poker League. I won my table, knocked everybody out, and I got 2 on the river big wins. Let's go to Piers. Piers is good. We can do that for the next 30 minutes. Biden cover-up debate. Yep, y'all know that was going to happen.
That you owe the American
The Biden cover-up, boys.
an apology for.
I want to see investigations. I'm not so. I actually think Mr. Malawi had a good point last week where he wanted to do investigations and hearings, and then Trump pardoned him. Like, I think that would be good, but I think we need to have this shit public about what happened during the Biden, and like people should not be voting, and then like millennial staffers, who are basically one step above interns, be actually running the country. Like that shit's crazy.
Story better.
Where were your balls, Jake Tapper?
Too much
Where
delusional
did they
fun to
go
hate.
exactly for the last 4 years?
So it's not like I was ignoring it,
They did nothing, Piers. Nothing.
but in retrospect, of course, I wish my coverage had
Also, feel free to join the Discord. The debate championship series kicking off real good. Wick is gonna be on in 2 weeks to discuss the him and Pentuple's 1v1 bullshit. They're gonna be arguing over Wick a hypocrite. It's gonna be a DCS match. It's gonna be the first of the Blood Sports Edition ones. It's gonna be real fun. I think do I look like a conehead? I mean, I do have some pretty big dents on my head from elbows being dropped on it. That's okay though.
Of cash for doing the exact same thing that we've all been doing for 4 years.
Yeah, and the topic is Wick a hypocrite? Yes.
Original Sin by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson is the bombshell book on the cover-up of President Biden.
Yeah, no, KOS. Hey, check this out. KOS. Check this out. I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube right now. We're like 10% of the way. I mean, I've only been doing it for about a month. So, if we could get the YouTube once the YouTube's monetized, I will be multi-streaming. Admiral Dents, yeah, that's a good one. But I'm definitely gonna be on YouTube soon as they multi-stream. But I failed. I just can't bring myself. If you have to do the first, it's gonna pop up in a second if you don't see it. Yeah, I'll just do that. I pops up every 10 minutes. YouTube.com /Admiral Admiral Gibbs. Copy. I'll just do this. Now I lost my thing because I have too many tabs open. Okay, here we go. Got it. Hey, to speak of the devil, it popped up. It's already in there. Perfect. I didn't know. Yeah, so that's basically what we got going on there. So we're trying to get monetized. I post all the VODs the next day. Usually I only do mine, but I might be doing any show I go on until I get monetized, then go back to only doing my shows and then multi-streaming them. I mean, I literally got like over 1,000 followers like 3 days after I was on Tim Pool. So, that's kind of like, might as well get started going on there. I've hit a couple of the requirements. So, that's what we're doing. We're trying to get that monetized, and then I'll multi-stream on there, and then you can ad block it. I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Biden's cognitive decline by the Democratic Party, the White House, his family, and just about everybody else. This book has dominated headlines for a week now. It's a #1 bestseller, and it's sparked an across the aisles backlash, which has sometimes been as much about the authors as the book itself. There's been media pylons, memes.
You like the
even
beaches and
Megyn Kelly.
pools?
Well, joining Uncensored to give their perspective on what's been a whirlwind week, the co-authors Jake Tapper and Alex
Oh,
Thompson.
yeah, okay, I
Gentlemen,
did know
welcome
that.
to Uncensored.
I didn't recognize the
Good to be here.
name.
Thanks, Piers.
Blues Brothers. Yeah.
First of all, congratulations.
That's his name.
As somebody who's written many books, what you really want to do is have a #1 bestseller and absolutely everybody's talking about it. And at some stage, they're all attacking you. So congratulations, really, for the trifecta of literary success.
We're really happy with the response the book's gotten. A lot of people buying it, a lot of people talking about it, and I think one of the things that the book has successfully done is getting people. It's gotten Democrats to acknowledge the reality of what was going on 2023, 2024 in a way that it was not. We didn't take for granted that the premise would be accepted as quickly as it was.
You know, Jay, I mean, look, you and I worked together at CNN. I've known you a long time. You're a fantastic journalist. It's a brilliant book by both of you. So, you know, just my cards on the table. I loved it. But there's one line that just sprang out to me. Of all the lines, a lot of it is shocking. But this line on the decision to run against Trump, on page 85, a longtime Biden aide says he just had to win and then he could disappear for 4 years. He'd only have to show proof of life every once in a while. That is a kind of jaw-dropping line. When you read it, you can't unread it. Because what they're basically saying is they were prepared to put a zombie back in the White House who would have zero ability to do anything but show proof of life. And that person would be the leader of the free world, the president of the United States. I mean, it's truly jaw-dropping.
It's stunning to give credit where credit's due. Alex is the one who got that line. And when we say that almost all of the interviews we did for the book came after the election, that one line is the one exception. That came before the election. And I was stunned too, but I guess it really gets at the premise that so many of these Democrats accepted, which is only Joe Biden has ever beaten Donald Trump, one. Two, Donald Trump has to be defeated because he's an existential threat to the nation. And if you buy those two premises, then you can really justify almost anything, which is what the Democrats tried to do, even though the American people were watching and saying in all sorts of polls, we don't believe that this guy can do the job. But I agree with you. That was jaw-dropping to me as well.
And I'll just add a little bit of color, Piers, where what was also sort of shocking that you can't get on the page is honestly how casually this person said it, as if it was, they were not speaking of it as if this was like a profound statement. It was just like, well, obviously, you know, we just, when you elect a president, you're electing the people around him,
This is
even if
wild,
they are unelected or not Senate confirmed.
What's extraordinary, Alex, to me, is I was writing columns for the New York Post. I was doing this show throughout that time. Much of it I was doing in London. I'm actually in Dubai at the moment in the Middle East, but I was in London for much of the time that I was writing these columns. So I thought it'd be quite amusing to go back and just check what I was writing in real time about your president from across the Atlantic, because it wasn't just something that was being picked up on by a few rogue people in America. You know, I wrote a piece in July 2022.
Poker's not this. I'm not in the poker thing tonight. Is there poker tonight? Yeah, it should be at fucking Friday, right? I think I'm gonna do the Friday poker tournament. I have to do it. I almost want to just ask Pentuple if we could, if we wanted to run poker. I have 5 people, and I think that like 3 of them are in the fucking league. I almost want to. Well, Sloshcast should be after Kyle. This would be like 7:30. To the title. Oh shit! It didn't save. Whoops. We mean no Sloshcast. I mean, it would be a slosh cast. It would just be after poker. I mean, maybe we start. Well, hold on. I have a 7:30 show. Poker would start at 7, right? So then, like, I think, like, what I'm gonna do, I can be on there for 30 minutes. Then I start my show. I almost want to ask if Pentuple wants to have these people on, and we can just run a game with these people in the thing, because. I mean, like, Tyler's in it. Tiberius is in the league. I'm not sure if Tosh is. I don't know. Maybe I ask him tonight and see what he thinks. I don't know who's on the league table that day. I mean, sorry. But yeah, poker table politics doesn't sound terrible. On later on cam. I can only talk who is your turn while it's done. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. That would be interesting, Casey Block. Maybe we should talk. I should talk to Pentuple about it. That's not a terrible idea. A lobster roll depends where you're at. Here, probably expensive. In fucking like Maine, probably not expensive. Yeah, fake lobster cheap as fuck. Maybe Charlie's gonna run old lady. I mean, Italy Charlie's cool. I like Italy Charlie. She's super nice. I've never had a bad interaction with Italy Charlie. You know what I'm saying? Like, she will put you on her stuff. You know, like even if she disagrees with you, she'll have conversations. You know, like she's pretty smart. But she does knitting like an old lady. Yeah, but like I think it's funny. Like, bro, if you ever watched some of her content, the other night I like tuned in for like I don't know 30 minutes, and she's like knitting, and she's like just going through like band requests, and it's just like something about like her just like so calmly knitting while just like cooking these people, like, is really funny. Like, I don't know, I was cracking up for a good like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then I don't know, my ADHD kicked in. I started doing something else, but it, like, I don't know, like, it's just like the idea, like, hey, I'm fucking chilling, I'm big chilling, bro, and you're fucking mad. Like, I think it's hilarious, you know. 'em. I couldn't assume for sure. Cooked me for a bit. Guys weren't online. Believe half of this BS, haha. Mortal 2 online for the Twitch centers. Play Immortal? You mean Mortal Kombat? Mortal Online 2, Medieval Simulator MMO. Yeah, I mean, Guild Share Gold, NBC. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here and I'm failing. I apologize, guys. Bet. All right, we'll put this on, and then we'll do that.
This was based on the Peter Baker dossier, which he produced. He was the chief White House correspondent of the New York Times, of course. And the dossier was, when you look back on it now, it is extraordinary, really, in its prescience. Revealed that huge concerns about Biden shuffling when he walks, prompting concerns he'll trip on a wire. His speeches are flat and listless. He stumbles so often that staffers hold their breath to see if he can make it to the end without a gaffe. He regularly makes huge policy change announcements that are instantly walked back by the White House. He sometimes loses his train of thought. He has trouble summoning names. He appears momentarily confused. He called his vice president President Harris. He mistook Iran for Ukraine. He referred to Senator John Mark Warner as John. mistaking him for a dead Republican senator. Mark Warner as John, I'm sorry, mistaking him for a dead Republican senator. He tumbles off stationary bikes. He stays out of public view at night, and so on and so on. And I concluded in that piece, this is July 2022, so over 2 years before the election. I said, if his functionality continues to deteriorate at the rate it is doing now, then surely he, Biden, will render himself constitutionally unfit to serve as president. Towards the end of Reagan's presidency, his aides seriously considered whether he might have to be removed from office under the 25th Amendment disability clause. The time for that same conversation to be happening about Joe Biden might fast be approaching. Now, that is a British journalist writing that, albeit in the New York Post, in July 2022, based on a stunning report at the time. And when I read your book, I was just mindful of that period and what Peter Baker had written, what I'd written about it, the fallout and so on. It just defies comprehension that Biden was able to limp on, especially when I read all the additional stuff that you guys have found. He was able to limp on for another 2 and a bit years.
I mean, what's so striking about both this very consequential decision of running for re-election is how little process there was. And basically the word came down that Biden and the First Lady are running and everyone get on board. And the people that had concerns did privately voice them, but never actually got in the president's face, because they had also created a culture where questioning that would be potentially perceived as disloyalty. But I'm also glad that you mentioned that other people did see this. It wasn't like it was completely hidden. They certainly tried to hide the extent of his decline, but people knew. And the fact of the matter is that the Democratic Party, the leaders of the Democratic Party, members of the Democratic Congress, not only didn't say anything, but also repeatedly attested to him being sharp as ever, on TV, publicly, constantly attacked reporters from the Wall Street Journal when almost 2 years after you wrote that column in June of 2024, they were still attacking reporters. And I think it goes back to what Jake said before, which is that if you believe Trump is an existential threat to democracy, you can rationalize almost anything.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, you've been criticized a lot, but I've seen your defense, and it's been quite striking that and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it appears to be that you had very little direct access to Biden yourself, and you were just deliberately, persistently misled by people at the White House about his condition. And I'm not really sure what else somebody in your position can do. If you don't get the access, and Biden was obviously being hidden a lot from people, particularly people like you, it's very hard to see what you were supposed to have done. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy myself. Is my tea working as hard as is?
So what our reporting revealed to us is that there were basically 2 Joe Bidens. There was the one that was perfectly serviceable, gave the State of the Union address in 2024. He was fine. He was old, but he was fine. And then there was this other non-functioning Joe Biden who would lose his train of thought midway through in a disturbing way, not be able to come up with the names of top aides or people he'd known for years, and everything we saw the night of the debate. And what we learned is that the non-functioning Joe Biden really...
Hello. Any topic for today? I never have any topic for today, but...
Hey, how you doing?
There are some topics bringing in today, so that'll be fun.
Yeah,
I'm doing good.
I'm excited.
Me too.
I think it'll be good. Let me figure out my screen situation here. Oh, I need to get like another one of these backgrounds for like Women's Wednesday somehow. Put some like Barbie stuff on there, I think maybe.
Put some Barbie stuff. Just make the American flag like pink instead of red.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, now we're cooking with gas, bro.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, like maybe like Mattel, like instead of USA on there or something, instead of the whatever.
Mattel.
Yeah, because they make Barbie.
I don't know the brand that makes Barbie.
Oh, we got it. Tactical pink, bro. Oh, I could buy this. It's a patch.
Tactical pink. Okay, okay.
Oh man, we're learning now.
I wasn't sure if these pants went with a shirt, but the more like on first glance, I'm like yes. But then when I like actually,
Well, Phil
Like, we can
Robinson
do it.
died.
I don't think it doesn't.
We're in a state of mourning if you hunt ducks. So you gotta.
What?
Phil Robinson died. The guy who made the Duck Dynasty guys are the duck call guy,
Oh,
and you're just honoring
sure.
his memory with the pants.
Okay,
No,
sure.
Mhm.
I never really fucked with Duck Dynasty.
yeah, they make good duck calls.
Eyebrows, how's it going? I gotta go after the panel though, cause I gotta go pick up my mom.
Wow.
They're having a after court hearing party.
How cool.
The Discord overlay will get smaller the more people that join in, so I think I'm gonna keep it the way that it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I do appreciate it for letting me know. It'll get smaller with the more people that come back. Kamino's back, yo. Hello.
What do I
I'm
gotta
here.
add? I gotta do image.
I'm not really wearing a lot of makeup today, too. It kind of looks like it, but I'm really not.
Pink America. That's gonna be the source name.
Miko, come here.
Mm-hmm.
Do I just snap my fingers and I point down on the ground and he comes? Like I've trained my animal so well.
I'm proud of you.
I've trained my little Miko so well. I love when he looks at the camera.
Oh yeah, we got it, guys. Pink America is here. We now have a Pink American flag behind us for Women's Wednesday here. Very proud of myself. Good job, Sky. On a
You
great
proud
idea.
of me for making?
Yeah, good job. Great idea.
He's like, I'm proud of myself.
We're taking your idea, making it a reality.
Yeah.
It's the little things, okay? No, men keep
By
it
the way,
women down.
happy birthday, Sasha. It's her 21st birthday in my Discord. Very happy about that. Proud of her for living another day. Love her. Just wanted to give that.
Can you hear me? Is it horrible?
Hey, I can hear you. It's a little weird, but it's fine.
Okay. It'll be better in a minute. I'm just not at my computer.
Unacceptable.
But I wanted to jump in. Well, it took me a few minutes to just be willing to jump in because I was like, it will be back. It will be back.
What's up, guys?
Yo. I made cupcakes recently, and I iced them, and only some of them crushed. I didn't use the same technique.
No, biddies for the Miku. Miku, you got some biddies, sir. What are you doing? Do you want out or something? You were inside my room the whole day. Come on. What we got going on here? We got Women's Wednesdays, or
Can you see it?
as the original was Outnumbered. I think that was the name of it. Yeah, I saw you taking that first hit.
We've changed names a few times, so it's okay.
But we changed the names. I think Women's Wednesdays at this point because every woman calls it that.
Yeah, I think that's what it's just gonna be from now on.
But it's basically just a bunch of women, typically 3 to 6 women, and then there's Gibbs.
And me.
And he's there for not moral support, but the opposite of that.
I'm the biggest feminist on Twitch. I don't know what you're talking about.
He likes to argue with us. But our topics today, we'll find out pretty soon. We really just decide, like, what's going on. Just a little bit.
Yeah, although, what is her full...
Make like a anonymous question.
Kinetic hell. Ooh! We should do that. That would be sick.
That would be pretty cool. Make a little Google Doc that's anonymous, and then we can answer questions from that.
And once YouTube is monetized, then you can pay me to ask the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how that's gonna go down, boys. So enjoy the free version until then.
Bro's gonna immediately profit off of the woman that he brings on.
I'm a true
As soon as he gets a check from YouTube, he's like, I'm done with this
to be fair, I would also equally profit off of all the men that I bring on too. It's equal opportunity. And there's no glass ceilings here, only glass floors.
Yeah. Your barber come today? You didn't do a barber stream today?
Yeah.
I did not. I was busy. I was like, when they were cutting it, I was sitting there like doing meetings and shit.
Okay. Hi, Buckaroo.
Yeah. We were multitasking. I'm over here like, listen, motherfucker, I told you 3 and 8, not 2 and 7. Hold on. And you know what else? Fuck your mama. You know, or whatever.
Yeah.
Isn't it beautiful and overgrown?
Yeah.
Nice beautifuls.
We actually have, my family has a big area of wetlands, protected wetlands right behind us.
We had our first lawn mowing of the season this week. It was dry enough and just nice enough to fucking mow the lawn.
My evil neighbors did the same.
But we just started our crops. We started our farm, planting our farm and making we sell flowers in like bundles.
Ooh, good shit.
During the summer, so we'll do that. And we have eggs, and then we have a bunch of vegetables, mainly for ourselves and like canning over the winter.
I forget, where are you in the States?
I'm in northern Michigan. I think we're like zone 3 or 4 when it comes to plants.
Did you read the news about that fish in Michigan they caught, which was like radioactive? You remember that, Gibbs?
Fish that was radioactive? No.
You'll do that powers, bro.
Frosty, what are you here for? You're not a woman?
Yeah, you snuck on in
Laser
here,
gills.
Sorry. I just have such a bad reputation on Twitch. I don't want to put my cam on.
Oh, you're good, but yeah, it's
I
women's.
chat, like-
It's women's Wednesday.
Wednesdays.
It's women's Wednesday, Frosty. I gotta move you out. Well, I love you, Frosty, but
All
we
right, cool.
gotta move you out.
I'll see you guys later. Bye.
All right, Papa. I
You
was
need
like,
a woman's Wednesdays like fucking VC or something.
I have it, bro. We have it. All right, just join any VC.
Okay. I'm running like 2 minutes late. I'm just like trying to set things up to Twitch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry. Take your time. No
Okay,
rush.
I'm coming.
All right. Yeah. It's fit.
It's fun to be moved around and to just not have to do anything. It really is like being a passenger princess.
What?
Can you come in, sir?
Yes, thank you so much for the sub,
Being
Frosty.
moved between VC and from VC to VC, passenger princess.
Yeah, same, but different. Yeah, Frosty, we love you. I'm sorry, it was just it's Women's Wednesdays, and I don't think you're a woman here for that panel. I guess I'm gonna make that decision, that determination.
Assigned male by Gibbs. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, there you go. Forget about birth.
No.
I'm doing it now.
He took over. All right.
Literally every birth, they're just like, all right, bring him in.
Yeah.
Bring him in.
Alan counts.
Jesus. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a fan of getting moved around in VC sometimes, but like I'm not a fan of being in the passenger seat. That's not me.
Yeah, it makes me sick.
Here,
Ugh,
I'm moving.
yeah, I
I'm gonna
know.
be. I'm hopping on my laptop now, so I'm gonna be in the waiting room.
That's fine.
Sorry.
I'll move you. You'll be good. We're watching. I anticipated these problems here.
Tech problems.
Yes, yes, yes.
There we go.
At least that was fast.
It was a quick tech problem.
Yeah.
How you doing today, Katya? You doing all right?
Doing okay, you know. Same old, same old.
Good, good, good. Living the dream.
Maybe so. Depends on how, like, you know, optimistic your dreams are, but you know.
You know, nobody said it was a good dream.
Yeah.
What was that fucking villain? It was Die Another Day. He's like,
There you go.
I don't sleep because I live my dreams, Mr. Bond. That's how I feel sometimes. He was using the dream machine. Too bad he'd never. If that had been realistic, he would have just been using the cocaine machine. You know.
Cocaine machine.
True.
You know. It'd been like Bane or something. Snowflame, wasn't that the Marvel villain? I think it was.
I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
I don't know anything about.
Yeah, like in the '90s, they had a cocaine-fueled, like bad guy, like that was named Snowflame, and he got his powers from cocaine.
Nice.
Yeah, it was during the the good old Dare era.
The Dara. I think I left my earbud case downstairs. I will be right back.
You know, I was at Walmart the other day, and it was a sad day because HEB is so much better than Walmart. But I had to go to Walmart, and they had like a Dare booth outside, and I was like,
I didn't.
I was like, yeah, I don't know about this Dare booth. I was like, how much you making? Like, I was like, I don't know, like 50K a year. You know, I was like, you're making it as a counselor for Dare? He's like, yeah. I was like, because this is why you do drugs, and just like walked off. And then, like, as I hit my weed pen, like,
Welcome to Walmart. Crazier things have happened at a Walmart, I'm sure.
True. I think I've only been to Walmart like a handful of times in the past decade or two. That's actually, you know what? When I decided to work at Taco Bell, I decided to get all my work clothes and shoes at Walmart. And I just went and found like the cheapest pants I could find that were the easiest to put on. And I tried them on like over my sweatpants or something. I was like sick. I think I got $20 work shoes. And that was it. Yeah, that's how I plan. And I found out they have giant $6 shirts, which is sick.
And that was the last time you went to Walmart?
That was the last time I went to Walmart. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago.
Hello, God. Hi.
all
Last
right.
time I went was like a couple days ago, but hey.
We'll give Kel like 4
Hey,
minutes. Here.
sometimes
She
you
said
gotta.
she's setting up her thing before we get going. Yeah, Walmart. I used to do.
Is Keijo joining us tonight or no?
I don't know. Maybe
I hope
she can.
so.
If she wants to.
I belled her in her chat,
Yeah.
so we'll see.
Belled her like it rings a bell. I think
Ding
she
dong.
is. She like rated, or she came and asked me something yesterday. So
Is she the one that gave the topics?
no, that's Kel. Kel will be
Wait
here in like
a
2
minute.
minutes. She's
Mhm.
I don't know, having a tech thing. She'll be on in like 2 minutes. She said.
Any such cases?
It's fine. I'll go grab some.
So, you know, if we're going to talk about stories from Walmart, there was one thing that happened at the Walmart that I went to all the time when I was in college. But I wasn't there when this happened. But it ended up in the news because somebody tried to like make a bomb in the store using stuff from the store in the aisle.
Fuck.
Like they were just combining chemicals in like a jar and shit, and they were just like doing stuff. in the jar, and they had their like kid with them, and they only got caught because like there was an off-duty cop that walked by and was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" So people be crazy there.
That is crazy.
I'll tell you something crazy that happened today. So y'all want to hear something?
How audacious.
I'm over here getting my hair cut today, and I'm talking to the girl doing it, and she's like, "Oh yeah, Dada Gibbs, so and so is the chick that's in the news." I'm like, "What chick's that's in the news?" And have y'all seen this? There was this girl here in San Antonio that's like a bartender, like a pretty big club. Her kid was gonna go shoot up a school, and she went and bought the guns and ammo for it. And and gave him like information on like where
The
she
mother
thought
did.
The mother did, yeah. And so,
Oh my God.
she just got arrested. Yeah, she just got arrested. And so I was talking to this girl, and she was like, da 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 da. Oh yeah, I was like, yeah, I've heard this story. And she's like, yeah, so and so works at this bar. And I was like, I know that bitch. I was like, holy shit! Like, what a small world. This fucking like chick's over here planning up school shootings with her kid. Like, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Like,
It's
how?
insane.
Like, and she was always like, she worked at like an emo goth bar, but like, I don't think that translates to anything going on. Like, hey, that means you're a school shooter.
Regular and emo goth bar.
Don't worry about where I regular. I don't regular there. I just have been there a time or two.
Yeah,
all
that's
right?
just how you know this bitch, because you've only been there once.
Oh, listen, listen. I'm kind of an iconic guy.
I'm just calling you out. I'm just calling you out. I think it's fine.
I'm an iconic guy. When people remember me when they meet me.
Gibbs, you can enjoy any kinds of bars you choose to enjoy. As long as it's not bars that are full of unironically evil people.
Well, apparently that one
planning
was
the next World War.
That one was pretty unironically evil. Planning school shootings got to be up there.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but was that a bar
I think it
or
was one
just a
person.
woman?
She was
You
the
know?
bartender.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
She put the evil juice in the drinks,
She
obviously.
probably was. Yeah, she's like sacrificing people. The reason why it tastes so good is the prize of the innocent. Yeah,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
crazy stuff.
Does she seem like the type when you realized who it was? Were you like, oh,
let me find the
can see
article.
that happening?
Yeah. Once I show you the you ever see this? I hate to like judge off of how someone looks, but
Do it.
yeah, you tell me if this person looks like someone they would buy stuff for their school shoot.
Give it a whirl.
There we go.
This is
Let's
one of
find
my
it.
topics. What is that I'm
Yeah,
looking on?
gotta find her mugshot here.
Wow.
See, like, what's extra crazy, I feel like, is like the like lack of parental instinct in general, as well as just being a piece of shit, like with the shooting part. There's also the fact that like what generally happens to perpetrators of mass violence is not good for that individual. So she clearly does not care one bit about her kids' well-being.
Yeah, do you
Arrested
think?
and charged with aiding and commission of terrorism after she bought ammunition and tactical gear to assist her son's threats to attack his middle school. That's insane.
Yeah, do you think this looks like
It's
someone?
the eyebrows and the face tattoos
Do you think
together.
she
No,
looks
the
like?
eyebrows are fine. I think the eyeliner.
No,
is
no, no,
what
no,
was
no.
not
All
hitting.
together.
Sky's like, I
all
feel
of it
attacked.
together, though. The bangs and. Well, let me think. Let me think. I have to cover.
Micro bangs are in though. Like I love the micro bang and the thin eyebrow moment.
But you have to have like a certain level of
certain face shape or some shit.
no,
Yeah.
like a
Face
certain
shape.
level of like I'm ready to live my life as a woman with these kinds of bangs.
Yucky
you don't
says
go
I
into
mean.
Without a certain level of
This is
same
the
with the
perfect
eyebrows
topic for
and the
Kel, and I'm
tattoos.
sad she's not here right now because she has micro bangs.
The son was found to kill
No, I
51
love it.
people.
I actually, the thing is, I'm thinking like
They were
I
researching
can
the
51
51.
imagine people that look like her that I think look great.
What do you mean,
But you
people that
still
look like
have
her?
to have
This
like
is a
with
tragedy that
microbangs
killed
and the
51
eyebrows
people.
and all that.
No,
What do
it's
you
not. You're
mean,
not
you-
reading
No,
it
I'm talking
proper.
about the
It's
I know.
style.
I'm giving you a
the whole thing. It was found researching the 2019.
Yeah, they were researching
shooting.
the shooting that did. Yeah.
But why do they word it like that? So it makes it look like it's 51 people that were killed.
We'll try to.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, nobody was killed here because they caught them ahead of time, but
Yeah, I don't think anybody
Um,
died. Crazy stuff. So yeah, that chick.
It's the face tattoos with all of it.
No, that's insane.
Does she look like she would buy? You know, if you had to peg someone who would buy weapons for their kid to shoot up a school, is that the look?
If you had a peg,
It looks like somebody who's
Not
like
peg. Literally, calm down, man. Calm down. Like if
I'm
you're
so
like,
glad my hair is not purple right now.
yeah, if you're like,
Fuck,
this person's
bro.
gonna be a school shooter.
Yeah,
Panic.
if you had to finger them in a lineup,
Nice.
I think I was friends, like relatively good friends with the school shooter in my school. I think he was like definitely super crazy and out
Well,
there, and I was like the only
I
one to
swear-
actually talk to him. So
Yeah, you gotta
I
play it
swear,
smart.
yeah, I swear, it takes like so little to turn just like the weird kid into the school shooter kid. I swear to God.
I have
Because
this
they're
one
just gonna
guy
turn
who
away.
works at one of like the
Yeah.
places I service at work. And when I first took them on as a new client, the manager even told me like he'll be out there shoveling snow with him just so that way one day when that guy finally shows up with a gun, he'll remember that guy was out there shoveling snow with him. And I'm like, should
Yeah.
I be worried about this? And I didn't get off on the right foot with this guy at the start either because he came off like super aggressive for no fucking reason. Like he talks to himself type shit.
Guys like this
Well,
this
when he came
usually
up
do
and
to people.
apologized to me after I complained like once or twice to the manager, I like made him hug me. That way he had to remember every time he looked at me that he hugged me. Like he told me he talked about me to his wife and his wife was like, "No, you were wrong." So like I got that guy's brain. I'm like, "Yeah, you hugged me. You can't be mean to me anymore."
Yeah, that would
Smart.
be you'd be the first one. if that was him.
Unironically, just showing a little bit of kindness, I will say, goes a long way. Okay,
Which in those
sometimes,
cases depends.
especially, well,
Sometimes
it-
just treating
I
people
would
like
say-
equal, like, is the thing. Like, there was a guy, I've told this story a few times. His name was
Yeah,
Monty,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And, like, I fucking made fun of him just like I made fun of the other guys. And later in life, he was like, oh, I appreciated that you didn't, like, leave me out or, like, single me out. Like, you were like, oh, I'm going to make fun of this guy. Then I'm going to make fun of this guy. Like, everybody's equal. It's not like you're like, oh, I didn't realize that could make people feel like they were a part of a group, like getting roasted with the, like,
By
oh.
equally roasting
Yeah,
everyone.
like he never roasts me. He must really not like me. Or something. Like, okay, but I guess that's good. I don't know. I thought that was kind of
Gibbs
crazy.
woke.
It's just
Yeah, woke.
showing
That's
the same
that's the
respect.
woke right. Yeah, the woke right there. Bullying is based. Yeah,
Gibbs, I'm all stocked up for you this week, okay? I'm all stocked up. I got a new energy drink, a new vape.
You're
We're
awake.
Great.
You're awake this
I'm
time.
here. Yeah, I actually took a nap, dude. I like stopped my stream earlier to go take a nap.
I got one more cool thing since Kel's here. Now I got weed infused henny today, brought to me.
Hey.
Hello.
I'm
Hi,
pretty
friend.
excited to try that.
Yay, Cal's here. Cal.
How go is it?
Hey, friend.
Can you see me?
Cal's
No.
my little sister, bro.
You have to turn off the camera in OBS.
Oh,
and
really?
turn it on. Hey, Kel, you
real
have to
life?
turn it off
Yeah,
in Streamlabs.
totally, y'all.
Turn it off.
in Streamlabs.
Turn it off.
I'm in
here.
OBS.
Yeah,
Like a
turn
big girl.
OBS. Yeah, turn off in
Yeah,
OBS.
so what we do is we
and then
window
turn it off in
capture
here.
the thing and just use our webcams on Discord. So you'll just window capture the pop out.
I have to turn it off in OBS.
Yeah.
What off?
The camera and the audio. Right?
No, well, don't turn the audio off.
No, don't turn the audio off. The
Is that better?
is that better? The camera?
Well,
We got a cherry limeade ghost. That's what's up. Mine's sour pink lemonade.
no, now you turn it on here. So turn off the source in OBS. Turn it on in here.
Turn
You
off
gotta
the
double
source in
click
OBS?
it. Yeah, you gotta double click your thing.
Okay, sorry, hold on. I have Austin helping me out.
Deactivate.
Yo,
are you and Austin like a thing now? Y'all been hanging out for a hot minute, and I remember the first fucking date you said, I don't think we're gonna see each other again. Y'all looked
No,
at
we're-
each other with that look.
We're just friends.
You guys
We're
are just
besties.
friends. That's cool though. I'm glad you made a friend that's local to you to go out with you and do your hood rat shit.
Yeah, exactly. exactly.
Austin's here too. Oh shit, Austin, you remember me? It's Chai, baby.
Chai, what up? Oh, I can put a face to the name now. What up, dude?
Yeah, what up? I be chatting.
You got cool hair. I dig it.
Hell yeah. No. Okay, is that?
Is it better now?
Well, I gotta
Thank
make
you.
sure that it works out.
Yeah, I
good.
try to keep it interesting, you know. I actually just
I like it.
straightened my hair and my extensions for you guys as well. My hair is 3 different kinds of styles today. I started with messy, just freshly washed waves. Then I came home and I did little tiny pin curls and then I did a banana clip and then I took a nap, woke up and then washed my hair and straightened it.
There we
Oh, yeah.
go.
I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
have
not
to
used
work
to. I
long
don't do
today.
much with my hair. I wish I could do more with my hair. It takes like so long just to fucking
It's a lot, like,
moisturized
even
because
for
it's
you
all
to just, like,
curly.
straighten them, it takes a lot of effort.
Yeah. It takes ages.
And then if you
So
straighten it, like, you wouldn't wanna do another style after that because at that point, you're like, "Dude, I just took so long doing this."
yeah, exactly. So I'm jealous. I like it that you change your hair a lot. It's sick.
You can't even tell I've got bangs that much right now because I've clipped them in the right way. Thank
Actually,
you.
a couple years ago, I had split dye. I just like went all in and did a split dye, and I did half of my hair. I wanted it gray. I wanted to do black and gray, but my hair would break off like way before it would get to that level. So I did black and red, and then I did the eyebrows as well. And I
I've
did
never
that
done a
for
split
like a
dye because
year.
I was afraid of the stigma of uneven hair growth.
Valid. I'm like the opposite, where I just cut it unevenly all the time on purpose.
You know, who needs to go to an actual hairstylist? Like, we have scissors at home.
Exactly.
Just get the
Exactly.
bowl.
I never
Just get a
do
bowl.
that. That's how
I
my bangs
shaved-
feel right now. I need to get my bangs professionally cut soon. I just don't want to.
Mood.
Like, I
let my
wanted
hair
to
grow
do
out at
split
this
dye,
point.
but I didn't because my problem with
True.
split dye is
Hey, there we
when
go.
you do a split dye,
Let's
your
go.
hair is 2 different layers of damage.
Yeah, my friend was saying the
Especially
same thing.
Yeah.
She's like, my blonde side is like this after a couple years.
Yeah, that's grody.
Yeah, I was planning on like
Thank you.
Yeah, I was
Grody.
planning on like cutting mine
Yeah,
off.
you're
I was
here.
planning on growing it out and then cutting it off, but I ended up actually just shaving my head on like New Year's Eve at the party that we were at. I had planned it, but I was just like I couldn't deal with the damaged side anymore. It was like way too damaged. I had bleached it at home the second time. I didn't even go to the hairdresser. So it was just fucked. It was
Right.
horrible. And so I just like cut it off like a couple days. I actually told my brother for Christmas he could cut half of my hair off, and he loved it.
Is he like
He's
a weird
15.
sadistic fucked? That like
No, he's
got
just
off on
he's
your
15
hair?
right now, so it was a couple years ago. So he was like 13 or 11.
Yeah,
and that's
it's
like
like
an
cool
11-year-old who
shit.
gets to like cut off his older sister's hair. Like what 11-year-old isn't going to be go for that? 11-year-old boy isn't going to go for that. So he loved
Just
it.
kidding.
I'm just
There's so much blonde in there. I just impulsively fucking did it one day when my hair was really short, and now it's like forever that way. Until I decide to do anything with it.
Is that just
Boy,
like
yeah,
a
I like
tea?
it.
That's all a tea, the giant cup? It's just like one drink?
Yeah.
Y'all love the
You got like a
giant cup.
soup bowl, like
Yeah,
tea
I
cup.
actually
Yeah, it's like a
foamed
ramen
up.
soup bowl.
What kind of tea is that?
It's Earl
Earl
Grey,
Grey.
but this time
Okay.
the past few times I've been like frothing the milk and the
I love frothing.
almond milk creamer. And then my mom's kind of crazy about making her own vanilla extract. And so we have like a shit ton of vanilla beans. And so I actually had recently used some of the beans in the cupcakes. So I put vanilla beans in it as well.
Cool.
That sounds good as hell.
Oh God, this
I was
is
really good.
gifted homemade vanilla bean extract for Christmas last year, and I'm still using it. It's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah,
This
my
is still
mom's
so good.
she's making like different kinds too with like rum and vodka. And then she started making almond extract. She made limoncello at one point. She's kind of going crazy. She's just always been doing stuff like this. For a couple years it was yogurt and cheese.
Fuck yeah, go mom.
Yeah, yogurt and cheese. Yeah, like on like the hair conversation, I relate to the whole like shaving your head story because like in mid 2022, like my hair was so damaged that I just had to like completely shave it off.
Yep.
And I like shaved all my hair off. And then I was stupid because like within like 8 months I was bleaching it again.
Oh,
and then
no.
yeah. I had my hair like white platinum blonde for like a long time, and then I was like, it won't grow. The upkeep is really annoying. So then I just like
I
dyed
would
the
like
bottom.
to
and I
know your
stopped it.
opinion on my cucumber.
Oh,
Oh yeah, in the group chat.
Love eating cucumbers like that.
Let's go.
Like a dip
What-
of anything, and I'll just like dip the whole cucumber in that shit. I love that shit.
So for
My-
chat
my
to
question is the
understand what's
car.
going on, I really wanted a snack earlier,
Yeah,
so
I'll
I
pull it
posted
up
a picture
as
in
well.
the group chat of a cucumber with Southwest Ranch dip, but the Southwest Ranch dip was in the center console of my car, and I was fully gripping that cucumber.
She really was.
Yeah, it was a good snack.
It was
The
alarming
reason-
when I first saw
Make
it.
sure you have
I
sexual
thought,
themes.
I thought it was
on.
peanut butter for some reason. I was like, what is happening?
Yeah, the
You
reason
want
why
a
I was like,
cucumber
oh
in your
no,
car
was
like
the
that?
car.
It's the
The
women's
car
panel.
is
I have to
no,
start
all the
putting
mukbangs
the
are in the car.
I just cleaned my car. What's wrong
No,
with it?
I'm a car eater, bro. Once I ate, this is a horrible admission, but I have eaten spaghetti on the highway. I shouldn't have, but I
I've
have
seen a
eaten
dude eat a
spaghetti
full bowl of
on the
cereal in the
highway
car.
on my way to work.
I had a Qdoba bowl on the last time I drove up.
I was
I
thinking.
was like, I'm just gonna. I know. I also drive like late at night. I like leaving wherever I'm at like 10 p.m. because I'm like a night owl. I'll be awake during that time. The most awake, I think. And so I was just like, okay, I think it's fine. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I can have a Qdoba bowl in here, and I can just like one hand drive and scoop this shit in.
It's fine.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
think the hardest thing I've eaten driving is probably a salad. I think salads are pretty rough to eat while driving.
Well, you don't know how to like hold the bowl. That's like
Yeah,
the whole
you gotta
other thing.
pretty much
It's like
taste it
trying to
before
keep
you
the
drive
Qdoba
it.
bowl like with my one knee up.
You're like eating Chipotle with your knees, like driving, like crying. Like,
Yeah.
It's like the burrito's like falling
Does
apart.
anybody
You're like,
do one of
no.
these moves when they're driving? Do they pull one
Yeah.
of these while
Yes.
they're driving?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pull it all
Like
the
when
way
you're
up.
just yep.
I
if
don't.
you guys saw my car, you would.
I
be like,
actually
No.
I don't trust people that don't do that.
I don't put my leg all the way up, but I'll lift it up next to me sometimes.
No,
Like,
no, no.
I
You
have
put
my
it
foot
right
on,
on the
like,
side
the
vent.
seat.
Yeah.
Right on the side vent.
Yeah, on the side of it, you gotta
You're
prop it up, get
chilling.
some tension while you drive. You know? No.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
Mm-mm.
That's
Yeah,
way too much.
I'm with you on that one.
I don't know what my fucking Streamlabs like dual or like my code is, you know, like the 2-step like authentication. Because I was gonna just like renew my fucking thing to like dual stream,
Yeah.
but then I don't know my factor authentication codes because they're on my old work computer,
Mm.
and so I couldn't. And so now I'm just like on Twitch. Like I feel like a loser. Like
Every
Yeah,
time you
us
say
losers
stuff
on
like that,
Twitch.
I just
You feel
challenge
like a
you to
loser on Twitch.
restart.
It's
Us
crazy.
losers,
well, no,
bro.
because like I don't have like a phone.
Oh,
She,
you're on
This is, like, my
she's
second
like,
Twitch stream ever.
I got off the YouTube. I was high for looting, and now on the Twitch, I feel so
No.
bright. I feel. This is how Twitch streamers feel about kick streamers. You know, like
No, it's because I literally have like 2
these-
viewers right now. I
these
can't remember the last time I had
peasants
2
on
viewers, bro.
these peasants on Twitch. Oh man. It's
No, I meant because I literally have no one here. It's
It'll
like
be-
just what's up, Lather Goat? The first time chatter.
yeah.
Welcome.
It'll be all right. Don't worry, everybody.
Leitner's cool. You don't gotta worry about Leitner.
I would worry
yeah.
about later.
No, you don't
Yeah.
listen to Gibbs. Leitner's nice. He's just got a stigma.
Well, now that everybody's here, do we want to talk about one of these topics? I know Fairy Queen's got some here. Hi, by the way, hi Fairy Queen. How are you doing today?
Yeah. Hi, I'm doing great. Good to see you guys. Hope everybody's doing okay today. Yeah. Yeah, good to see everybody. So the
I don't think I've
topics
talked to you
had
before, too.
today- I think we have no, Skyana. I was in chat the other day. We said hello. You had the wonderful moth wall, if I remember right.
Yes.
Oh
Am I
yeah,
right?
no, that was during
You know?
Slosh. No?
Nobody remembers that.
Yeah, yeah.
That was during Slosh. So maybe, yeah.
Okay, well, I loved your moth wall. I thought it was
Thank
great.
you.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to meet you. Kenneth Kel. Kel? Is that your name? I'm gonna call
Yeah,
you
hi,
Kel.
Kel.
Kel, I
Nice
don't think we. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've met before, but it's nice to meet you. And hello, Chai. Hello, Buckaroo. Hello, Katya. Hello, Gibbs. Hello, all. Hello, all. Okay, so I had 2 topics which are pretty similar, although they are slightly different. And they are both about revenge pornography because there's been some recent legislation that has been either passed or proposed recently by 2 different female politicians, although slightly different in terms of electability. The first one is Melania Trump's Take It Down Act. So President Donald Trump on Monday signed the Take It Down Act, bipartisan legislation that enacts stricter penalties for the distribution of non-consensual intimate imagery sometimes called revenge pornography, as well as deep fakes created by artificial intelligence. So the big things to know about this is that the law takes immediate effect. It was just passed, just like this past week. It enacts stricter distributions for non-consensual intimate imagery, deepfakes. It makes it illegal to knowingly publish or to threaten to publish intimate images, including AI generated, without consent. It requires websites and social media platforms to remove that content within 48 hours of notice from a victim, and to take action to delete duplicate content. And it applies federal level enforcement, unlike many existing state laws. It was bipartisan. It was introduced by Senator Ted Cruz and by Senator Amy Klobuchar. And First Lady Melania Trump personally lobbied for the bill on Capitol Hill in March. And there's a lot more to it, but that's basically the first bill. The second bill was introduced by Nancy Mace. And my understanding, I'm not sure if this one is passed yet, is we all probably know Nancy Mace for other reasons. She's become famous in the media for her stances on trans issues. But this is about her stance on revenge pornography. So recently, she has introduced the Vanish Act, which is an acronym for Victimizer Accountability for Non-Consensual Images and Spiteful Humiliation, which aims to strengthen federal laws against revenge porn and sextortion, which amends Title 18. Basically, it wants to expand the Violence Against Women Act. So just to sort of hone it in for everyone, I don't know if you guys remember when the Destiny stuff happened. Everybody here can probably for people who aren't aware, Kel, I don't know how much. Okay, yeah. So for those of you who are less familiar, basically there was a big streamer who distributed revenge pornography of a smaller streamer like within the community. And that streamer is now suing the bigger streamer in federal court under the Violence Against Women Act. Now, here's the thing that's interesting, okay? So under a federal civil law, she can sue for up to $150,000 underneath like that statute. What this new introduction by Nancy Mace does is it increases the maximum civil penalty from $150,000 to $500,000. So she's proposing that like the penalty for it should be increased. This legislation targets the creation and distribution of deepfake sexual content without consent, imposing potential prison sentences for offenders. Part of the reason like why this has become such a splashy thing in the media is because Nancy Mace has said that she herself is a victim of revenge pornography and showed images of herself and other women who were victimized in Congress to prove to the local Congress members that she was in fact victimized, which was done with her consent. And my understanding is that it was done with consent from the other women, so I don't think anyone was re-victimized. But that's basically the cliff notes of it. The cliff notes of it are that we have two different revenge pornography bills that have been introduced or strongly supported by a host of like
how are they different though? Like they're both not for it, right? They're
not pro revenge porn. No, I don't think so.
They're not pro revenge porn.
They're not like, yes, revenge porn, let's get more. I don't think either one.
But they're like different, but they are on different levels of like restrictions,
more about
right?
the penalty and what you can get financially from it, and the other one's more so about the time period that you have to remove it and the like criteria around once you discover it.
Okay.
As well as it's the time limit for like that social media sites have to take it down, as well as including AI images, which a lot of previous like legislation it had to be like a literal. Like, I'm taking a picture of myself and whatever the heck. It can't be fake, deepfake photo. It can't be AI images. It has to be legit your photo. But this includes AI images. Another one small thing for Fairy Queen. Was it the Violence Against Women? Because I thought the count one of her complaint was the Intimate Image Protection Act, which is the 15 USC whatever the fuck one.
My understanding is that I'm just reading here. It says that she urged Congress to update the Violence Against Women Act, VAWA, to reflect the current digital landscape.
Because you said, yeah.
Well, yeah, it does tie into the Destiny case because that's like where like that's how victims can currently sue for that $150,000 limit. I don't know about like the other reference that you made, but that's my understanding is that like this has to do with like federal civil law, like what you can be compensated for, like if you sue in federal civil court. So
right.
I would argue that like upping the couple $100,000 of monetary compensation that a victim would be allowed would probably not be as consequential as maybe upping like the criminal repercussions. Like if you think it's as big of a deal that you can sue for like up to $500,000, like the difference between that and 150 probably isn't gonna like make a victim feel justice. If we think it's that criminal, like we should put like criminal charges on it or like jail time or whatever. That's in my opinion. Like if we think it's as bad
Well,
as it is.
the Nancy Mace one that increased the penalty also says there's a possible prison sentence, to be clear.
So
Yeah, those are the same ones.
So like you brought up Destiny, what would be the impact if like he was prosecuted under this? Like, is he going to be? Also, Buckaroo, I don't know if you know this. You're sharing a thing.
Can't be because it was in the
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sharing. I'm just sharing the notes on what the topics were suggested.
Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever was going. I'm sorry.
well, I don't know. I mean, it sure makes that $1 million payout thing seem a whole lot more reasonable, doesn't it? Right? Like if the suggested amount like in Congress is currently like $500,000, right? Like to me, and I hear what you're saying, Kella, and I think that, and while it's definitely true, like Buckaroo said, that like upping, like having prison and potential like other legal repercussions too, I think like financial repercussions, those can be legal repercussions too in criminal court. Like you can be ordered by a criminal court to pay a fine to a victim, like as restitution, like for the amount of time of injury that you've done to them. And frankly, you know, like I hate to say it, but like, okay, so if we have somebody that's like a predator that's out on the street, the reason why we put that person in jail is to prevent them from continuing to predate on people, right? So that they don't assault people anymore, so that they are removed from being able to do that. But if we're talking about like a situation of revenge pornography, I hate to say it, but the assault that's happening has already been exposed. Like even if you put that person in jail, it's true that they can't, you know, continue to post the picture. It's true that they can't send it to more people, but like in a situation like this one, yeah, it'll still be used. It will still be on the internet. People can still, the victim is still being victimized by the images. So probably demanding like some form of financial restitution. In a way, it sucks that here's your payout and here's your cash. But in another sense, like I kind of feel like maybe that might be, I don't know, it might be better for like the victim as opposed to simply putting the person away in jail. I don't know. Like it sucks. Like
I don't think the power should be available to begin with when it comes to the AI generated shit. I think that whoever is in charge of what AI can do should just have it in there where you can't generate sexual images at all, because what fucking purpose does that serve? It doesn't. And it's just taking other images of other people. So even if they mesh a face together, that's still like 5 different people's actual faces too, if you really think about it. And then as far as the online stuff goes, yes, there's certain websites you can go to. Yes, this is like an American thing. But there's so many websites online that just grab pictures that they find, post them, then they go to the next website that's just like that, and the website after that, and they don't have emails posted so you can contact them directly. You have to go through an official online internet, like, police website where you send them the link and then they reach out to them if they don't have an email posted, and maybe they'll reply to it. But what if they're not US based? What if they're foreign? What do we do about that?
Yeah.
You still can't remove the foreign aspect.
And I agree that
Cybercrime is a big deal. The thing is with a lot of this stuff, when we talk about like AI images and things being a combination, I think the best way that, you know, it would be in a lot of cases a more individualized thing, like specific sites going for copyright infringement or specific people going for copyright infringement after their stuff is scraped by AI.
You're like
I'm
cutting
so
out.
sorry, I'm not close enough to the microphone. That's on me.
Yeah, you were like cutting
It's
out.
like
It's your connection, I think.
a lot of it seems to be like you would have to go after copyright. Yeah, my connection's freaking horrible. Can you hear me properly now?
No, am
I good?
It's just like
You're
little
so
lag,
bad.
I think. I think it's just internet, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the
My
first
internet's
time
really
I've
fucky right now.
knock on
It
wood,
says it's
had type issues.
What I was saying was just like it seems like a lot of this stuff to be gone after with copyright grounds by the owner of the material that was scraped from websites. Because I mean, like I totally understand the argument you're making. I just like my fear is that like a lot of those things, if they were attempted to be codified in a law, then we're talking about a big deal with First Amendment grounds. I feel like the difference with a lot of this legislation that goes after specifically revenge pornography is the fact that the image is indistinguishable from a sexual image of that person, and posted for a purpose that is usually to demean this person or damage their reputation, because it's not
defamation at that point, no?
But that's the
in
thing. Is this not necessarily? I think it's an accessibility thing that creates this fear. Because I agree, it's not right. No one should have like fake porn made of them. However, this is like where technology's at, and like if someone a decade ago had made like a really convincing Photoshop of someone completely nude or like having sex, would they like have been charged with revenge pornography? Probably not. So it's like trying to reevaluate like space, because like accessibility like creates like a need for more legality. Like, is that the argument?
That's actually, yeah, does accessibility like, create the need for it? Like, that is interesting, right? Like, at some level, if I took, like, I don't know, Chai, and we took Britney Spears and we put them together, would you first prosecute that person for the AI deepfake porn thing? Like, if y'all did criminalize that? I think that's probably a valid question. Like, if it's indistinguishable, you just take somebody's body type that's kind of similar one and put them on there. What is the fundamental
I think if
difference?
it was used as a face of this person's face, then it can be, like, legally.
Or was it a decade ago is the question. It's just like, because now it's just
I mean,
like
a decade
easier.
ago doesn't matter right now. We're talking.
So, like, we don't
yeah.
care that somebody makes a cartoon version of Taylor Swift taking it from the back. We care when it looks realistic and we can't figure out if it's real or not, right? I mean, the first one kind of fucking sucks, but we still know it's fake.
Well, what about
the first one's gonna happen regardless? I think.
Advertisement.
Well, are we gonna sue people? What about? Okay,
Well,
this is gonna sound weird.
I
What
guess
if
I also see it as like,
Well,
is it not fraudulent at some point to be producing content that?
Well, what about the chick that is like Scarlett Johansson's like lookalike, right? Are we gonna sue her when she does a Scarlett Jo parody porn?
What Ariana Grande already had somebody like that.
But they're advertising as Scarlett Jo, like
But that's a known parody.
That would be a Marvel's like copyright.
Maybe
It
not
wouldn't be the
them.
actual actress like copywriting.
The problem is if it's
because that is an actual
portrayed
real
as-
person that is doing it themselves.
Yeah,
Well, they
I
would
think
have
part of the
grounds to sue-
problem is
I know they have grounds
if
to
it's
sue,
officially
sorry.
if it's officially seen as parody. Like all of these things, lookalikes are known to be parodies, and the only times they're not is in like maybe like pranks. But even then, somebody's
like
in
a
the know
funny
at all
thing
times.
to do.
Parody is
So
under
it's
the
a
comedy
parody.
sort of aspect, isn't it? A parody is under comedy.
Like,
parodies can be
necessarily,
used to
no.
make fun of people too. It doesn't have to just be like to laugh at. I know a lot of like slander parody.
Yeah,
Right.
but you gotta like be able to know that it's like what's what. Like they would have grounds to sue. I know they did have grounds to sue when the guy was like, when AI, the first video like platforms were coming out, and he was like advertising like fake supplements or whatever, or his supplements with like Joe Rogan's approval. They did have grounds to sue. So exactly that, when it's indistinguishable, like Chai said, and you're promoting something that's not yours and acting like it is, then you have grounds for it.
Because in that case, the person who did the Benny song, who sounds just like Justin Bieber, everyone knows Justin didn't make that song, but when you hear that song for the first time, you think to yourself, wait a minute, did Justin Bieber crash out and make this song about Benny Blanco marrying Selena Gomez? So, like, at that point, then that lady who made that song would have to be sued by Justin Bieber because it's still in his image, even though it doesn't have his face, right?
Well, Eminem has sued some of his parody artists. He sued them because they made a song. They just put it out as their own label, and other people picked it up and were like, "Oh, this sounds exactly like M." And people thought it was M responding to like diss tracks from other people, and Eminem sued him. I don't know if he won or not, but I feel like that's kind of similar to what you're describing, isn't it, Jai?
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I think the big deal with this is indistinguishable from reality and portrayed as to be taken as reality. Like some of these like fakes for like the individual story behind like say like the Take It Down Act. I know it was one girl who her classmates made an AI image of her nude, and spread it to people saying, this is her nude photo, this is her. Which, I mean, thankfully it wasn't, because that would be another level of bad because she was underage. But, like, that aside, like, we're representing this as her. She's taking the reputational hit because it's being portrayed as of her, and it's indistinguishable as such. So, I mean, that's one thing. I feel like even though, like, you know, there is, like, other things that it can be compared to, I think that, like, with how ubiquitous it is getting, there isn't, like, at least some sort of, like, a restriction on, especially if you're kind of portraying it as it being of the person and not being of a parody, or, like, some crazy situation that's obviously AI, or some, you know, art style where something is drawn and it's clearly not real. If it's real and we could think, oh, this person posted this, or this person had this leaked of them and they took this photo, that's getting into some territory, I think, that, yeah.
What's the question?
All right. Well, do we want to move on to one of these other topics? I feel like that was I feel like Rand scores quite a bit. Do we want to move on to?
That was a good one.
Yeah, let's move on to one of these other ones. Kel, you brought a whole bunch. What do you want to pick? Which one you want to introduce? One of these topics and start it off.
No, pick Forrest Gibbs. Come on.
I
want to pick.
Yeah, what are y'all picking? I got something in my eye.
You have a man pick on the women's panel?
Yeah.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah, bro. I can't even see right now.
When is it appropriate to go no contact with a family member, if ever? Let's talk about our family issues, guys.
No, I think that one back. That was a bad spitball.
No, I like that one.
It was a bad spitball.
Spicy one. Oh my. Okay.
No, I like that one because I have
a trauma dumping episode.
Chai, go ahead and start us off then, Chai. Go ahead. Start us off with your thoughts.
I was raised that family is very important to you, and while I have not gotten along the best with one of my parents, I do understand that I only have one parent. So I guess there's definitely a line that can be crossed, but I think the line is different for everyone and what you respect of yourself and what you allow from the ones you love. I just think my line is very, very, very far at this point.
Like, you will still continue to talk to them no matter how shitty they are, or
I feel like I'd have to be like on the verge of dying to stop talking to a family member personally.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's different for everybody. I mean, I think that, like, a line for a lot of people is just like, you know, if somebody's gotten like chance after chance and they're still like, you know, hurting you, or they're still doing things that is, you know, not helpful to, you know, you being a you know, person who is growing and not being abused and, you know, being able to exist. And I feel like that definition or that line is really dependent on a lot of things, like a person's, you know, what they can tolerate, what the relationship is like, you know, who the person is, if it's your uncle or if it's your mother or your father, like, that's going to be different. I don't know. I feel like, when is it okay? I'm not really going to be there to judge unless it's like a really extenuating circumstance where it's like, oh, my mother, who has done everything for me ever, didn't get me McDonald's, so I'm going no contact. Like, unless it's some crazy shit.
How dare you not give me McDonald's with the exclusive Minecraft toy? You're fucked, Mom. Get fucked.
No, I have family that I've cut off. Like they came from my grandmother, right? And they basically like sold like a bunch of her land out from under her. But like they invested her fortune before Y2K in like food preservatives and like gold, thinking the stock market was going to crash. And then of course it didn't. Then gold took a hit. I think it recovered some, so thank God. But like, you know, they're just over here like doing crazy shit and just like spending their money willy-nilly on like, we're gonna build a doomsday bunker in the middle of like Fort Worth. Like, no, that like you know, crazy shit. And so we ended up like fighting them on it. And like my dad became like the executive of the state. It was like, no, you're not gonna fucking just waste all your money on canned goods. You know, like I remember, I'll never forget eating fucking powdered potatoes for like 2 years because they had done this bullshit. We were like, how are we gonna get our money's worth out of this shit? Like awful shit. I highly don't recommend. Yeah. And so like we definitely like cut them off. Like, I'm not gonna associate with these people that are just crazy pieces of shit, even if they're blood. Like, blood's not that thick. You don't want what's best for the family. Like, sometimes if you're bad,
called like extreme coupon.
How do I your guys' share chat?
Well, this is totally different than that. I'll tell you, if it was just that, that'd be fine.
I know it's not extreme couponers, but it's like extreme, like they do things out of their way to make things cheaper for themselves.
That's not what these people were doing. These people were like, we gotta get ready to overthrow the government. And we're gonna use, and we're gonna use grandma. We gotta use grandma's fucking fortune to fund it.
Potatoes.
Yeah, they're like, the government's gonna fail. We need to have hard currency, gold. Let's invest, boys, and like spend millions of dollars, and then like selling parcels of the land. They're like, this isn't strategically viable, and it'd be like, a good piece of land right outside Fort Worth. But yeah, but we can't hold it during the apocalypse. I'm like, bro, you're fucking insane. Like, like kind of
Doomsday
shit.
Prepper.
Yeah, but
How do I join your
also,
super chat?
like,
saved
I'll
them.
send it to you.
Oh, you just knock.
I think this is like more of a me thing anyway, because I don't have any
One second. I got it. I'll send it to you.
circumstances for
One
like
second.
who I am
Go,
as a
I'll get it.
person. Like I have old school parents. I definitely have some things I have to tolerate having older parents and being from a generation like that. I don't have to deal with it personally because I'm pretty, what is it, like the normal, like, but old people don't have shit to complain about me for. But when it comes to people I care about that get brought in, like if I were to have a parent that was constantly disrespecting a friend who's gay, or if I were to have a friend whose parents were this certain religion and they didn't like you being with your partner because of literally their skin tone or whatever, like that kind of shit I think is very acceptable to like cut a parent off when it comes to other people being involved. Because if it's just you, like if my mom were to be like, oh, what are you doing with your life, this and that, like just start nailing at me, at least it's just me and I can kind of tolerate it.
But
I don't know, that also goes to how much I respect myself and how much I was raised to be a people pleaser.
Charlie, like if your cousin and like your mom's brother, for example, came in and took all of your grandparents' money and like spent it on crazy bullshit, do you not think that like, and then like proceeded to badmouth you when you were like, no, I'd rather grandma not fucking die alone at home because you spent it prepping for doomsday and don't care about what happens to grandma? Do you not agree? Maybe that would be a good enough reason to like cut somebody off, like outside of even like a race thing or like, oh, treat this person shitty kind of thing. I feel like financial reasons could be a good reason.
Yeah,
as well.
I think that because I do have a friend whose parents stole a shit ton of money from him, and he just still, I don't know. So yeah, I definitely don't understand that. Like, I think once you hit a certain price cap and you're like actually hurting your children or your dependents' futures, that's fucked, because then it's like financial domination.
It wasn't until my mom like stole money from me that I was like, okay, like both my older sisters had cut her off, and I'm like, she's going through a hard time, alcoholics, blah blah blah. And I'm like, it was like only after she like stole money, I'm like, oh. And it was like a year later, I'm like, this money's never coming back, and how can you steal from your kids? Like, holy fuck,
Yeah.
Oh, Kel, real quick, mute your audio in the share together. Mute your audio and microphone in there. That way it's not like an echo. Boom. All right, go ahead. Sorry, guys.
I've just had family members that like weren't in my life.
Yeah.
That I've just
I
not
cut
really
an
made
uncle
an
off
attempt
for
to
way
reach-
less though. I
reach
cut
out
uncles
towards,
off,
like
that.
I
feel like at some point, at some point it's their job. Like it depends if they're older than me too, but at some point it's their job to put in the effort of being.
Yeah, I feel like growing
and
up,
caring for
I had a
you,
really good
like-
relationship with my mom's side of the family. But my dad's side of the family never gave the effort, and they would bully me and belittle me because the people, like my cousins on my dad's side there was one that was older than me and there was one that was younger than me. And they would always compare me because I was in the middle. And they'd always be like, you're not doing enough, or like, what the, like, blah, blah, blah. They would just fucking bully me my entire life. And I'm actually really glad. I haven't talked to my dad in 5 years. And it's for a very good reason. And I have not missed, like, being talked to with these people because they've never been told, like, they never told me that they were proud of me. They were never like, oh, Sky, you did so good in this thing, like my soccer leagues or my softball, or like growing up, I remember that shit. And it, like, holds me through. And just, like, cutting my dad off was, like, the final really straw for, like, that side of the family. So I really haven't seen it.
If your dad had no one else, right? Like, let's just say he's old age, he's like, he needs some help, nobody else is around, like, you're the only person related to him close enough left. Would you say, fuck you, die alone, or would you take him in and deal with it?
If he is respectful and if I can have a decent fucking conversation with him, then I would probably take him in and take care of
That's
him.
nice. You're nice. I like that. That's sweet.
I am always
the respect
I'm the
thing.
type of person that will look in the good of everybody in my life. If you try to come back to me, even if you're a terrible fucking person, I will be like, oh yes, this is your time for redemption. I'm so happy for you. Like, I'm proud of them for
Like, this is
reaching
your
out to
moment.
me.
Please don't mess
And
up.
it's
because I
like
wouldn't
this is your
accept you
time to
back
fucking
in.
shine and be a good person. But if you're really not, then like at some point I am like so nice of a person and I have like a very, very thick boundary, I guess, of what like would really set me off the edge. But if you're just continuously that way and like just like beating me up and like beating people in my life up and just like not being good for yourself as well, like I can't help you at that point. You need professional help. You need something other than me. And I'm not going to be there for you. I'm sorry. But hey, I was here while I could.
Yeah, you're gonna like never have the right like self-image until you like go look for it, and that shouldn't be your responsibility when you're literally like a kid.
Yeah, like growing up as a kid, I was like never really like I just was always in the spotlight of things being like a middle child cousin sort of thing. I'm also like the eldest grandchild too. So like my grandparents also thought the same and we're just like, "Oh, Skyana, you got to do big things." I'm like, "Yeah."
No pressure.
No pressure, whatever. I'm totally not burnt out or anything after fucking high school. Yeah, I'm not burnt out.
Yeah. I'm fixing my audio. I'm so sorry. I'm new to this.
On the moves in that room. Yeah, in that room. Yeah, I think you got it. Say something, Kel.
Better?
Hey, you just
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
mute
Well,
and,
we weren't gonna have that issue. We all mute ours, but you're like on your side, they were gonna have like a robot sound because it was gonna be like you talking through both.
Oh, thanks for the heads up.
Yeah.
Goated.
I can definitely relate on being the misfit cousin, by the way, Skyana. All of my cousins were like into sports and like I don't know, they would go do like beauty contests as kids and they'd be in like ballet and shit, and I would always go hang out with this one side of the family, and like the kids would always look at me and they were older and they'd be like, "Oh, you're 13, you have to be 14 to play this game with us." And then I'd be 14 and then they tell me I'd have to be 15 and I would never win.
I feel really bad because my younger cousins as well growing up, like they had kind of like the back end of me, like the negative end of me of being like, oh yeah, I'm babysitting this kid, but I'm thinking like my brain, oh, I'm younger than them. Or I'm older than them. I should just be like a little kind of like a little asshole. So I just recently like talked to my cousin within the past like 4 years. She's like 17 now ish. I'm 24 and she's like, I remember you being like a little asshole to me. And I'm like, I feel so fucking bad because I felt like people were being an asshole to me. And I feel like maybe I took that out on you or something. I feel like I just remembered it wrong.
Yeah.
And just like, I've always been just like the sweet person that I am today. But I, of course, grew out of it. And I have a personality disorder out of it too that I had to fix. So I am doing way better than I was. Like 5 years ago.
You know,
when I was
it's always fun when you go from like when I was growing up, I feel like I was like the outcast cousin, and then my cousin became like the outcast cousin, and like, oh, well, Justin's doing real well. Look at all this crazy good shit, and then like I got divorced, outcast family member again, and then my sister comes along and does some wild shit. Now she's the bad one. It's like
family drama's so fucking stupid though.
Yeah, doesn't it feel good to be like, hey, I'm not the bad one no more. There's someone worse than
Do you
me.
feel like there has to be a Meg Griffin in every family
There's
for it
gotta
to
be
like work?
There's got to be one, and like maybe not like the immediate, but like at least in the extended, somebody's got to be.
Yeah.
This might be the me and me,
Every
but I
family
never
of
saw
that
the
you
bad in Meg. But I don't really know anything about Family Guy, and I
Well, did
never
you
really
see that
actually
one
watched the show through and
episode
through.
where so Meg kind of went off on the family and she was like, "You guys treat me like shit. Like this is your fault."
Well, they do treat her like
yada." And they
They
all got
do.
really depressed, and that's when the moment came to her where she
Good.
went upstairs,
Smack 'em in their
apologized.
face.
No, she apologized to them, and they were like, "Wait, you mean this entire time you were just having an episode and we weren't wrong? What the hell? You
No.
did this to us." And then
Never
everybody was
apologize.
Everybody was
Like,
fine again.
Gaslighting.
No.
They were
I haven't
so
apologized
depressed.
for myself since I was 19
Yeah.
with my dad's side of the family at least. I'm like, you guys need to at least respect me at least a little bit. Like you can't compare me to these people that are
Well-
similar age to me. Like go fuck yourself.
I think about
That's actually
milestones
interesting.
a lot too, like significant life events. Like I'm gonna get married someday, probably, hopefully. And I have this uncle that I cut off because after my dad passed away, he thought he could speak for him about what I was doing in life, who I was dating. I was called a slur lover just for dating a guy that had a quarter black in him. And like, this is my uncle, and I've never forgiven him for that. But part of me just wants to like write him a letter and just see if maybe I can reach out to him and get through to him just to be like, why are we doing this? Like, why are you acting this way? Like, this isn't okay. Like, you're on a board of education and that's what you called me?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to beef with you for the rest of my life, but also
But, like,
every
you're not
time I
hired.
see you, I'm uncomfortable.
Like, what
and I
good
don't
is
like
gonna
being
come out of that?
uncomfortable.
Like, are you?
So I have that issue right now with like cutting a person off. I don't like the feeling of doing it. I'm not that type of person, but I can't.
I'm
put up
neither
with
not that type of
stupidity.
person.
That's a good reason to cut someone off, though.
I feel like, yeah,
It is a
snip,
good.
motherfucker.
I love the wall that I build when I get to my point, though. Like I'm like really proud of myself for that, and I'm just like, okay, I'm seeing how they are with other people, and I see that they're in the same patterns, and I'm glad that I'm not in that pattern anymore.
There's also like a relief.
Some
there's a
point,
relief
at
factor
some
within
point,
that.
it
Yeah.
really is like a waste of your time to always try to resolve issues for other people. That's not to say you shouldn't like forgive someone, but there's only so long you can keep, like telling them what they did wrong or telling them how to resolve, like how to make it up to you before they have to,
before they
there's
figure
a
it out
certain-
themselves.
Yeah, they have to be doing it themselves. They have to be like making those steps themselves.
I will not
Otherwise, they
babysit
just
someone's
don't
way
identify
in
with
order
it,
to make me
you
feel
know?
better. Like well, either we click or we don't, and we just don't.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, exactly what you said about like significant life events, Try. Like that shit weighs on me. Like it's your family. You think like you're my
Like
mom.
I want to
think I
invite
don't
you to my
know
wedding.
this?
You
Yeah.
watched me grow up.
You're
You're
like
the
blood
only uncle
blood
that was
over water,
over my
babe.
house
Yeah.
literally every other weekend.
Water over water.
Like,
I hate that.
this is
I'm
the
like-
closest uncle that has watched me become who I am today. And I'm just like, dude, like you're not gonna be at my wedding because you can't be a respectable human, and like that really sucks. But like I can't change you. You're how old?
Yep.
70 now, like, and you still act this
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, growing up is like learning to prioritize like yourself. But so I got fucking hit by a car like earlier this month, bro. And so I called my aunt.
Oh
like,
God.
She
Where,
did.
like,
She had a
okay?
neck cast and everything,
all right?
bro.
yeah,
She was
no, but
messed up.
I broke my neck. Like it's everything's cool, but I'm like, okay, like my aunt that I'm not that cool with, like I'm calling up my family, you know, I'm like my sister. I'm like, okay, we're not, you know, like I'm mad about like little shit. But the people that actually, and my aunt calls me, like it's the most manipulative phone call in the world. She's like, you really need to call your mom, blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, this lady owes me $4,000. If I did die, you know, all she's gonna do is like try and get in on the money that you'd be like getting, right? Like it's just a waste. Like, and people, my aunt will like die like that, like making excuses for and like enabling, you know, like people will not step out of the enabler cycle, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah, I
sorry,
feel
Cal.
that.
That's awful. I hope
My
your neck is
brother,
better, by
yeah.
the way. Is it better? Is your neck okay? Like what?
You
Like
can get
how
top
are?
to your neck, I promise you.
Yeah, I lost a millimeter of
experience.
height. That's like the biggest crime.
Aw.
I'm a tall girl. I'm still tall, but I could have been taller.
Now you're like 5 foot flat, like 4'9".
Clearly.
12,
Like-
13.
At least
Like
you look
lost all your
cute in your
height.
neck brace.
Like 13. All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I love my vibes. It's a tragedy. Dude,
I don't know.
I'm like, should I yeah.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of interesting threads we can go with this. Like for myself, like I think in my family, like because our family like had to move around a lot like growing up, and because like my family like is a really really big family, it's really hard to get away from people. It's hard to find space for yourself. It's hard to like to have your own time. Everybody is always in everyone else's business, you
Yup,
know.
yup.
There's
There
no
are
space with big families either,
Yeah.
like especially with women. Like my
Exactly.
mom will just walk in the fucking bathroom, and I'm just like, whatever. You're my mom.
Yep, exactly. Like all of those things are just and so like from my family, what we've done for family members that we do a couple of things. One of them is like there are hard boundaries. So like in cases of abuse, you know, those are family members that we just don't see or we just don't talk to or we don't invite to family gatherings. But otherwise, we have a limited contact, right? And that's not to say that's not quite the same thing as no contact. Like no contact means you don't talk to the person at all, but limited contact means that you just invite the person. Yeah, you invite the person to the graduation or to the baptism, you know, or to the birthday. And maybe, you know, you see them, you say hello at Thanksgiving and you hang out, but you're not really going to have a deep conversation with this family member because you know how they get, you know, like you know that you guys don't get along well. So what you do is you just limit the amount of contact, and you do that so that you can still, because here's the problem with like going no contact with some family members, unless it's like an actual case of like really severe abuse. And even if, unfortunately, even if it is, when you cut that person off, you're choosing to cut off all of the other people who are okay with hanging out with that person, with everybody else in the family.
I'm okay
so
with
what
that.
means, well, you can be, and like it's your right to be, but I'm just saying like this is a reason, like depending on like what the situation is, like if it's not that, I don't want to say if it's not that bad, right? But if we're not talking about like physical abuse, if we're not talking about like SA, if we're talking just about somebody just being an asshole, basically, if there's a way for you to put up with that person a little bit or to find limited
You can have
contact,
small talk in like a family gathering. Yeah, no, there was an aunt that I had on my mom's side. I'm pretty good with my mom's side. Thankfully, there's another divorce happening there, so that aunt will not be my aunt any longer, like legally, pretty soon. But every time that I like showed up, she would just be like, "Oh, what is this mountain growing on your face?" And it was like a pimple that I had when I was like 15. That shit grows in my mind, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm 15 and I have
Now
pimples."
every time you see a pimple,
just
you
like every
think
time she's like
mountain.
mean to me. It wasn't just like the pimple thing. It was like weight. Like a huge thing in my family was like weight based. And they were like, "Oh, Sky, you need to be skinnier." And I'm like the skinniest of my entire family, like still to this day. So like I just don't like it just doesn't register in my mind when I'm like fucking like 16, 15 years old.
Well,
but I
mean-
like
yeah, no.
at like family gatherings, and what I'm saying with that, like you're able
It
to
does
do
make me
small
feel a
talk
little
and
good
able
because
to
they
make
did weight based too for my family, and like growing up I was chunky and now all my cousins are a little, you know, more lovins than
Well,
me.
y'all-
And
y'all-
I'm like, wow, now I'm the skinniest. This is weird.
Y'all touched on something interesting there, though. That I think Fairy Queen was that like, hey, you know, y'all are gonna cut off everybody that is okay with that, is what, and you said that's okay, Skyana, and I think that's kind of
I would.
interesting, right? Well, this is something I think that people don't realize a lot. And it took me to like I don't know, fairly recently realize this, like, is that you get a different version of everybody. Right, like the
Yeah.
person, like so, like let's just say, just because like this guy's nice to you, this guy might be the biggest piece of shit in the world to another person, right? But they might be giving you the world, right? And so it's like just because like I have a hard time when I'm like, oh, I'm gonna cut somebody off, and then it's like, oh, well, all my friends are still friends with this person, or all my family's still like associated with this person, because it's
Yeah.
like, why do I have the right now to tell them, oh, you can't associate with somebody that's treated you right, just because they've
I
treated me
think-
badly? But it's like at the same, I get where it's like, oh, these people are like, you know, treating me bad, you should like respect me, but like. I don't know, like, I do I really want to force myself on these people? And it's like,
I
if
feel
I
like
do,
the younger
and
generation
if I
should
do,
be allowed to bully their elderly and do acting accordingly.
Well, hold on, but if you do what I'm saying, this is kind of what I think Fairy Queen's saying is, like, say I cut them off, right? And then, like, oh, Tom, Dick, and Sally want to hang out with them sometime, right? Well, that just means they're going to hang out with them, and I'm not going to be able to hang out with Tom, Dick, and Sally, right? Because,
Yeah.
and so, like,
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly,
I'm the one who's
exactly.
actually leaving. And then that builds resentment because they're like, oh, you can't, like, put y'all's issues aside for X amount of time just to hang out with
Yeah,
us as a
yep.
family. Like, then that, like, it kind of like, that
Well-
can reflect badly on you as well. I think.
I guess
It's
again,
kind of
it
like
does
a happy
depend on
medium.
it does again
It's, yeah,
depend on like
situational.
what kind of thing is being cut off. Because like
Right.
if you're saying things like they're the slur lover, like at that
Yeah,
point,
that's a
you-
problem.
So here's my
you're
issue.
like,
right?
it doesn't even
If
matter
that's
if you're
your
not
lover-
abusive otherwise. Like that's an inappropriate thing to be saying.
So most
It's
of
really
my
fine
family
to
members,
say,
like higher ups, like the aunts and uncles, know that he called me the slur lover, right? That's a known thing because I voiced it. I sent a big group text out to 10 aunts and uncles and all their fucking family members, and I said, "Stop this shit right now." Well, my
Good
issue
faith.
is that the uncle who said that, his wife is best friends with this other aunt who is also my blood aunt, right? So blood uncle, blood aunt, brother, sister, wife of the uncle, best friends with the other aunt. My mom used to be in this dynamic very heavily. The aunt's birthday comes up. She invites the uncle. My mom can't go now, and it's a big deal because, wow, you can't even make it work where we could both see you. I guess every birthday you're just going to pick him now when I did nothing wrong, and he's the one that's making it where
No,
I'm
that's-
excluded from things. Like, my mom literally
weird,
has been
too.
excluded from sister events because of the bullshit that goes on between this little group they have. So, like,
Yeah.
how do you deal with that? Do you cut
Family
everyone off
group
and then my
dynamics
mom
are
is
so
like
fucking
all left
strange to
alone
me.
by herself?
Yeah.
I've literally hit up my aunts and said, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? My mom literally lost her husband. She's at this stage in her life. She lost half of her children to car accidents and you name it. And you think it's acceptable not to invite her to a family event when you're basically all she has
Yeah.
left?
I
Right.
mean,
Yeah, that's
the other
evil.
thing.
I want to
the other
fight my
thing too,
elder!
like-
I'm boxing
Yeah.
him! Go ahead, FJ.
The other thing too, Buckaroo, like I hear what you're saying, okay, and I agree that like if somebody's like really crossed the line, like with certain things, like if they've said something
Yeah,
that's like
that's
unacceptable or like they've done something unacceptable, like, but I think that there are lots of things that family members can do which aren't things that are like on that line that are still like asshole-ish behaviors, right?
Oh, for sure.
And frankly, even if they do say something like racist or homophobic or sexist, even if that is who they are, the other dynamic at play that I think that Kel kind of touched on it, but like not in the way I'm going to talk about it, which is money, right? And resources and need for
Yes.
help, right? So let's say that you're a young couple, okay? You're newly married, you're like 20, okay? And you just got pregnant and your husband, you know, he doesn't make a whole lot of money because he's also young and he's also just starting out, right? Well, how are you going to get the help that you need, you know, for your kids, you know, for helping somebody to help you out? Like when you're off, you know, postpartum, you know, how are you going to find childcare? Well, for a lot of people that like, they rely on family members, they rely on their grandparents, they rely, you know, on uncles, they rely on extended family, you know, for other help. And what that means is that if you, unfortunately, because you don't have the money individually, because you don't have the individual resources, you're going to have to make a few hard decisions, right? Are you willing to like, you see what I'm going with this, right? Like,
I agree to an extent, but again, if it's enough to cut off a family member, it's enough to not want them watching your children.
True.
Because your children are going to learn that same exact behavior. Like I genuinely believe that I would never trust, like even if childcare is disgustingly expensive, and I agree, like I personally would not want my kids to be watched by somebody who would say things that like I find to be just completely outrageous and objectionable.
And if you can't
It's
afford to
different from
find
just
a way to
being
get your
rude.
children watched, then
But-
why are you having kids yet? That was my first instinct thought. You
Yeah.
should just plan your kid then. Don't have unprotected
well,
sex.
well, but I mean, like some people, like even if they do like make that plan, like they don't necessarily have the resources anyway. Like it all depends on like how much you're actually able to be independent as a person. Like the sad truth is that the less
I
you're
think it's
able
how
to like
much
be
you're also
independent, the
willing
more
to be
bullshit you have to
independent,
put
right?
up with.
Because
And
when
they
you
do say-
have family members that you can lean on, you're much more willing to keep them like nearby. But if you already don't have those family members, like people do raise families. And I'm not saying that I'm just saying, you know, I don't think it's wrong to cut people. I'm just saying, you know, I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing that you should cut off everybody, or that you're even wrong because you don't cut people off. I'm just saying, I think it's fine if you have specific principles that if people are like overstepping boundaries in specific ways to say, this is too much, I'm cutting you off, and you know, I find this to be so objectionable. I don't
Person
want
that I've
any
cut
sort
off
of,
in my
I
family.
don't want any
Yeah.
monetary support. I don't
I'm
want
like,
any of that
hey,
either.
this is why I don't want to talk to you anymore. And once this becomes like a resolution or you choose to act some sort of different way, then I am okay to talk to you again. But these are the specific reasons why I don't want to talk to you. And that's, I've
Does it
sent
ever
a paragraph
feel weird being more
to my
mature
dad
than your
and
elders?
his twin. No,
Yes,
it's
and I
fucking
think it's
so fucked up. I
Isn't it
hate that
really
shit.
weird?
wrong.
I hate it.
Yeah, I think it's like the worst. And I fucking
You ever have a parent ask you for dating advice and you just stare at them like, what? Shouldn't you be giving me this?
Fresh out of divorce.
I love giving my mom dating advice, actually.
My mom sent out like an email
I'm
to
confused
She's
about
like,
it.
well, I don't know about that one.
I love giving my mom dating advice.
You should
I've
try.
never had to
This guy's
do
like, you
that,
should
I'm
try
sorry.
this right here.
I just keep telling my mom to bag a rooster guy. That's
Have
my
you tried
advice.
Tinder?
No, my mom's not on Tinder, man.
I think
Dude,
I'd
yeah,
have fun making my mom a Christian Mingle account. I think I'd have a blast doing that.
Honestly, like I wish that I was, needing to give my mom dating advice, but the problem is, she like ever since my father died, she's like never gotten over it, never processed it, and never dated anyone ever, and instead is just like, I'm alone. I want to talk to you about how alone I am. We need to hang out. I have nobody, and I'm just
Does she
like,
have a cat? She should get a cat.
like
She
never
has a dog.
processing her guilt or
There you
whatever.
go.
I'm like, and
It's fucked up too.
yeah,
You
and
can
I'm
get
like,
her a stroller for her dog.
I'm like, well, listen, I can't be there all the time, blah, blah, blah.
Going to like widow support groups because other widows are beautiful to be friends with. My mom's told me.
Yeah, she's done all that, but then the problem is just like she hasn't like processed her like grief or trauma or any of that, and then you get in a situation where she
the groups are
doesn't. Yeah, but they've never worked for her. She just like talks to other people about their problems and is like, well, I'm fine, so it's all good. But then we get into situations where I'm like, I can't be there
Just
for you
like
all
me
the time,
for
blah
real.
blah blah. I'm like, hey, this person doesn't talk to their parents every single day, multiple times a day. This person isn't do this. Like they don't hang out like all the time. Like that's kind of the normal thing. I mean, this XYZ person moved away and that was okay, and their parent didn't also move. But she's like, well, they have other kids. I only have you. I'm like, well, I'm sorry. That was your choice. And she's like, well, your father died, and I'm like, yeah, he
Okay, what
died
am I
when you were
supposed to do about
49 years
it?
old. She
I
was
don't like-
49 when he died. I'm like,
I
you were
don't like that
49. What were you gonna
manipulation
do?
tactic, though. That's where I have an issue. Is the manipulation.
Yeah,
of it.
same.
Because I get
the
hit with
guilt
those
manipulation
too, where
type
it's
of
like,
things, right?
it's like you didn't
Yeah.
say you loved me on the way out or the door to work. What if you get in a car accident or I get in one on the way to work and you didn't even say you love your mother before you left the house? Like that
That's
kind of
BPD
shit.
core though. Like I feel bad if someone doesn't say they love me after. Like, oh shit, do you actually like? I could die right now, and you
You
only
die
said you
right
love me.
now. And you didn't
For her,
even
it's
say
the
you love
I only
me.
have so many years left. The stress you give me is killing me. I'm gonna die, and it's your fault.
I would never put that pressure on someone else. Though. I would never just be like, "Oh, where is my goodbye hug?"
If it's like
there's-
obviously a joke, yeah, I do that shit. But I'm never gonna actually seriously put that in play.
Well, there's something to be said though. Like, even if it is a manipulation tactic or not, like I knew somebody in my family that was like that, and like me and my sister when we were growing up, we'd be like, oh no, and, like this lady would like disguise her calls, like star 67, it's the scars, and her name was, she was like cousin Diane, and she would literally call every day, and if you were too stupid to pick up the phone, you're done. It was an hour before you could get her off, and if you hung up early, she would bitch to the entire family about how like terrible you were for not listening. Like everybody would get a group text like from her, and it's like. And she would call everybody
Wouldn't you
all day.
all
Like,
come with a pattern and just be like, "Yeah, no, this bitch is crazy."
well, of course, but like then sometimes she'll like because she'll like talk to you and talk to you and talk to you when you do get her on there, and then eventually like she'll get like some information out of you, and all of a sudden weaponize it, and then it's like a new secret for the family. Like I don't know, she was manipulative too, but like
Yeah.
I think part of her was like she's sick, right? Like there's like she on the meds kind of thing.
in the head.
And, yeah, and it's like.
on the meds.
Even if they're like not intentionally doing it, like this becomes like exhausting to people. Like, I
It
get
does.
exhausted.
This
Like,
is the
like
danger
you never
also-
have a good day. Like those people that just never have a good day. I'm like, bro,
You're just
like,
mad
you're
about
like,
everything all
yeah,
the time.
like,
You're like,
I-
yo, how'd your
Yeah,
day go?
yeah, I know
Like, it'd
there's
be better
mad
if
all
it
I had a
was
friend named
nice
Summer.
out.
I'm like, oh man, we had a great barbecue today. You were here. Did you have fun? She's like, yeah, it was so much fun. Oh my god. And then like 10 minutes after she gets home, she's like, oh my god, my cat died. I'm like, what? You didn't even have a cat. We adopted one 2
Well,
days
that
ago.
is a crazy jump.
Yeah, it's like, or like, oh my god, I got home and now the water's like stuff like not working, and it's just like, or like anything. It was like you couldn't just wait an hour to worry about this problem. Like, yeah, like, oh, bro.
I do want to know. Thing though is like
me and my older sisters and a bunch of our other family members, and it was literally like a link to this guy speaking of like fucking getting cut off and stuff, just like a narcissistic parent like wallowing in their own sorrow. And so I like responded to the link. I don't know if you guys know who like Bose like versus the world is or whatever.
Yes.
So, like,
yeah.
Series like breaking down like narcissistic parents, and she had just uploaded something I was watching about like a mom, like one of the narcissistic moms like that got cut off, and like just her deconstructing the entire argument. And I responded with that, and then a couple hours later I saw like another pertinent short, and I also like mass responded to the email. I'm like, girl, you want to send emails, like we can send emails. Like there's other sides of like self-reflection that they just like are never willing to do, you know. They're just like looking for the confirmation bias,
looking for the sorrow and for the things that is like looking for the comments that are like, oh, it's okay, like I've been through this before, like I'm here for you. Like there's gonna be a side of that on the internet no matter what the fuck you do. It doesn't fucking matter. Like there's people on fucking Destiny's side of sure.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
My thing about like a lot of this stuff, it's like when I'm talking about like personal, like in my own personal life, like with relationships and stuff, especially as I was saying earlier, like my example with my mother, like I try to take into account, like obviously, like if a person's, you know, dealing with that, and if there's like a path that they have forward, like, you know, I'm honestly like, I'm obviously like super, you know, forgiving of like my mom, because I do want to see, you know, her like figure, you know, that sort of stuff out, like figure her grief out. And I know she doesn't have malicious intent, but I just, it's like, I hope that at some point she deals with that, because she does have personality disorder. She does have like, you know, a lot of like
my dad as
unresolved
well,
stuff,
like,
and I know that it would be helpful.
Do you
Yeah,
think
I
that
feel
referring to
guilt
your mom
with
as
not-
mother is an indicator that you have issues with your mom?
Mother?
Mother?
Like calling my
I
mom
just
the
call
mother.
my
your mom
parents
mother.
mother and father sometimes.
I like calling my mom mother
just always
because she
did
is my
that.
mother, but I also don't have a bad relationship with my mother, so.
I like calling my mom mother because it pisses her off.
But I like calling my dad after some time.
I was just curious because I also, you know, Katya just told me about her mom. I got some stuff about my mom, and we both call her mother. So
No, after some time of not talking to my dad, I started not calling him by father or dad. I started calling him by his first name.
I would've
and
put it
just
as the
referring to him by
sperm
my first
donator.
name. And I feel like that's the point where you just like break. It's like it's been 5 years since my dad has reached out and tried to talk to me. Like it's been still like he has not done this.
At least you
And
say
I
on Father's
like,
Day.
so fucked up. It's like okay, I was 19 at the time, and you don't want to reach out and talk to me about anything, like know what's going on in my life. I went and lived in Richmond, Virginia for like 3 fucking years, and he didn't even know about it.
What the fuck?
I mean,
a
lot of
it's so crazy.
Well, you know, a lot
But,
of
like, live in
adopted
a
people
different
deal with
state.
that too. Like Scott, like if you have closed adoptions, you know, like I had to go hire like a private detective and like get blood work done
Well, like,
and like
close
find out shit about like my parents. It's not exactly the same because obviously y'all like left the bathrooms, but it's definitely something
Yeah.
like
My
like,
dad's my real
how
dad.
do you how do you have a child in the world and like not
You raise them to be 17 and then leave them.
well that's that's crazy. It's like you don't even talk to them.
That
like,
is so
at all.
insane.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't do that.
My biological father just dropped off the face of the planet when I was like 6, 7, 8 months old or something. And I ended up with the guy I call my dad. He legally adopted me, so he is my father. But I met him when I was 7. Taught me how to ride a bike.
How do you guys
Started
think
calling him
about
dad soon after? But the other guy, my biological father, just dropped off the face of the planet and like didn't contact us at all for like his family thought he was dead. Not just like we didn't know
Right.
where he was. And when he showed up, he was just married to another woman, chilling, vibing in like Tennessee.
Yeah, doesn't
The
even
good old
know he
days
has a
when you
fucking
just go to a
whole ass
different
child.
town.
Yeah.
Go to a
Like,
different town. bro.
He just did.
Yeah,
And
let's go to a
showed
different
up,
town and live a different life.
It's
bro.
crazy how like that used to
And
be
he
a thing.
just-
You
he
just
just,
go a
like,
town
never-
over, disappear.
Literally. And he just never reached out. He like has never like taken the step forward and like reached out to me. And I don't really care about it. I honestly don't think about him like most days. It feels mean. I didn't want to say like
no, that's valid.
I just don't think about him. He's just not on my mind. He's never been in my life.
He's not been in your life. Yeah, and that's why I don't think it's like
dad that I've had my
thing,
whole
yeah.
life, who like taught me how to ride a bike and all this shit. So it's really bizarre. And I've thought about reaching out to him because I know he's lost family members and I feel badly for him. But at the same time, it's like, I don't even know this guy. I barely know this guy. But it was weird when I first met him. When I was 19, I went to visit him. And there were like weird similarities that we had that surprised me. Like I would think something in response to something that happened around us, and he would say it exactly what I've been thinking. And they all said that I like had the same speech pattern as him. Like there was something about how I spoke. They like nobody could put their finger on it, but his wife, one of their friends, my mom, all said the same thing.
That's a
Really
weird
bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, or just like randomly like a family member that's how I felt about like I have my oldest sister. She's like my half sister because my mom had like put her up for adoption. She's like 8 years older than like like my other sisters and I. But like when I met her, I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like just like little tiny things. Like, just the way you like act like so autistic in public and like little da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh my god, stop! It makes me cringe because it's literally what I do, dude. Like it's weird.
Yeah. Honestly,
Hey,
I've
next
even
up-
had the same thing.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just gonna say I've even had the same thing with my dad, where not my biological father, but my dad, where like he and I there was like a day where it was just me, my brother, and him around the house, and all of us were like silently milling around the house with headphones, like listening to something separate. But we were all like moving around one another, and it was so bizarre because we just the time that we got together, we decided to spend as alone as possible in the same space, and it was just something that I don't think I could have done with anybody that wasn't like family. My dad and my brother, yeah.
Yeah.
The girls that get it.
I do think,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
personally, if I were to have a child, first of all, if I were pregnant, I would abort it. That is my POV. I am not eligible, and I don't think I'm mentally available to abort. But I do want to talk about this. If I were to have a child and I put it up to adoption, I feel like I wouldn't be able to do non-contact. I would want to know how my own seed is doing.
Your seed.
Yeah. I mean, I think some people obviously
An
it's, like,
egg.
different.
Sorry, my own
It would
egg.
be your NPC because then you'd be checking back in on your NPC, right?
Yeah. Obviously, it's
NPC, my
different for
non-playable
everybody.
character.
It's just
You
know.
I mean, they're not in the main storyline, so they must be an NPC. It's fucked up, but it's true.
I imagine if you did
But
have
I
a baby,
literally-
it'd come out with like a Falling in Reverse shirt on.
Hold on. It like came from you though. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm adopted, right? And it like I went and I was like, all right, I want to know what I come from, right? So I went and did the blood test.
Santa Claus. You are
Yeah, I
Santa
did-
Claus.
Yeah, I guess I did the blood test. Oh, that would be badass. I have all these powers anyway. And then I go, yeah. Listen, know if they're naughty or nice. Seems like a
See
problem.
custody.
We see you constantly. Anyway, sorry for going down a dark path there.
Dad from Brave.
Yeah, but
I
I definitely like got the blood test to find out who my parents were, and then I had a private detective and like tried to find out this stuff, and it turned into a whole thing. And it's like you want to know your lineage and your history. I don't know that I could like give up a kid for like adoption and just like never even check on him. Like that shit's wild. Like this thing like sprang from my loins. Like it's like my gift to the next generations. Like how do you not like want to know what's happening with this person?
Well, I think obviously it depends on the person, but some people, especially for mothers, I could imagine wanting to like not have contact just because it's genuinely upsetting. Like not everybody's they're giving up a child for adoption because they're like, skipping through fields of dazies, having a great time.
I don't think anybody is
usually
probably
there's
doing that.
it's like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's quite an emotional event. I can understand some people really just having so much, like struggling so much with that they like just don't know like how to even conceptualize like working through that kind of experience in adulthood, like working through having a child that does reach out to you, or watching your child be raised by somebody else and that feeling of like, there's probably there are just so many complex feelings that have to be going on in somebody, especially somebody who's like just given birth or is having their child taken away,
Yeah. Well, I just watched Juno last night and it gave me a nightmare. So watching Juno, being like a teenage pregnancy situation and giving their child away to an adoptive parent that will give them the money, but they didn't accept the money. All they want is their child to not be their child. Like, they're just like, yeah, I want no contact. I'm giving this child away. I feel like I would at least want to know what they're doing because it's my DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Personally. I'm like, yeah, did I produce a good child or no? I know that like environment has a lot to do with it. I think like environment has I think more than 90% to do with like how they are, but
let's debate something.
Yeah, so let's go to one of the
What are
other
we
topics.
debating?
Yeah, let's talk about this. We got a perfect segue. Since Chai is over here sexualizing Skyon in the chat, well, do we want to talk about females streamers being unfairly sexualized, or is that the market? Clearly, Chai thinks that it's the market. So
What? I don't
Oh,
think it's
God.
a market. I just think it's a way of life.
I'm not even
you know?
sexualizing myself. I have
just think
fucking
it's a way of
giant
life.
t-shirt and camo pants
doesn't
on
matter.
right now.
Doesn't matter to
Listen,
Chai. She's being a perv.
He said that because I said that you look like my middle school emo poster on the wall right now. That I'm
Many people have said that
sexualizing you.
about me, and I
But
don't know how to
think you
feel
look-
about it.
Yeah,
I
you
think
should.
you look
Bad,
cool.
bad Chai.
I don't know how to feel about it, so
Crush
I
ya.
think you look cool. It's a compliment in my head. Sorry that I made
I
you.
take it as
But
a compliment,
anyway.
but I'm also like, do I look like I'm in like middle school?
Damn.
So every
Oh,
time,
that
no,
sucks.
it's not
main,
like that. It's
like-
like so when you're in
No, you
middle
look like
school
you
and
hang
you're
out
listening
outside
to
the
the
middle
band.
schools.
No, don't say
Girl,
that.
don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
That's
Don't say that. Don't say that.
That sounds
Whoa.
predatory.
Whoa.
Joking, Prince. Joking. Joking.
It's not there.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so when I was in middle school, I was listening to like Pierce the
Unironically.
Veil. You know, they're not middle school aged.
Yeah.
But I was middle school
Unironically,
aged.
you look like you'd be one of the cool staff members at the youth facility, at the youth housing.
I
The
do
one
that.
offering,
I mean,
you'd be the one
Yeah,
offering.
yeah, yeah.
You'd be like, yeah,
I
here's a,
volunteer there.
here's a
and
cigarette.
I am the
you,
cool kid.
you had a bad
Literally,
day.
my
Here's a
best
cig.
friend was one of the cool staff
I'm a
members
cool
at
kid
a
in
youth
like
housing.
the youth shelterness, but
So, like, did you try it all today to like match your outfit together, or did you just wake up and like you just look cool?
I had 15 minutes to wake up, and I was like, "This is my favorite shirt, and these are my favorite pants at the moment."
So you just look effortlessly cool. Like
Yes.
that's kind of why.
I mean, I guess I did my like
A
makeup.
lot of fetishizing going
My
on. here,
eyeliner.
Chai.
I'm not fetishized.
That's
I'm
very
not
bad,
jealous.
Chai.
I'm
Nah, she's
jealous.
being
I'm
bad.
being a girl's girl.
She's tr-
This
she's
isn't about
she's trying to
you.
recover
Why
now.
is this
She's
man
trying. She's
here?
trying to recover. You were busted. We got you. It's all right.
No, I look like the outsider girl from Breakfast Club that didn't really talk to anyone. She was like kind of
my
emo girl.
favorite one, the one who draws in the back.
Yeah, that draws in the bag, keeps her own business. That's
Why
like
aren't
kind
you
of.
getting on Buckaroo right now, Gibbs?
Well,
Why is it me?
Have you? I'm speaking to that girl. I read a fan theory the other day that the whole movie took place in her head.
Oh.
I was like, that's interesting. I
I
can
have a
outsider
video to
girl's
watch
head?
this. Why was she so weird?
Yeah, and like nothing ever actually happens to her, like or some shit was the thing. Like it's like she sees all these other people doing this shit, and I guess she was schizophrenic in detention. I was like, okay, and then
Well,
like
they're
then
all
she,
in
like,
detention.
yeah, and then like it's like kind of like crazy. The prom queen's her friend. Their jock suddenly is dating her at the end. Like it was like I was like, oh, interesting fan theory. Always good stuff.
But yeah,
I
back to
dressed
the
this way for
question.
compliments and attention. I took 15 minutes, I swear. If I had a timer, it would probably be 8. I had to go to court. My mom woke me up and was like, hey, we have court in like 20 minutes for my friend's hearing. And so I was like, okay, yeah. I sat in bed for maybe like 5 minutes scrolling on like doom scroll Instagram, and then I got up and did my makeup, did my eyeliner. I thought it was very uneven. And then I just like put on my favorite shirt and pants at the moment. That's all I did today. So no, I didn't do it for compliments and attention.
Yeah.
I guess
And
a lot
bad
of I feel
Chai.
like a lot of
But anyway, back to the question. No, I think like as society, women are just but more attractive in general. So it makes sense that we get sexualized in any space, regardless.
I
of
think
the
any
platform.
woman on the internet gets sexualized in any space. I think streamers do it most perfected. I don't know how to word it, but I have a lot of female friends that have their assets. They know what is attractive and they know what works for them, and it pops off. And I love that for them.
It's so funny that you guys both came in here with like, yeah, whatever, like women pop their shit, we're gonna get sexualized. When you both were like, yeah, we need to like criminalize AI porn now. I'm like, wait.
That has no correlation. I don't know where you're pulling
somebody
that
without, without violating their consent in that manner. I mean, I think
that does not go in the same straight, girl.
I think
some overlap.
Why do you think?
mean,
Why do you
maybe
think
in
there's an overlap?
attitudes, but not action.
There's an overlap to the extent of the exposure of one person's face and someone attracted in that face, and someone using that AI for that face illegally to make them porn.
Okay, I can see.
Yeah.
There's there is no you are not going to streaming to become an AI porn.
Well, I mean, I might, I'm just saying.
And sexualizing yourself. There's
I think
probably a
it'd be
higher
kinda cool.
chance of using AI deepfakes than if you're just like, I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I feel like a lot of people who aren't trying to be overtly sexual in a lot of ways, they get sexualized because I feel like a lot of the sexualization that these individuals are doing, of women, especially in spaces like this, it's a lot of times to get a rise out of them, to feel some sort of power over them, right? To get under their skin, make them feel like people are ogling at them. And if they're out there they're already doing it themselves, a lot of the time that isn't there. I mean, think about recently I saw this stupid video on Twitter of people were zooming in on a video game character's model to see a sliver of skin under her clothing. It's we have there's porno sites, there's Rule 34. We don't need to zoom in on the character to no clip through their clothes what it is. But there's a reason why people do stuff like that. It's because it's not what they're supposed to be seeing.
Yeah.
There's an effort to trying to see it.
You think it takes away the taboo a little bit. I could definitely see that.
Well, you are a streamer. Did you become a streamer to be AI deepfaked into oblivion?
No, of course not.
Exactly.
No.
So a streamer is not expecting this. You're expecting this if you become big, I guess. Amaranth, for instance.
But I'm also just thinking
But she also does make her own OnlyFans type of shit.
I didn't become a
So
streamer
you don't
yet,
really need to deepfake it. But there is still going to be deepfake. Also with Pokimane, there is deepfake. She didn't go into this expecting having AI porn and being sexualized off the jump.
Of course not. But I make the same argument. I didn't come into the space to be made fun of incessantly and dragged onto people's whatever to be berated. But also that's part of the space, and as you make content, you kind of accept that. I don't think it's right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not on the side of the. I think there's but I'm just saying I didn't sign up for streaming for a lot of things that I got into. But that's just kind of
that's actually interesting.
Well,
what is the acceptable amount of thing? If okay, you said Amaranth. Okay, it's expected at her level because she's big and she makes kind of that content already, right? So I guess what is the acceptable? I mean, I guess it's not acceptable, right? But what is the reasonable level expectation of this happening? At what size? Is it 10K followers? Is it I don't know, 100K? Is it or whatever the metric is?
The followers have anything to do with it. I think it's how you portray yourself as a person and what you think of your own values. I honestly don't really think, and I don't think she has done anything against AI and Amaranth's POV. I mean, I feel like there is multiple of Amaranth AIs out there in whatever the fuck that are not her own videos, but it still makes her money because she still does that sort of content. But if you were just someone that doesn't have that sort of side of the internet of OnlyFans and I don't know, someone like Emaru. If Emaru had AI things come out with her and that looked realistic, that popped off on the internet, I would assume that she would
do something legally to make them being taken down, right? Because a lot of Emeru's gaming content is gaming, or content is gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll stir the pot here. I do think that it's a problem. I think it's a problem I think they are unfairly sexualized, and I'll give you like a couple examples. This person is a streamer. Yeah. So here's an example. So does everybody remember that she's a Harvard? Her whole shtick, as I understand, is that she's a streamer who went to Harvard and she graduated from Harvard. I think her Twitter handle is Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. Yeah, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is a very popular. She challenged Andrew Wilson to a debate. She has lots of followers. She's really big. She's a feminist content creator.
Does she have blonde hair and wear pink little?
Yes.
Okay, I know.
Yes, that's her. That's her. Yeah. Well, she will post, she posts consistently, some of the most innocuous things, things of her, in a full blue man suit, or there was one picture of her, from when she was 12 and she was dressed up like Mario, she'll post these pictures, and then there will be these guys that will come up and will sexualize her. It was a big thing. There was this one huge thread of all of these guys talking about her being 12 years old and sexualizing her having boobs. There are, and she consistently says, I don't like this, please stop, go away. And it's very clear that when you look and read the way that a lot of these guys are responding to her, the reason why they are sexualizing her is not because it's something that she wants, and it's not because it's her brand, and it's not because it's something that she's looking for. She's explicitly told them to stop. It's as a way of degrading her. And I think this is something that often comes up when people talk about sexualizing, which is that sexualizing someone is different from objectifying them. And technically, that's true. Right? Just because you find somebody sexy, it doesn't mean that you want to degrade them or hurt them.
A similar category, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, though. But because this is the internet, right? Because everybody is being interacted with through the artifice of a piece of metal and a glass, right? The reality is that for a lot of guys, what makes the person sexual is the fact that she is an object. That is what is sexual about the person. It is the fact that this is a person that you can do anything you want to, you can say anything you want to, you can treat them however you want to, and you can get away with it, and there aren't any repercussions, right? That is precisely what makes the person sexualized. So I accept that there's a difference between sexualizing someone and objectifying someone, but I think if we're just being honest, for a lot of guys that interact with these people, interact with these women, female streamers, the reason why they sexualize them is to objectify them, right? It's part and parcel of the same thing. Yeah. So I do think it can be a problem because there are people that even when they say stop, it doesn't happen. The second problem is that it feels like it's almost a requirement to be attractive as a female streamer in a way that's not true as a male streamer in order to be successful. I don't know if you guys know who Radfem Hitler is. She's
what's the difference between objectification and sexualization? I don't think any of us know the difference.
Well, my understanding is sexualizing someone. Oh yeah, you go.
I'm caught up on who Radfem Hitler is.
Yeah, I want to hear about that.
I don't know who Radfem
Hitler is here. I feel like.
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever's talking.
I think all as restarted as me.
I think in a technical sense, sexualization does oftentimes include objectification and vice versa to an extent, but objectification is basically just being seen
treating someone like
as an object, but more specifically being seen as providing some sort of function.
Yeah.
As opposed to being an individual. So workers are technically objectified because they are working. If they're seen as the function of a worker, in that case, they're not an individual person running around. Yeah. And so objectification in this place is in this situation is taking away their humanity and individuality and seeing them as an object to be controlled.
Yeah, I think that for a lot of guys, not everyone, but for a lot of men, I think the reason why they interact with porn, which is why they interact with people with it in this way, is because they can treat like the female person like behind the screen like they are nothing more than an object, and that is the turn on behind it. That's what makes it sexy. It's not that you find this person as an individual very sexy and you like this person and you know this person, you know, and they just are so sexually attractive to you. No, it's just that this person, you know, like you can do whatever the fuck you want with them and they can't say no. Like that's like, I think like for a lot of, unfortunately for a lot of like female content creators, I think that and like you can be degraded, right? Like your status like as a person like is sort of demoted by virtue of the fact that you have been made sexual, which is the other reason like why a lot of guys do it. I think that's what's happening with Jigglypuff. But Rad Femme Hitler, so she is a feminist content creator on Twitter, and she's awesome. Okay, so she used to be super right-wing, super conservative like a few years ago. Her story is that she had an abusive marriage. She got out of it. She is reformed now. She's still conservative, but she has a lot of liberal views. She's a lot more middle of the road. And I think she's great. And I think all of you should follow her. And I think all of you should love her as much as I do. Okay. I think she's awesome. She, the big thing about her is that for a long time, she wrote these really great takes, these awesome essays, you know, like
RFH.
she would, like, yeah,
Doctor.
RFH. Yeah, that's she's so cool.
Okay.
I love her.
I like some of what she says. Sometimes she says stuff that I'm like, girl, what are you saying?
Dude, I just fucking love her.
I'm half and
Yeah,
half,
she's
okay? Sometimes
great.
she says great stuff. Other times she says some interesting things.
Listen, okay? She's Twink Pill. Don't judge her, okay? That's just how she rolls, okay?
Pill?
She,
I don't even know
if
what the
she
fuck that
wants to
means.
like Justin Bieber,
A petite gay man.
that's
Well, I
her
knew-
business,
I knew what a
okay?
twink was.
That's her
I
business.
don't know.
Liking Justin
Well,
Bieber, I don't think really is the problem here. I think,
What
I think some of her other takes are wild beyond just like Justin Bieber or whatever. But I mean,
Oh, I like her. Look,
I could interject with like the briefest rebuttal. I would say that like as far as like what you're saying about sexualization, like oh the other person can't say no. They like to like be like dance monkey dance basically. I would say that's like an
Yeah.
aspect of streaming that's not inherently sexual, bro. Like I've been watching fucking like RFC, like Augie and them be like live for 8 days because people just like every time they get down to it, like pay the fucking money to like keep the show going. Like
Well, yeah,
That's how
that
they
is
do their content,
objectification.
though.
That is objectification of some
It is
form.
objectification,
I did
yeah.
say like sexualization does
Like, my friend
usually
Scary Cheese,
include
yes.
objectification, but that doesn't mean all objectification is sexualized. I think she's just saying in this case the objectification is a key factor in the sexualization, which is why you see like men who have this is actually I'm looking at RFH's Twitter feed right now, and she makes a very good point that like men who are addicted to can we just I mean we've already said it so many times, men who are addicted to porn are choosing that over sex with their wives sometimes. They're
Yes,
choosing
no,
it
the gooner
over
industry
the
has gone
relationship.
so far.
I want to.
So a part of that, a part of the addiction, it is baked into it that a part of the enjoyment is the objectification because it's necessary for this to be occurring in the first place. Because no person would be providing it that readily all the time with like so much variety, you know, whatever he wants. That would not be occurring with an individual. This only occurs because he has access to it online and because you know, he gets to make that choice. That's the objectification.
I think also you touched on this a little bit, but I think that like the degrading aspect is a lot bigger. Like right, like for if someone's gonna like come degrade me, right? You know, you're gonna see him come in there. They're gonna be like fat jokes. They're gonna call me stupid. You know, like they might like I don't know say some other wild stuff. But for women, it feels like a lot of these guys that do this, they go straight to that. Right, they go because they know there's this like implication of like violence. It feels like that's maybe the most woke take I have on this. Is they definitely I feel like women definitely have like a healthier fear of violence from men than I think men do of like you know in that regard, right? From the other like women, right? And I feel like a lot of times
I absolutely agree. Yeah,
I feel like a lot of times like the degrading factor, and they know that one they feel gross, and two this implication that like I am just an object and anything can happen to me. I think it's like a multi-level like psych attack that someone that's not very intelligent can go to and it be effective. And that's why I feel like a lot of the people use it. Like anybody can use this tactic, right? And be effective doing it. And like that's part of the reason I feel like when you go online and you see these little hellholes of like nastiness that pop up, and they come and do this. I feel like that's part of the reason why they always do that. I don't know if there's really even anything you can do to address that with the internet age, because I feel like they're just gonna find a new little hidey hole to go to every time.
Yeah. Can I also say
dark web is always a thing.
Something that does annoy me, I just want to connect this really quick, is when people talk about the male loneliness epidemic and they don't talk about the male porn addiction epidemic that coincides directly with this.
They literally they go sink and sink.
Like you're talking about
so
this
badly.
As a woman, like that is something you actually have to consider. If you're going on dates with men, you do have to think like, where are we going to be going? There are rules that every woman knows or most women know to follow on first dates. Like you go to a public place, you make sure that people know where you're going. You make sure that you don't go home with them, or you don't go straight home with them without letting anybody know where you're going, because they could hurt you. Something could go on. You share your location with your friends so that if something does happen, you can contact one of them. Like I can't even begin to explain how many women I know who have apps on their phone just to contact people in emergency services.
All that's true though, but like
let me just say, when you're talking about things like porn addiction, and the objectification that we're talking about that is baked into porn addiction, and then you have these guys who are like, well, men are just so lonely. It's like, I'm sorry that you guys feel so lonely, but this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you guys are getting addicted to porn,
it's also just like an unrealistic standard for when you are going to sleep with a man. Like they will do things without consent that you were just like, I would have not liked this to happen. But
they're
you didn't
more
ask
likely
me.
to be watching. And they're more likely to be watching like violent imagery in porn. They're more likely to ask to do things like choke you, like pull your hair, like slap you. There's like a lot that men will ask for, and some of them won't even ask.
Yeah, they won't even ask. They'll just do it.
Yeah,
it's like, okay.
And then they're like, men are so lonely. I'm sorry.
But it is also like it really depends on who you are, the person, and who you hook up with. Like for me personally, like consent is a huge thing for me. I would like if someone asked me to do everything beforehand.
Yeah,
but I know that like some people are not like that and would like that. Yeah, no, maybe they did something a little bit, and not like that's fun. Yeah, so like I get it on like both sides. And
maybe it's
like porn addiction is like so bad on either side.
How do we know like porn is such a big issue?
Well, I want to say this. I don't think they're necessarily
I think porn can be
effect,
fine. I think
though.
porn addiction is an issue.
Well, so like
I think when you're like spending hours a day on it, there's an issue.
When it like affects how you
all
see
your
individuals.
yes,
Why you're looking at porno tapes. Like if you're looking at porno tapes because I don't know, let's say like there's a specific like thing you're interested in, but it doesn't consume your life, but you just want to like see videos of, I don't know, like women's like feet or whatever, just to pick something random, and you look at that every once in a while just because you're into that thing, and it's not necessarily like a thing to degrade the person or a thing that changes how you think of women. It's just something you're interested in. The internet's a way to see something focused on what you're interested in. I think that's a bit different than people who are looking at porno tapes or going, or talking to women in a degrading manner for the purpose of feeling power over them. Like, I think that the, like, kind of mens rea, like, the reason behind something, if you've got that kind of, like, that state of mind that we're talking about, I think that that's, like, the difference between healthy and unhealthy use of pornography.
Well,
I think that, like, porn in general, like, even if you're in, like, that sort of, like, feet thing or like whatever, like you, like I've been with people that are just like just sucking on my feet for no instance, and it's just like, okay, yeah, you didn't ask me beforehand if I was okay with that, so you're just like doing this one thing because like that's what your porn addiction brain is like. There's different categories of porn.
Then that would be an overlap of somebody.
And it is an overlap for sure, but I think it has come up more often now that like pornography is kind of like justified and like normified with like the OnlyFans and fantasy like type of things that happen.
I have a theory on OnlyFans stuff. Okay, it is not
like numbers might help to like back it up, or like are we talking from like personal experience or like actually like based on
I want to say one thing.
My
before we
theory.
move-
I was
move-
just going to tell you guys what it was, and then you'd know what my theory.
Let's hear the theory. What's
I
the theory?
I think OnlyFans is bordering on an MLM scheme, except the way that women are expected to pay is socially, because that is actually how women have had a disproportionate power is through social environments versus economic, just because of the history of men and women in business. But yeah, I think it's turning into a multi-level marketing scheme, and I think women. I think it's.
I want to engage with this real quick.
Yeah.
Y'all touched on some interesting things here. Like y'all bring up the porn addiction and the thing. Like I think that the male loneliness epidemic, maybe porn is some to blame, sure, right? But I also think that it's kind of the opposite. Like I think porn addiction is up due to the male loneliness epidemic. And I'll give you.
Well, this is why I said that it's a vicious cycle. One is going to make the other happen.
But like, all right, I'll give you an example. Like, and
men are finding porn. Kids are finding porn. People come across porn at like 10 or 11 now, which is pretty young. So they're probably seeking out porn before they're even seeking out relationships.
That may be true. I don't know. I'm not going to dive into that, but I'm going to give a different anecdotal example, right?
I would agree with you, Buckaroo.
Yeah, like when I look at this though, like let's take maybe men that are a little older. Like let's go take my age group, like 30, like if you're in your 30s. I've gone on several dates recently, right? And I'll tell you what, it wasn't because I'm addicted to porn, but after like sitting through a conversation with this woman, I was like, I would much rather go home and just crank one out and go to bed than fucking deal with any of this bitch ever again. Like this girl's awful, right? And like I think there's a lot of times, I don't know what it is.
Do you think women haven't had that experience?
I'm saying I hope y'all do. Y'all probably do. I all the time. I'm sure lots of women have it. But it's kind of like I think we're at a point in society right now where I don't know if it's the porn or if it's like the current culture, but there's like a real backlash against like relationships like working for some reason. And
I think part of it is because some of the men on those first dates would rather go home and crank one out and go to sleep than be on their date, right? If that's how you approach some dates, then of course you're going to end up having
I think it's bigger thing. I don't want to turn into the guy that like, all these. I'm not going to be. Not the crazy incel guy, but there is like an aspect in the early stages of dating where like shit is like, I don't know, and this will sound bad when I say it, but like transactional. At least it comes off that way a lot of times. Like, oh, what's this person going to do? We're going to go to this event. Like we're going to go horseback riding or some shit, or we're going to go do whatever. And it's like you go and you're like take them, and then like you find out, and it's just like I don't know. There's this like stage where like it's like, hey, do you really want to engage in this unless it's worth it? And I feel like that's
any date
on both
that
sides,
I go
like
on personally. If I were to go horseback riding with someone, I will pay my half.
Well, see,
I will pay my half.
A lot of people don't do that.
It's just an experience.
But even then,
sure. This is how it goes for people who are like actively, like basically taking interviews for their future partner, as opposed to maybe just like finding somebody who you have a natural connection with and then pursuing the natural connection. I think this is going to happen if you are just going out and like, shooting from the hip, like scattershot, trying to get as many fucking dates as possible, and then you're like ticking through the list. Yes, it's going to feel transactional if that's how you take on dates.
It's not.
I'm trying to say this in a hateful way. I'm just trying to say, like, personally, I don't go on dates with people unless I meet somebody and I think I want to go on a date with this person. I haven't even been going on dates from dating apps because I see, like, yeah, there are times where I talk to people and I think, fuck, I wish I could go home. That's why I'm not on a date with those people. Because I already decided I don't want to talk to them, and I'm not going to go on a date with them.
If I do have a good date with someone, or like if I don't have a good date with someone, I will just be like, hey, I got something to do. I gotta go.
Yeah.
Ideally, we
I
don't
don't know how you approach dating.
For like me.
A part of it.
Gibbs, one thing that I was gonna say, like in relation to what you said about like, the times that you've been on dates with people and you made that decision or whatever. I think that I'm going to do the whole like state of mind argument. I think that the problem with a lot of like the male loneliness stuff is where blame lies and where people's state of mind internally is. Like if you are kind of thinking with the mindset that it seems like you are, then it's different because you're thinking like, okay, we're going to weigh our pros and cons. and you're deciding, hey, it's not worth it to do this, and I'm making a choice to do this instead because this isn't worth it. It's different than, oh, well, it's her fault, she's making me. Like, I don't think that you're thinking these women are forcing you to go jerk off because they're so horrible. You're like,
no, yeah,
they're
not,
making the choice.
No,
for you.
yeah, absolutely not that. No, I agree.
No.
I agree. That's definitely different. Like, I'm maybe not speaking from like that incel standpoint. I'm speaking maybe from like I'm like established. I'm like pretty happy like most of the time. Like I chill. Like I got nothing to do. Like going bad. You know. Oh, so we're gonna go out. I don't want somebody that's gonna bring like negative into my life. You go in out there, you're like, this is not good. You know, I'd rather just go deal with this, or this is whatever. You know, or hey, this is the kind of chaos I want. You know, I like a little chaos sometimes. You know, it's just like you go and it's like. I hate to sound like, I'm like weighing pros and cons, but like I absolutely am. And I think there's like an aspect to that now that's good, like in a healthy dose, but it's also like, I feel like when everybody's doing that, it does lead to like more reservations in dating. And I think that also drives this like loneliness epidemic. You know, as opposed to like used to men had like an idea of what they were going to do. They're like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get married. I'm going to have kids. We're going to do that. Or like, I'm going to go be a soldier, you know, whatever at any point. And like, now I feel like these men feel lost, you know, and they're like, everything's like a business.
It just feels like what you just said kind of was saying the quiet part out loud. Men just expected to get a relationship no matter what. They expected to get married.
Yeah.
They expected that was their future. They weren't thinking, I look forward to meeting a woman who then I can be in a relationship with and then ask to marry me and hopefully she wants to be with me. It's I'm going to be married and have children in the future. There will be a woman who is with me and gives me kids. And so when you're looking at it in that, look, I'm saying when you have that perspective, I understand why you would have it. I'm not judging that you like were raised given this perspective, but when you go into dating that way, sometimes it gives you like this unneeded level of stress where it's like, if you don't do this, you're not fulfilling these rules that you've set for yourself that really like, you know, require somebody else. Like, I don't make plans for my future that include mythical people who don't exist. And that includes my future wedding that doesn't exist because I don't have a fiance. And so I think like I think there are a lot of men who just genuinely took getting married for,
I don't know about just that.
Women were raised a bit more like, you should be doing these things for your husband. You should be doing these things to get a husband. This is exactly how you present yourself so that you are womanly enough so that you can get a husband. Where men were just told, you'll have a wife.
Well, it's some of that.
Women are more love coded than men, in my opinion, too. Like men are like, this is my partner. This is my wife. Like, look at my wife. And more so where women are like, this is my husband, he's into this, he likes this, like things about him, whereas men are like, look at my wife. You know, so in that aspect, it's kind of
it's
like trophy wife type.
But it's also like
that affects the dating.
It makes me feel more manly because I decided not to seek my own self-actualization and put all of my self-worth in being able to capture a woman.
But you know, it's also like the societal like norms like on top of that, I think is like a thing, right? So like say like a relationship doesn't work out for whatever reason. I feel like women like have this support structure that'll like justify it, or they'll help them out, or they'll support them. How like with a man does it, like they're like, well, you're a piece of shit, and it's like no, and if they were a piece of shit, then they're lying, piece of shit, whatever. But if they're like, and they actually were a good dude, if they're actually a good dude and tried, right, and then it fails, you know, they go out and it's like it's a lot harder for them to get support structure, and then by the time they're like healed or whatever, you know, it's like they're not out there seeking. And I feel like a lot of the like the loneliness, I feel like these people, they're just like, I'm like tired, you know, oh no, I'm not this. It's not a self-report. I'm good. I promise. I like. Well, no, I'm trying to speak for my brothers that like are struggling, because I watch these shows where people talk about these issues.
Nobody's saying.
And like am like really concerned because we get like those incel guys that are like raging out, and I'm like, bro, like that's not like all of you. Like to be clear,
like, this is something that is To be clear, this is something that is discussed in feminist circles. This exact concept that you're talking about, where men don't have support. Well, I just want to say,
as a man,
from my
Yeah, the man just
perspective,
wants the trophy
somebody
wife.
who is in very leftist, very progressive,
Yeah,
like
what is good for the man?
gay circles, okay, self-proclaimed gay circles. This is something that we're always talking about because it is an issue not to have a support system. It is an issue not to have like people that you can rely upon who aren't going to put you down for your failure, for example. And it is a problem that there's like such a, I keep saying disproportionate, but a disproportionate level of expectations from men and women in relationships. And you know, the courting process and then like the actual long-term relationship.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, that's good. I definitely think that
Also,
men should
men
talk
reach
about it
out to
more.
your brothers.
Yeah,
please.
I think that's a
Give them
big
a
thing.
hug.
Is they like it's just like expected of men to do these things, and then when like that doesn't happen, there's a crash out period. Like right, they just don't get it. A lot of time it leads to this like the incel path, and it's. I mean, I understand
This
why.
is why women
it's a
got to go
problem,
after men too.
But
Yeah, I've never.
You see a man
I
you
mean,
like, you go get it.
I've honestly like
Buckaroo, we're
always-
gonna butt heads on that one. I don't agree with that.
In
But
what
I'm
way
sorry,
don't
Kai.
I agree with them there?
Because okay,
I just like stumble into one. Like I always like
so
you're not looking for it.
yeah, like that's part of it, Cal, right? Like most of the time, like good relationships, people that I have known, like they don't really go after each other. They were friends for a while, and then they kind of just naturally like it. That's one thing that can happen. But the other thing that happens is that if somebody has to like the other person more, I think that the man should like the woman more than the woman should like the man.
I'm not talking
Because
about
if
who
the
likes
woman
the other
likes
more. I'm talking about who talks more. Who
who
walking
approaches first, who asks the person out on the
I'm
date,
very
like that should be the
introverted.
guy.
It takes me little amounts of like to approach people. Other
It's
people are
not
so
about
introverted. It
no,
takes them a lot of
bruh.
like.
You don't understand. I'm not doubting confidence, right? Like I think everybody here is probably confident enough. Like they could invite somebody out on a date if they wanted to. Like I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that as the woman, when you do that, you give away some of your power. And that is not good. Like you should want the guy
I think
to
you can get
ask
the
you
power
out.
back pretty quickly. I think you can get the power back so quickly though. If that's really what you're talking about, you go after some guy, you make it clear that you want to see them, and then you walk the fuck away.
I think
power gone.
No, like
Whoever protects the glass.
no.
The two men that I have
power.
dated, I've been the one to say this first word.
I think that's silly to think of it like a transfer of
Yeah.
power, and I think that's an unhealthy way to have a relationship to like keep tallies. One time I was like making out with someone that I was like gonna hook up with soon, and they were literally like, I was like, no, we can't hook up. I was like, we can never have sex again for like the first time. And they're like, yeah, like swimming or riding a bike. Like it can literally only get better, like as far as like communication and stuff goes. So I don't think it's good to like keep tallies with stuff or like because
I mean, look, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you should keep tallies or that it always has to be this power match. But what I am saying is that the relationships that I have actually seen that seem to be happy relationships that seem to work and that seem to be successful are ones where the guy likes the girl at least a smidge more than the girl likes the guy. The girl is always a little bit more
how I would
annoyed.
measure every single relationship.
I'm not.
just because
I
it's
mean,
how
what
I've
measurements are we
seen
talking about? Look, I'm
relationships
just
work,
saying,
right?
okay. And the reason why is
Like-
because, unfortunately, like especially like if you do want to get pregnant, it's always going to be easier for him to walk away. Like that's sad. It's unfortunate, but like in my experience, like the woman is the person that likes the guy more than the guy likes the girl. She becomes needy. She becomes insecure. She wants to hang out with him. She starts blowing up his phone with tons of text messages. Like the relationship might
of the time in
like
my
age
range. I don't think the majority of the time in my age range that the women are coming after the guys here.
Look, it's already hard enough to
They're
get.
coming. The Lord, they're coming.
Look, it's already hard enough to get a lot of guys to do things. Okay, have you seen these people's apartments? I'm sorry, like the natural state of
Darwin
man.
Awards. They don't want to do
my mom
shit.
agrees
They
with
don't.
you.
Okay,
They can write themselves off.
bruh, listen, just hear me out here, okay? Look, let's be honest with ourselves, okay? The reason why most homes, and I'm not saying all homes, look nice It's because the woman frets over getting lots of shit that the guy otherwise could live without.
Well,
Okay?
yeah, bro, we can be happy with a TV and a lawn chair. What? Listen, men are simple creatures. We don't need all this other bullshit.
Exactly. Listen,
it proves y'all are expensive. That's what it proves. Like that. Yeah.
No, but what it proves is that like between the two of you,
Most women
the
are-
person
most nurses are women,
that's
and
mo-
because of
I'm
that,
sorry,
any male
the
nurse will
person
be
that's
bald.
more likely to be apathetic about shit is going to be him. He's going to be more okay with the house being dirty, with your kids not having things, with things. He's going to be more okay with that shit. And that is going to drive you insane. So the only way that this gets resolved is one of a couple of ways. Either one, he's got enough money so that you can pay to have somebody else deal with the shit.
Doesn't know
Or
how.
B,
Doesn't know how
likely
to
thing-
furnish.
Be the more likely thing.
How am I gonna
Let's
go
hear
after
B. Let's hear
fucking
B.
Tom? It's fucking Tom who doesn't have a couch.
One at a time, y'all.
Oh my fucking god, Buckaroo!
One
I
at
swear
a
to
time. I want to
Jesus.
hear about B. What's B?
Okay,
Let's
so
go.
option A is that you decide to go with, unfortunately, the path where you marry a rich guy so that you could pay somebody else and you don't have to worry, okay, about him being apathetic or putting a lot of investment in, okay? Because it's sad, but maybe the money is not
If you want to marry rich
and
man,
then B, which is the best option of all, you marry somebody who loves the shit out of you. You marry that once in a lifetime guy who really does love you, and maybe he doesn't make a lot of money. Maybe he
love
isn't
him
like in the
as
best
much.
situation. But he loves the fuck out of you. And because he loves the fuck out of you, he sticks with you when you have a bad pregnancy. He sticks with you and he tries to make you happy even if he thinks it's dumb. He will still get you the drapes, the couch, the carpet, everything. He will try his best, even if he can't afford it. He will do the things that will make you happy in the long run.
afford it, then I'm getting
Can
a
I
job
give you
to make
C?
sure
Can
I
I
can.
hit you with C? Let me
All
go
right.
C.
I'm getting those fucking drapes, whether or not he says.
Yes,
Well,
C
I mean-
is you are an assertive person and you are able to, not rely on either, having to get a third party
Then
involved
what are you
or
doing
get
with
somebody
him?
to
That's
be a
No, dude, that's my answer, okay? Because the reason I reject C, because I've thought about C, right? Which is that you make your own money, you're assertive, you get it yourself. But if that's the case,
Hold on, one at a time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought that was what it was.
Okay. Rebuttal for well, what I meant was
Let Chai speak. Chai had her hand up.
no.
One at a time. I got it. One at a time. Here. Now, here's what we're gonna do. We'll just go here. We'll let Fairy King finish, and then we'll just go around the horn, and then we get in on that note because we're at time anyway. And I know some people have places to go and do things. So go ahead and finish out Fairy Queen, and then we'll just go in a circle here, and then we'll have closings on that.
I love that Fairy Queen's here. Can I just say?
Thank you. Yeah, I like being here. It's nice to see you guys. But yeah, no. So Kaya, I guess that was not what you were going to say. But what I thought, what I thought you were going to say, which you can reject and rebut and say it's not what I was going to say. What I thought you were going to say is, okay, or you can just settle for a guy, and maybe he doesn't really love you all that much, and maybe he doesn't make all that money, but you just want to be married. It's just kind of what you want to do, and you just have to make your own money and be assertive, and that's how you want to do. And I think, and I've thought about C, and I really don't think you can do C, because why on earth would you be married to someone if that's going to be the case? If you're going to be married to someone, he has to give either the love or he has to be the money. Okay, it's one of those two things. No judgment. I think love is the best option. I think that's what people should do. However, if you're the marrying kind and if you have to make a decision between one of these two paths, I think it's got to be one of these two paths. I don't think a C where you shack up with somebody that you kind of where you're lukewarm with, and
You know how people are.
Hold on.
So, bro, she's ready.
Can I reassert
Extremely
C?
easy to categorize.
Can we reassert C?
Hold on.
I need to restate my C because your C is not my C. We got different C's.
We're going to Katya, then we're going to Kel, then we're going to Buckaroo, and then Chai and Sky, and then we'll finish out there. Go ahead. So go ahead. Go ahead, Katya.
I think we've got a bit of a C problem. That your C that you had going on there, that C is that's like a really bad C. I'll agree. A situation where you're settling with somebody and you're like, I guess like just getting your money, living like roommates, and like just like hoping that one day he'll love you. Like that sucks. You should break up. That blows. The SAT C, that C is awful. But what I mean as in to get stuff done when you disagree, like the kind of love example relied on him loving you more, so him being willing to capitulate to you because he's like simping. C, in my opinion, is a relationship where you like love each other equal amounts and everything, but you know, if you have disagreements or you have something you're more passionate about happening than the gentleman or whatever, you know, he's more willing to capitulate because you say, hey man, listen, this is really important to me that XYZ gets done. We need to talk about this. And you're assertive in that manner. And it's not like he's like, oh, well, I love her so much, so I have to, so she doesn't leave me. It's like, no, we talked about this. This is important. We got to discuss this. And you assert what your wants are instead of relying on either his money get you through or his like simpage to like make him like do what you want him to do. Like that's what C is in my opinion.
All right, Cal.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cal.
Is for cunning thing. No, you know how people are. Extremely easy to categorize, one-dimensional, never moved by more than one motivation. It's been a pleasure, ladies. So, I have nothing else.
All right, Buckaroo.
Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I've always sought out relationships with people who are a certain level of logical. You know, personally, I like to be able to discuss and even passionately debate certain topics with past relationships. Not in like an angry, evil way, just in like a fun, interested in politics way. But yeah, I like to have a relationship where I can just have a fruitful conversation with my partner about decisions. I don't see
the one thing. Yeah, no, the one thing that I
need
agree
some like
with in
balance.
relationships is just equality, to where we are both making our own parts. We're both making our own like love interests. Yes, we talk about things that like don't work out, whatever. It doesn't have to be like one-sided from a man POV.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree sometimes. I agree sometimes as a woman it feels like you have to play coy because guys are easily scared off, but personally I see my personality as quite the litmus test for courage, for charisma, for chutzpah in general, because frankly if my personality scares you now, it'll scare you tomorrow.
You gotta eliminate the need for external validation. Like that's gotta come from you first.
Yes,
and foremost.
Exactly. So yeah, Big Papa Buckaroo. I'm on Twitter. I'll be on YouTube.
Try.
Are we making our outros right now too?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Chai.
So the best part of the male loneliness epidemic is that it is ever growing and vast. And so when that guy asks you to come smoke instead of can I take you on a date, or when you finally do come over after some dates and his bed isn't even made, you could simply just decide to not engage further, because the reality of option C is that when you can't find your retrospective partner at a certain age, you just marry a woman anyway and have a peaceful resty with your bestie. Option C.
Peaceful rescue with your
Option
bestie.
A.
Option C is like 5 different things right now.
Option B.
Yeah, option C is like lesbianism at this point.
See,
I actually think lesbianism sounds like the most blissful future. I don't know if I've ever met like long-term lesbian relationships. Bliss. Okay, you could just have a garden.
I haven't seen one yet, but
We're
lesbian
streaming after this. I still kind of want to
gardens,
talk about
matching
this. This is kinda
overalls.
fun.
Subaru Outback, lesbianism.
Hold on. Oh, never mind. We're not going to start a whole new debate before we go into that. Anyway, go ahead. Who's left here? Who has?
Why, what are you scared of? Admirable.
I didn't do like an outro. I kind of just explained C and then we
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm Premier Katya on social media. I love to talk about option C in every situation. And you know what my last piece of relationship advice will be? If you have autism, get with another person with autism, because relationships where both people aren't autistic does not work. The divorce rate for that is so high, it's crazy. because
Wait, get with somebody that is autistic if you are or not.
Yeah, if you are, then you probably should.
It's like it's headphones time, and they're like, "What's headphones time? We have to make dinner," and it's like, "You don't get it. She doesn't understand me." Like,
Just let me have my time.
It's like, why are you pacing so much? Leave me alone, man. I don't even know if we can talk.
I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay, leave me alone.
It's thinking time. The legs power the thoughts. Okay, that's just how it works.
You know, I this might be autistic of me, but like I tell you what, I hate it in relationships whenever
Tell
you
us
have.
about your Star Wars collection. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I would
Real.
love to. Maybe later.
Real, Bugger,
Yeah, don't look at me
real.
on the whole thing. I'll sit here like
Your
everything-
Star Wars themed room.
Everything doesn't.
I'm not
need to-
autistic.
No, everything doesn't need to be a we thing. Like if I'm doing something, just let me be. Or like if you're doing something, have your own interests, please. I
need that in a
Yeah.
relationship.
Yeah,
I
please
can't
go do
have
your own
we all
thing.
the time.
Yeah, I like
It should
if
be
I.
obvious.
Or at least have your
friendship with
on
someone
your
that like
own.
melts into you.
similar.
No, of course.
Yeah,
you'd be
or
like,
like I've even had a situation where I'm like listening to an audiobook while I'm working, and then they come and sitting there and they're like, "Oh, this book sucks," and let's fucking put a mute like whatever on. I'm like, I'm fucking working here, bro. Like, oh, well, I just wanted to hang out with you and you listen to this audiobook. I'm like, and like,
Yeah,
it's
for
kinda
a
like,
reason.
bro, it's like, yeah, come have why don't you go watch
Hang out
the
with me
show
in
or do
silence at
something?
least. Go do your we'll parallel play.
Yeah, yeah.
You know that.
Fuck off. Be
Mhm.
gone.
I don't mind doing
I'll do my own thing, you do your own thing, but we're in the same space, so we're doing it together.
Also, body doubling for ADHDers. Called body doubling.
But
What's
on that,
audio doubling?
who else needs an outro
Body
here before
doubling.
we wrap this up?
When you need parallel play to do anything.
All right.
Oh.
Who
I
has-
don't even think I recorded my phone. You have an outro, Gibbs?
Who else? Anybody hadn't said anything where they're at, who they do?
Yo, what up?
I
My
haven't
name
said
is
hi.
Shy Mini BBY on Twitch. I play a lot of video games and I like to do art, and I also do a lot of these little mini DIY food creates and get outlandishly stoned while doing so with a second camera so you can see my micro food while doing that. I might be playing Rust tomorrow. I don't usually get the opportunity to play games like that with other people, so if you like Rust, tomorrow might be the time to check me out.
Woo!
Have you ever
you Rust gamer?
poppin' cooking?
Oh yeah, I'm the girl in the Rust group that goes around outside the base raid, and I'm like, I'm a girl, I'm gonna kill you, I've got a shotgun, hee hee. And all my teammates are quiet, so they come out thinking it's just me, and then my friends are there.
Yo, it's just me.
We call it the honey pot.
Hell yeah, no, you're the honey pot.
But yeah, on that note, this has been fun. This has been a good panel. I think what is today? Today is Wednesday. We got Give Me a Break tomorrow, talk about World at War, and then something. There's another Give Me a Break Friday. It's gonna be good times the rest of the week. We're gonna end now, guys. Bye, everybody. Who should we raid? Who should we raid? So, Sky, you're leaving.
Love you guys. I'm not staying on.
Yeah, let's raid Zoe. Oh, Cal, you staying on? Perfect. We'll raid you, Cal.
Is Zoe online?
It looks
Oh
like
my gosh, she is.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, I love you guys. Thanks
Bye,
for
you be
hanging out.
good.
Always a good conversation with you, Rose.
Yeah, good to talk to you
Have a
guys.
good one.
You
too.
Nice to meet you
Yeah,
guys.
nice to meet you guys.
You know what? This panel went well because we had topics and stuff. I mean, you know what? It always goes well. I always like I'm always a big fan of the girls panel. Sometimes the regular Thursday ones can get a bit tiring.
Yeah,
I will note, I do with the exception of one time, I do always have secret topics in my mind. I just don't tell anybody because I don't want to. I don't want to roll over everybody with my topics. I'm a loud person. If I go, it's too much. So I try to hold back.
Like what? Give us a hint.
Oh, this time you sent topics. I was like, damn, we're in for
Eric,
that.
Were you trying to say something beforehand? Because I heard you speak and then I didn't hear anymore.
I'm trying to get this raid to work real quick. 1 second.
Fair
Who?
Queen.
And then
Fair
me?
Queen,
Oh,
did
what's up?
you say anything? Because I heard you speak and then stop speaking.
I don't remember. Oh, I was just gonna ask. Is anybody still on? I was having fun. I haven't talked to anybody. In a long
we can keep
time.
going.
I've been out of the loop. I've been out of the Twitch loop for a while, so I don't know who's up or doing stuff. I just wanted to chill
I'm
for a
about.
bit.
Yeah,
I'm about to hop off personally, but
I'm here.
I might be around later.
I'll
You're
stay on
later.
for a little bit.
Okay. Well, hey, Buckaroo, why don't you DM
Alright,
me?
it went through
Oh,
Kel. No, she's
damn.
gone.
Okay.
Just
All
leave
right.
it.
Cool. All right.
Let's
Hey,
go.
Kel, I should follow you, actually. Kel, because I think I follow you. I followed you, Katya.
Yes.
So I followed you on Twitter. Where are you, Kel, actually? So I could
I'm on
follow you.
You-
Oh, actually,
come
here
on, you-
we are. Here's your. Here, I just followed you on Twitch. You have
Yeah.
11 followers.
I'm on YouTube more than Twitch. I just started on Twitch. It's so embarrassing. 11 followers.
Congrats, by the way. Are the same name on YouTube, KinectCo?
Yeah, Kinetic Kel. Kinetic like in
Kinetic
motion.
Kel. Damn, you got 2K